Welcome, welcome everybody. Welcome to, it's a Saturday in March, and it's the 13th of March to be precise, and we are here in Silverstone for the inaugural Endurance Series race. This is a huge yearly event at RWB International, and welcome to everyone on the stream. So excited and really looking forward to getting into the race today. So I'll go through the format in a second. I'll make sure that I check everyone in the teams so that we get a view of where everybody is. And let's just take a look at the track. We're at Silverstone, which of course is a stunning track if you don't know it. It's a little bit flat maybe, but it is extremely fast. So it's a fantastic airfield, as was previously, and it was very well known for being one of the tracks with the most demanding corners. Lots of G's being pulled in each of the corners here. It's particularly Maggott's and Beckett's sequence of corners. So it's extremely fast and furious, if you like. Big runoff areas, so there's not many walls to crash into, if we're honest. But at the pace you're going, if you hit the grass, you could be in trouble. Fantastic circuit, and really looking forward to the racing. Okay, so what have we got? We've got a race series here, which is the Endurance Series. The Endurance Series is 5 or 6 events through the year, which we will be running. And we will be effectively having 2 different series. So it's not just that it's running on Assetto Corsa Competizione, we'll be running it on R Factor 2. So we're running opposite tracks, so you effectively get one go on one sim, then you go on to RF2, then you go on to ACC, and we've got 4 or 5 of them running all the way through to December at the end of 2021. And these are mid to long endurance races, so they're not the short form. So any one of you who are new to RWB or are actually currently racing on RWB, we do have a secondary kind of endurance series, which is a 4-hour series, which is kindly sponsored by Racing Sim Tools, and that's a monthly event. And we alternate between GT3 and GT4, but this is a completely different format. This is a 6-hour race today, and it is a team size of 3. So no team sizes of 1, no team sizes of 2, and no 4s. Everyone has to be 3-man in a team. And there are 45 cars racing today, which puts us at 135 drivers. And actually, one of the most enjoyable bits is 22 nationalities. So we are extremely broad in our coverage across the nations, and it's great to see everyone here. Welcome all the racers, welcome everyone here. And before we jump into it, I'd just like to say a big kudos to all of the admin team and all the support team who put these events together. It's not easy, managing the servers, making sure the tech stands up, making sure that we've got people in the stewards room who are able and capable of doing stewarding, and people like myself doing a little bit of commentary just for a laugh. I'll not be here for the 6 hours because I actually have a racing team in the event. I'm the 3rd driver. I'll take us through the first hour or so of today's racing. But also all the people who are managing the stream and all the other stuff. So, really well done to everybody who are already working really hard to make this happen. I'm a little unstuck at the moment because I can't seem to get the broadcasting tool to listen to my mouse clicks when I try to flick around the camera. So I might just try going back onto auto for a second, and then I'll try and take cover of that, recover that as well. 45 drivers. I'll do a little run through so that we get a good feeling for all of these teams, and then hopefully I'll get through that tech glitch in a minute. We start in about 8 or so minutes. I'm going to make this a real flash through. 45 teams. Okay, starting with Team Toffnet in the Lamborghini Huracan. That's Barnett, Vestenberg and Roberts. Simsock Racing is car number 7 in a McLaren with Carolia and Johansson. Bexley Racing Blue, I think maybe still here, not sure, is in the Aston Martin. Mortimer, Wardell and Laws. Bexley Racing Yellow, also in a Aston Martin, is Metz, Kraus and Taylor. GPX Racing in a Porsche, number 12, Arjona, Castona and Lentini. Paradigm Shift is in the McLaren, that's Bergsma, Camaletto and Rogers. And we have an Aston Martin number 16, which is Hyam, Domino and Allegria. We have my team, No Sir Racing in the first Lexus, team number 17, Dan Theobald, Timo Toropainen and me. Bennett, Mr. Simon Bennett, to you. Diablo Racing Team is in the Ferrari, weird. That's number 27 with Gennaro, Fiore, and Caro. We have Wolfpack in a Lexus, number 33. That's Kel, Mackie, and Monroe. Kaiju Racing is our first Nissan GTR GT3, which is number 35, and that's Roland, Hughes, and Schultz. We have McLeod's Thick Melons, love that name. BMW M6, number 36. That's a power team of Solheim, Buchek, and Verstappen. We have Pitstop UK in a Lexus, number 47. Morgan, Cleaver, Leach. And we have Boots and Guinean Racing, which is also in an M6 in a crazy hipster livery, and that's Scott Free, Medster, and Nate, newcomer. We have Racing Team Sim Tools Hive Mind, which is in a Lexus, beautiful red Lexus there, number 64. That's Voodoo, Gixxer, and Smith. Strive Motorsport, number 67, also in a Lexus, Tarbuck, Kennens, and Moll. We have the Mercedes AMG number 75 of GRG Esports, which is Rambach, Moore, and Hode. FAC Racing is in the Audi with Zamora, Save the Power, and Ribeiro. Racing Sim Tools Esports, second car, Lamborghini Huracan, number 88. That's Moore, Flack, and Etier. We have another Racing Sim Tools Esports team, which is a Bentley this time. We're really throwing the different cars in here. That's number 92, which is Badowski, Nahan, and Weaver. HSP is a BMW M6 93, Haynes, Day, and Gomez. SGD Endurance Red is a Bentley with Shaw, Indal, and Mackie. SGD Endurance Carbon is a Lexus with Hodgson, Duckworth, and Robbins. Matrix Racing, car number 99, that's a Bentley. Jones, Pereira, and Nunes. A Ferrari number 100 is Team MRT, Elgard, Varley, Tveren. Racing Dudes Motorsports in a Bentley with Denise, Schneider, and Van der Vaart. The Wolfpack second car, Crawford Brown, Jack Donaldson, Josh Barton in the Lexus number 141. Number 202 is Kaiju Racing, again Nissan, with Franken, Karlbom, and Kjellgren. I hope I'm getting any of these right. We have an Aston Martin, which is RWB Spinala 227. That's Zinn, Valby, and Olwyn. We have Javad Air Racing, which is Pereira and Rodriguez. That's in a Mercedes AMG. Something happening with my stream. Apologies for that. That's not me doing it. That's my incredible assistant making sure that everything's working. We have Beachburg Racing in a Lexus, which is number 331, and that's Van der Valk, Binnesley, and Dixonhurst. 360 Motorsport is a Porsche 360. Well, it's quite neat the way they did that. That's Coleman, Jenkins, and Gray. Last Row Racing is number 374, and that's the McLaren of Saint Laurent. Pelicano and Hugevin. Hivemind Jag edition is in the Jag. That's 404, and that's Door, Undrex UK, and Kuza. We have Bulldog Racing, and that's a Ferrari, and that's Audi, Madley, and Pinpoint. Unleashed Forces at WE Sports was in a Ferrari, number 488. That's Badgen, Werner, and Munster. We have Soul Racing Team, which is a Ferrari of Catalan, Vargo, and Canton. That's 508. Number 531 is an Aston Martin, and that's Vanstone, Somerset, and Austin's. Somnesia. NCR Endurance Department is Ferrari, and that's 627, and that's, wow, Terekov, Senator, Intimina. I should have practiced, right? Johnson and the Crew, that's a Bentley 667, and that's Sorensen, Hansen, and Ferdinandsen. Sheffield Formula Racing, that's an Aston Martin, that's 746, which is Williams, Smith, and Warden. We have HSP Regretta GT Hub, which is a Lamborghini at 763, and that's Schaefer, Lenz, and Vleyen. Could be long. Alpha Corsa is an Aston Martin 808, and that's Morris, Evans, and Leckie. We have Racing Rev Competizione in a Lamborghini, which is 816, and that is Guido, Castiella, and Arezzo. And finally, we have GSR Esports in a McLaren 999, and that's Lowe, Molin, and Gafford. There's your 45 drivers. There's your 135 drivers, 45 cars. 22 nationalities. We've pretty much got most of Europe and most of America's covered off here. Actually, we've got quite a lot in AP as well, in Asia Pacific. So welcome to everybody, and welcome to today's racing. This is going to go all the way through to midnight UK time. So it's going to be a 6-hour race, 3 drivers in each car. There's a maximum stint time of 67 minutes, which is pretty much formed so each driver takes 2 stints. You can back to back. It's possible for each driver to basically jump in and go back to back. So that they double stint, which is often a technique used either for people's convenience at home when they've got other duties to fulfill in their own houses, or sometimes because you might have the paciest of your 3 drivers up front to get an early start, or you might save your paciest driver at the end to make a rush for towards the end. Silverstone is a big track. It's around about 2 minutes for a lap if you're me. If you're some of the guys here, and I did notice actually the quali server times were pretty impressive, and I'll run through the quali table as it stands while we wait for tech setup to finish. Going through here, so if we go at the top, our pole sitters are Valery Solheim and Ignacy Bucek with a 1:57.329. I'm not going to read all these times out, but in second is Phil Varley, Elgard and Tveren. Third is Jake Moore. Fourth is Ayamar Daniel. 5 is Marius Meltz. 6 is Alex Rogers. 7th is Usama Karolia and Mohamed Karolia. And 8 is Madly Pinpoint Naudi. In 9th is Joshua Barton and Crawford Brown. In 10th is Fahad Gahafour and Wuki Low. We have in 11th place Alex Hode and Janik Rambach. In 12th, RWB Robert and Daniel Barnett. In 13th, Diego Catane. And in 14th, Harry Williams and Eddie Warden. In 14th, we're still in the 158s, by the way. In 15th, Jacob Ferdinandsen and Frederick Svensson. 16th is Marco Badowski. 17th, Alistair Leckie and Jordan Evans. 18th is Maxi Lentini, Arjona and Castoa. 19th is Ribeiro and Zamora. And 20th is Gixer Claudio Voodoo. And that is still in the 158s. In 21st is Leach, Morgan and Cleveland. 22nd is Franken. 23rd is Terakov and Senator. 24th is Monroe and Kell. 25th is Jones, Nunes and Pera. And 26th is Schaefer and Vlayen. 27th is Scott Free and Newcomer. 28th is Van der Valk and Dixonhurst. And 29th is Giancarlo De Caro, Gennaro and Fiore. In 30th is D'Acusa and Dordor, and that is now when we're in the 159.3 at that point. In 31st, our hero team is Bennett and Theobald. In 32nd, Guido, Castiello and Arezzo. In 32nd, Saint Laurent and Hugenveen. In 34th, it's Hughes and Roland. And 34th, it's Mole, Kennens and Tarbuck. And that's 35th. God, there's 2 cars here. In 34th place on a 159.713, exactly the same to the thousandths of the second they qualified. No idea how you're going to sort that one out. 36th place is Duckworth and Hodgson. 37th, Pereira and Rodriguez. 38th, Mackie, Indel and Shaw. 39th is Denise and Van der Vaart, Carlo Denise. And 40th is Ronan Munster. Now we're in the 2 minutes. Allegria is 41 and Michael Jensen is 42. So that is our full pole to back car setup here. And let me just jump on to see if I can get control of the cameras. Won't be a second. Don't panic. Just a couple of tech issues. We'll have it sorted. Just a time when I should have had some special lift music. And we're back. I believe I have full control of cameras. Give me one more second and then we should be good to go. Okay, so just to explain how we got that poll set up, how we actually managed to get where we got to. We've been running hot 5 laps, so we've been running stints through the week. I think it was pretty much from Sunday through to Thursday, something like that, about 5 or 6 days worth of server time open on a qualifying server. And the concept is really simple, but it's actually extremely difficult to achieve well, is your 5 fastest valid laps that were run in consecutive laps count towards your pit time. So effectively, you have to keep on the track, no red timers, you have to keep on the track for 5 laps and it will take the average. If you make your 6th lap consecutive, clean, it will work out whether the second of those 5 were faster than the first of the 5, and it continues to do that in a kind of aggregate fashion until you quit the server, and then it works out what your best setup times. Now, because each car had 3 drivers, each car had the opportunity to do this twice over. So effectively, what we've basically got here is a configuration where you've got drivers who can consistently nail that time. And I think that's really important when you're about to jump into an endurance race. This is not a sprint session. So pretty much everyone has to be able to deliver lap after lap consistently throughout that 6-hour period. And that's really important that we get that level of consistency so that we don't end up having lots and lots of nasty pile-ups in during the race. So I think that's a really fantastic way of doing it, but I can tell from experience it's very stressful. What tends to happen is you get your first 3 laps in and you're feeling okay, and then it starts to get a bit serious because you're on your 3rd lap and you haven't gone off the track yet and the lap times are good, and then your heart rate increases because there's a higher chance of you making a mistake now, and so on and so forth, until you get to your 5th lap and you throw it off on the penultimate corner in sheer panic that you might actually make 5 fast and consecutive laps. But it's a good test, and it's a really good way of setting yourself up for a long endurance race. So all of the cars here will be running different teams throughout the season. Some people, this is a series which you basically log in on a race-by-race basis. So if you wish to drive in a Ferrari in this race and you wish to drive in a Mercedes in the next race, no problem. If you wish to have different teammates on a different circuit, that's no problem. Also, you end up with individual scores based on your individual placements. So that gives everyone flexibility. Some people like to switch it around a bit. Some people don't want to do one of the 2 sims. Some people want to do the other sim. And that makes for just a really diverse year. Last year, when we did this series, our final race was a 12-hour Spa race, which we did for charity, and that was absolutely fantastic climax to last season, which left us with a fundraising total of around about £3,500, and that was in honour to mark the death of one of our colleagues and great friends inside the club. So we may be revealing something later in the year along the same lines, and fingers crossed we get something out of that. So looking forward to that this coming year. And let's just track back on the race here for a second. So everyone is just doing warm-ups. I think free practice, getting some final technical glitches out of the way. Appreciate that the race probably should have started by now. But in actual fact, we'll probably end up doing a couple of races. And on that note, I'll just check my other PC to make sure that I'm logged into the server again. Won't be a moment. Hey guys. Hey guys. Do I have to log out and log in? Did you restart the server? Okay. Okay, yeah, and we're having problems on the stream as well, so good work. Yes, I can see 10 minutes already.
No, we're not on a private desk. We'll need to be able to see here when Mum shouts for dinner's ready. It'll be very short. Door. Well, need to be a bit short.
Yeah. Right. Here we go. I think we are back. We are indeed. And apologies to everyone for that. A little bit of technical glitching. We had it in everywhere. We had the servers going funky. We had drivers jumping in before they should have jumped in. We had the stream PC having a right nightmare. I'm wrestling it with Nate across the other side of the Atlantic. It's great fun. It's great fun. But here we are. Short form practice now, just so that everyone can get themselves settled. We can get the server nice and stable. We can get all drivers ready. I have jumped off and I've jumped into my car because I'm actually taking part in this race. After an exhausting hour and a half commentating it. So let's see, we've got a lot of new drivers on today, and we've got a lot of familiar faces as well. So firstly, just a big welcome to all the new drivers. Anyone who's joining RWB for the first time, or any of you who are watching this stream and thinking, what is going on? I can tell you it's not normally like this. It's just a little bit basis around lots of new people who are maybe not used to the driving process or connection process. And also, let's be honest, there's 135 drivers from around the world jumping onto the server with all kinds of different issues with their PCs, machines, technology. It's not always going to go easily, but we're here now, and we're going to get started shortly. So I've explained the format. It's a multi-sim racing year. Each race is different times, so they're not all going to be 6 hours. Today's race is 6 hours. It's going to finish after midnight at this rate. My other half will be made up with that news because I'm the final driver. So they're not always 6 hours. More news is released nearer to the time. The timetable has already been shared inside of the RWB channel, so jump onto the channel. If you've not jumped onto RWB yet, we're a friendly bunch. Hit us up on Discord, jump in, you'll get a nice warm welcome, and you'll be able to be involved in pretty much every single class of racing that we run. We do, however, have a certain driving standard, and that's not to say, by the way, we expect you to be fast. It's got nothing to do with speed. What we're really looking for is people who understand racing etiquette, are respectful of each other, are not just going for the victory at all costs attitude. So there are a few really basic rules. I'll walk you through some of the ones that I care about the most, but I'm not the spokesman for the club. I'm just a support guy here. So in general, if you're racing hard, that's how we like it. But most of all, we like it to be really fair. What we're looking for is drivers who are really racing fair. We switched the server now, so we're going to start in a couple of minutes. So we look for fair, fast, racing. That's how we want it. If you hit somebody from behind and they spin out, you don't just drive off and go, "Soz, mate." You stop and you wait for them and you let them return to their position. They probably lost some position because you spun them out, but you take responsibility for missing your braking point or for getting it wrong. And that's one of the key things, I think, is what happens is that then if you do that, if you stop on the side of the track and wait for the other person to pass you, you then learn the lesson really hard because you lose places, and that's how it should be. And it's a really great deterrent from stopping people from just lunging up the inside and doing the send it rubbish every time. Driving standards obviously differ, so we need to respect each other as learning. Some of us are way ahead of than others, and some of us are way behind others when it comes to learning how the sim works, how the car works, how the track's laid out. But we really enjoy taking people on that journey. We've got some extremely fast drivers who are regulars inside of our WB, and we actually have a driving academy. You can jump in and they can show you where you're making mistakes, where you can improve your lines, where you can improve your performance. And that, I think, is one of the things that makes the club so welcoming and so open. The other rule, we hate it when drivers flash. It's just not necessary. You know, if you respect the drivers in front of you, they will know you're there. You know, that's one of the things we're all doing. We're all using mirrors. We're all watching each other. We're using the radar all the time on track. Many people are running triple screens and funky wide screens. So we respect each other on track. If you're flashing people, you're basically just being a little bit of a pain. So no flashing. That's the rule. It might seem trivial, but it's not. It's important to the team. Okay, looking like we're getting there. 20-30 seconds to go. Everyone's hearts will be absolutely pumping. I'll go Helicam for the opening, and we'll get us kicked off. Welcome everyone, and I hope you enjoy this next 6 hours. I'll take you through the first hour or so as we go into the first pit swap overs, and then I'll go and get my dinner and relax into the race. So here we go. We have Valerie Solheim on the front position here with Elgaard behind, Jake Moore in third, and Vanstone in fourth as the lights go green. And we do a very partial, very short start here, no long full lap. And we have it on manual mode, so there's no mini game in the middle trying to keep yourself in the green box as we head up to the start-finish straight for the first time tonight. And welcome. This is going to be an exciting race at the amazing Silverstone. As we go up to the start-finish line, there's 43 cars in the track, and we're off. We're green, and we're a go, go, go on this race. And we're on board here with Vanstone in fourth position just to see how the first few corners go. Going to flip to the Helicam and just check that we can actually see the race unfolding. Those four guys, they seem to have got a great break already, which is fantastic. But they're breaking away from the pack, as you can see. And they've got a good old gap. So there's four drivers who've just completely split off here. I don't know what's happening with the other guys, but Andre has dropped back a couple of places. He was actually in fifth position. That's how my timing is shown, but it looks like he's in sixth. And you can see if we flick back a little bit further here, how the gaggle is making its way through the fast left and right switches. We have a couple of offs at the back. I'll track and see if I can find out who they are. Just going to track back. Everyone seems to be making their way through. A couple of drivers recovering at the back there. I'll track who they are as soon as we get onto that, but let's move further up the circuit up to here, up to 17th place. We're looking at Diego Zamora, who is running in the BMW by the look of it. No, Porsche, as we track into the corner for the first time. It's very tight. They're a line abreast, which is good. Everybody knows the rules here. You don't make your winning move on the first lap. You make your winning move throughout the whole of the 6 hours, and there's a little bit of contact there, a little bit of wrestling for space on the grid, and you can see taking advantage of that situation. Up the inside is going, it looks to me like that's Morgan having a little sniff up the inside, but he backs out of it, which is nice, as we go into the fast left and right sequence here. Great start to the race here. Just going to track forwards up the track to 11th place, just to make sure we're getting everyone early in as the cars are so tightly packed. So far it's Valerie Solheim from Elgaard, from Moore, from Vanstone, from Carolia, from Brown, Rambach, Bugsma, Lowe, Audi in the top 10. So good spread of cars, good spread of manufacturers, and looking pretty good so far. I think when I track back, if I just skip to the bottom here just to make sure, see who was the people in trouble. We have a little bit of an incident at the back here between Pereira and Tarbuck. I don't know whether there was contact there, but it looks like some kind of recovery going on. Gennaro is in 38th, and these are some of the guys I think that were qualifying higher up, so I suspect that they might have been involved in that first lap incident. Just tracking forwards here, my teammate Dan Theobald, I think he might have got caught out in that as well. He's in 36th position, having qualified on 31st. And then moving up the field, let's take a look at Rob Franken. They're in a battle here. On board, we'll go with Rob Franken to see how he's tracking in behind. Sorry, I missed that one. Actually, that was Claudio Vudo, who is tracking in behind of this group, and you can see here gaps are pretty much steady here. Most people are point something behind each other, 1 second, 0.5 of a second. but times are starting to decrease as lap times are starting to come down. It takes about 3 or 4 laps for the tyres to come up to pressure because the temperature comes in, but the temperature comes in very quickly. It's actually ambient 19 degrees. Everybody knew that before the race, so we've had plenty of time to practice at this type of track temperature. There is a possibility of rain. It's a weekend weather simulation, so it's very possible that we may get some rain this weekend. But yeah, it's 19 degrees on track. It takes 2 or 3 laps depending on how brutal you are in those first couple of laps, for the cars to get those tyre temps up and then the pressures to come to the perfect sweet spot, which will give everybody the best amount of traction and the best amount of stiffness in the chassis as well. So good looking start for everybody there. You can see, let's go forwards up the field here to Rambach, who's in 7th position. He's hitting some faster times. He's definitely PBing at the moment, and we'll take a look outside just to see how closely packed the field is. It's still very, very tight, as you can see. Here, looking at Arjona, who has got Marco Badowski in front of him, who is right on the backside of Josh Morris in front of him. Good battles going on everywhere, and as I say many times, I do quite a bit of commentary on RWB. Absolutely impossible to track everyone on the stream here, impossible to get all of the battles. I know from experience you might spend an hour going toe-to-toe with somebody and not see it on the stream, and it's just because there was 15 other battles happening at the same time, and I only have one pair of hands and one brain, and sometimes that's just completely melted. So looking back, you can see a car pulling over. I think it might be a slow car there having some trouble. It looked like it was one of the Lexus that we saw earlier who had some contact, so maybe hobbling that round a lap. It's costly when you're in a sprint race and you hobble a car around a track. It's very difficult, very stressful, because you're pretty much blown your race. But in a long race like this, in a 6-hour race, you just have to keep your head down, get back into your rhythm, get the car fixed, forget about it, keep moving up the field. Everybody, of course, starts these 6-hour races with completely different objectives. I think the objective for most people realistically should be to finish. As you see, Audi under a huge amount of pressure here from Williams and Barnett, and quite a queue. Oh, and a spinner. We just caught a spinner there. Not sure who that was. It could have been Barnett. It looked a little bit like a Lamborghini to me. Could have even been Jake in the other Lamborghini in 3rd position. I'll track that, but you can see here how close it's getting. Into the corner, very tight. I think Audi's lost a little bit of rhythm there. Everyone's pushing their way through. He may have had some contact, or he may have just got into a situation where he's covering himself off, and everyone, as you can see, fancies their chance. And this is what happens. One person overtakes you and everyone else thinks, oh, we found somebody who's slow in the pack, and they start to get aggressive. They're 3 wide as they go around the corner there, holding it very well together. Nice. Not a single bit of contact there as everybody finds their way into, oh, now I say that and I spoke it up, and Audi gets taken out, and I think that wasn't really his fault. I don't think that was a racing incident. I don't think the car gave him enough space on the grid there, and I think he was pretty much shoulder barged out. Everyone got too much testosterone there as they saw that Audi was in a bit of a situation, maybe offline, and I think he got shoulder barged clean off the track there. Not sure I would be on Audi's side for that. Didn't look so great to me. Let's go further up the field so you can see these battles will rage throughout. Just to confirm that it was not Jake Moore that span off in his Lamborghini. Jake's still there in 3rd position with Mark Elgaard in front of him, and also you can see Vanstone right behind him, very interested in 3rd place himself. I seem to have got that the other way round. It's actually looking that way. It's always difficult to see on a helicam which one is actually the center of the focus when the cars are so close together. So tracking here, Valerie Solheim is in 1st position, which was the quali position that he was in, and Elgaard is in 2nd, also their quali position, Jake Moore 3rd. So these 3 guys at the front 3 on the podium positions, effectively just holding their racing format, if you like. Let's go a little bit further back through the field. Want to see who's setting fast laps. Diego Zamora in number 14, he is actually a 2nd up on his fastest lap here. So Diego, unless he gets held up, is looking like he's getting very quick phase of his racing, which is natural. You're on lap 4 or 5 here at this point in time, so it's really when the cars are getting pretty hot. The tyres are getting into their optimum PSI, and we're starting to see some quicker racing. Marco Badowski in front of him, now currently 2 seconds up on his fastest. So he's obviously been making some moves through the field here. Cars are still pretty much tightly packed. I mean, I explained it on the first session of the stream. Split times here. Basically, when I look through the quali times, the first 5 drivers are in the 157s, and then the next, that's going to be around 15 drivers. The next 15 drivers are in a second in the 158s. The next, that's going to be another 10, 12 drivers are in the 159s. So from front to back here, it's only 2.5 seconds realistically that splits the front team, and that is over a stint time. So that means that everybody is able to do that consistently. You might not be looking at the driver who set the fastest line for quali, because of course each team has 3 drivers. We're not running Pro-Am, Silvers and Pro teams for this series. Each team is effectively categorized as the same. We're all racing in the same racing series, if you want to be precise about it. But what it does mean is that normally you have a driver who's pretty much the quickest of the 3 on a particular circuit in a particular car. Whoa, that looked like a lag spike to me in the background. I just saw somebody slamming into a wall. I'm always very conscious that it's not a Lexus, because that's the car I'm driving in. Times are getting very quick here. Let's go to the bottom of the field, see if we've got anyone in the pits or struggling. We do. We have Simon Indal in the pits. I'm hoping that's not a retirement. We have literally 5 hours and 50 minutes left of this race to go. We do have a stop-go penalty that's just been awarded for Badgen in 30th place. So there's some penalties getting awarded there, and you can see that looks like a retirement potentially there for Indal. So in 38th, we have Van der Valk. In 37th, we have Coleman. Pereira is here in 36th with Tarbuck in 35th. Guido is in 34th. And Gennaro is in 33rd. Tight little pack there with Duckworth in 32nd. And Theobald, my teammate, in 31st. Let's make sure he's on the stream, right? As he has a go up the inside of the Bentley of Nick Badgen. Has he made that stick? I dearly, dearly hope so. And it looks like he has. Nice work, buddy. Let's have a look. Nick Badgen now in 30th, Dan in 29th, I think. Carlo Nice. Yeah, just making sure I've got that. That was actually Carlo Denise he passed. Okay, got a little bit of a flicker here on the timings. So it looks to me like we're making progress, and Justin Laurent is the next guy up on 27th. RWB Audi obviously had those issues, got a little bit pushed around for a couple of half a lap at least. He's in 26th with Roland in, I think we have somebody off server here because that's not responding. Scott Free is currently running in 25th, and that's in the BMW. Max Haynes is in 24th. He's running in the BMW also, and looks like he's all over the back of Dorr in front of him, running in the Jag, which looks fantastic in racing green. Nice work with the livery there. So Dorr, under a huge amount of pressure. That Jag is quite a handful. Pretty good in straight line speed, and if you know how to set it up, it's not as bad as everyone thinks it is, but it's one of those things. It's much like in the GT4, the Maserati car is not a popular choice because it doesn't have the TC and it doesn't have the ABS settings quite like everybody else does. So Jag, not always a popular car, but you're pretty hardcore if you pick it, and kudos to anyone who challenges himself to do it. That's in 23rd place is Dorr. Great move, by the way, by Max Haynes to pass him. Martin Schaefer is in 22nd. Let's take it to Helicam, and he's currently running in 22nd, chasing another Lamborghini of Daniel Barnett in front of him. James Kell is racing in 20th, so we're into our top 20 now, and James is in the Lexus with Rob Franken in 19th, and Kuzia Terikov in 19th. In 18th, we have Dino Pereira. He's driving the Bentley and looking pretty good. Callum Morgan is in 17th. Also starting, you can see the gaps are starting to build out. I mean, everyone is starting to gap each other, but what happens typically is you end up with, this happens for a period of time and then it gets compressed as we come in and out of the pit zone periods. But in 16th position, we have Claudio Voodoo. And in 15th, we have Albert Arjona. Josh Morris is in 14th, and Zamora is in 13th, and he's chasing down Marco Badowski, who's in 12th. Joshua Vanstone is in the pit, probably serving as stop-go 30, I'm assuming. And he was in 11th, so he's going to plummet down the table. But I mean, if you're going to take it, take it. This is Harry Williams all over the back of Diego Catalan. Looks like he's going to throw it up the inside. Great move there, nice and safe. And that was pretty well taken as Catalan then drops back a position. And then we have Wukit Low in front. He's doing a great job in the McLaren. We also have Andre Bergsma, who is just in 7th place in the McLaren, so McLaren's doing pretty well there, in 7th and 8th, and Rambach in front of them is in 6th position. These guys are going quicker, the green on my scores here, so green laps are going faster, but actually it's Usama Karolia who is going the quickest of the three, 0.7 seconds up on his previous best, and keeping Rambach at bay. And then there's a bit of a gap, I think, yeah, up the field there to Elgard, our 4th place man, who was actually our 2nd place man. So while I've been running from back to front, Elgard, who had qualified in 2nd place, has dropped back a couple, and he's let through Crawford Brown in 3rd, and he's also let through Jake Moore into 2nd, but Valerie Solheim is still at the front here, leading us off on lap 7, just running into lap 7. So we've had a little bit of a changeover at the front, but again, like I said before, I won't keep banging on about it, nothing to be concerned about. 6 hours of racing, currently 5 hours and 46 left. So plenty of opportunity for drivers to recover their positions, and maybe just getting into the groove is part of the start of the race. At RWB, we're allowing people to create their own liveries, which is always fun. And they are inspected for any dodgy messages. Well, some are inspected. I did see a very dodgy message on a previous stream, which made me laugh. But yeah, everyone's allowed to be a little bit creative off the track. And I'm trying to work out whether that is red, white, and green, is as in the Italian flag style. But it looks a little pink. So maybe it's pink, white, and green, but it very bespoke design there for our race leader, Valerie Solheim. Let's take a look at where the battles are. So if we just head back a little bit, you can see we've got a bit of a situation here, a bit of a battle going on there. If we jump on board with Lowe, you'll see he's looking at the back of a McLaren in front of him. Great looking motor car that is. Looks absolutely fantastic in the flesh here. On board, I get to see different techniques, which is always really good with these different cameras. And what you can see is the way the lines that people take, the different way that they drive. Just checking back here, see who else is in the race, if we're having any other situations. Yeah, this group's getting fast, so we'll jump on board with Audi. Audi's currently running in 25th. You remember he got a little bit mugged earlier, and he's obviously having a little bit of a struggle here, and I can see Theobald making a move behind him, and I think that was somebody going off track in front, actually, somebody recovering. I don't know whether that was a back mark or not. I'll check to see if I can work that out. But Audi continues to be a little bit under pressure here, but they've both moved up because whoever it was in the green car, and there's it's a Lamborghini, so that would be the Lamborghini of Barnett. So Barnett must have dropped off track there, lost himself a little bit. He's dropped some places. Audi currently in 23rd, and he's chasing down Chafer in 22nd. So this is a group, this is one of the packs that's happening here. Let's move a couple of cars forwards to James Kell, who's driving in that Lexus. So he's away from this group. It's actually Martin Chafer who's in that fantastic, he looks like he's had some incident at the front of the car there. You can see the bonnet's a little bit smashed up. We take a look on the tail of his car as we look back at Kell. We look back at Scottfree, who is putting a lot of pressure on him right now as we go through the switchbacks here. It's a great section of the track, Maggots, Beckett's, as we then accelerate down the Hangar Straight. Really difficult to get that exit right, but you want to get on the pedal as soon as you can, because this is a long straight, plenty of opportunity to take somebody out over there. And he seems to have covered himself off nicely as we go into the first 20 minutes of the race. So it feels like a sprint. Everyone's heart rates would have been through the ceiling for that first 5 to 10 minutes as we box with each other really tightly. But it's actually this phase of the stint. Everyone is now 20 minutes into their stint. They should be finding their rhythm. They should be finding the natural pace that they're used to and they're capable of delivering all the time. And this is actually an interesting phase, because what happens is some people's natural pace after those first crazy 2 laps is quicker than others, even though they may have qualified less. Interesting when you think about the way endurance racing runs, you often have a really fast qualifying driver, and sometimes not always the driver with the most pace when it comes to racing. Other drivers really like the wheel-to-wheel action, you know, checking, being on the door handle of the next car just gives them that extra edge. And it's really good to see. And it looks to me like Scott Free might get the run on this, so we'll go outside, see whether we can see him make the move. He dives up, goes into the apex as quickly as he can, and that looked to me like a nice clean move there. Scott Free slides through and moves up into 22nd position ahead of Chafer, who we're still watching as the battle continues to rage. And there you go, Chafer pulls off. He's had enough with that car, obviously having some handling issues, and he dives away. And now we'll switch to Scott Free, and just looking in the back, Audi looks like he's under pressure going into this corner. This is very, very challenging to corner to pass on, and that was very respectful by both drivers, giving each other as much space as they could do. But it looks to me like he's got this covered, Audi, as he takes the right line into the start of the Maggots-Beckett sequence here. But Theobald's all over him. Got a little wiggle on there, might lose a little bit of time. So there's clearly a battle here, as now it looks to me like Theobald's under pressure from behind. So he's got Saint Laurent up his backside now, having made a little bit of a hefty wiggle inside of Maggots and Beckett. So he's gone defensive, kept himself neutral down the middle of the track. Let's just check back on that to make sure he covers that off, and he does safely. Let's move further back. So let's look at Chafer's. Chafer's gone into the pits. Pedro is in 31st. There's some gaps at the back of the pack here. I'm going to just check up the field to make sure we don't have any changes at the front. Solheim first, Jake Moore, and Elgaard has now recovered back third. So where we saw him previously, and he dropped from 2nd to 4th, he's now gone back up to 3rd place. So some kind of normality has been resumed, but I think he's passed Crawford Brown in the process. The gap here then, as they go through, they're just crossing into their 10th lap. Solheim is leading us off still. It looks to me like he's got a 4-second gap on speed in 2nd place, who has gapped 10 seconds on Elgaard in 3rd place. So spreading out a little bit at the front, as you can see, exiting the pits is Chafer on the side there. Some fast cars going on in this section here, looking at driver position number 16, that's car 64 Voodoo, just put in his fastest lap, I believe, a 2 minute and 40 seconds. That's actually interesting to track that. Currently, we only have 3 drivers who have made it, 4 or 5 drivers who have made it underneath the 2 minute mark. But just to make the point really clear here, Crawford Brown is sitting in 4th position, comfortably in 4th position, and the fastest lap they've made is a 2:01. Sorry, I'm lying. I'm looking at the wrong column on my stupid screen. Big apologies, Crawford Brown. How could I ever think you'd done a 2:01? It's a 1:58. What we've got is 4 drivers in the 1:58s, and I can see a handful, maybe another 5 or so drivers in the 1:59s already. Many of them tracking in the 2 minutes, and you can see this is a battle that is kicking off here in the middle of the field. So this is the battle for 16th place. We've got Voodoo leading them off with with Pereira behind, Terekov in 18th and Haynes in 19th. A little group of 3 or 4 of them there. I'll just track that from the side of the camera as we check out where else the packs are. I can see Dorr is putting in fastest laps, as is Kell and Scott Free. So Scott Free looks like he is Scott Free. Moving ahead, I think he was probably getting held back starting to gap nicely. Let's return back to the Voodoo battle as it was in 16th position, just to make sure we see if anything happens here. And interesting, the straight is so long here. This is Wellington Straight going here down the bottom corner, and it's when you see the row of cars ahead of you, it does really incentivize you. You know, you might think, well, I'm only 25 minutes into this race and there's many cars I can't see. But the cars you can see, they continue to give you effectively markers every lap to see whether you're making progress. Yeah, of course, you've got your overlay, which tells you your delta. But, you know, when you're actually really racing, you don't have any deltas that are quite so easy to read when you're in a real car. So you tend to do spotting on braking points, turn-in points, and you're checking whether you're making progress on the car in front. And it becomes incredibly intuitive when you get that feeling that you're on the hunt. And yeah, it really feels in the opposite direction the same when you've got somebody in the mirror and they just seem to get closer and closer. Best not to drive in the mirror, clearly. You should be driving in front of you, but it does happen. You get under pressure and you start to make mistakes. So we are currently into lap 11, I believe. Yes, we are. And I'm just checking through here to see whether we've had any retirements. We are 38 cars on track. And I had checked out Simon Indal earlier, and we thought he would retired. If you remember, he was sat in the pits, not going anywhere, but he's not retired. He's back out and he's racing, which is fantastic news. Robert is in 37th and Van der Valk is in 36th. Let's just check, see if there's any other close battles going on. I can see in 19th, that looks like that's getting interesting. Maybe I'm wrong. Rob Franken in 19th position in the Jag. Looking great. As you can see, there is a group ahead. This is that group of 4 we were checking out earlier. They seem to be fairly tightly packed, and you can see Badowski, actually it's Lowe who's really into this race at the minute. If we go back to 11th place, this is where there's a battle on, all right. Let's take a look at Diego Zamora in 10th. He's currently holding off Lowe, Badowski and Morris in this little trail here, but it's really Lowe and Badowski. Badowski's been on the move by the look of it. If you ask me, Badowski looks like he's currently carrying good pace. He's done a 1:59.7 as his fastest. Obviously had a slow lap last. He did a 2:02.8, which is way off the pace. But I think that's due to the fact both of these drivers behind Lowe and Badowski both had slow laps, so they've obviously gone in a bit of a pickle, or maybe compromised each other's race line. But let's check on board with Badowski. Let's go back a couple of cars and jump into that Bentley and see what it looks like as we go down the Hanger Straight. Track temperature and ambient temperature has dropped off slightly. You can see the track is actually optimum at the moment, but we've had 1 degree drop in that first 25 minutes of racing. Bentley, I would expect to be pretty handy around here. There's not too many technical slow corners. Most of it's blitzing fast. The Bentley tends to ride the curbs well. Got quite a big wheelbase, so it's pretty easy to handle over curb jumps. And if you can get the setup right of this, the Bentley is quite a difficult car to beat, as he tracks in behind the McLaren of Lowe. So they seem to have spread out a little bit. Just going to track further back down the field, see if there's any other racing. Let me just, before I do that, make sure that we're in the same general position at the front. We are, no changes. Let's go a little bit further forwards and look at Diego Catalan, who's in 9th place. He's driving in the Ferrari, and he's made some good progress. So let's just check on that qualifier. It's quite difficult because the qualifier table doesn't always show every driver has driven, because obviously not everyone wants to have a go at it, so it's a bit out of tinker there. But that his car is number 508, so 508. Getting snow blindness with numbers. Car 508, Diego Catalan, who qualified in 13th. So currently 4 positions up on quali. You'd be happy with that, with half an hour gone in the race. Plenty of opportunity for that to continue, and you can see by the look of it, Williams, it looks like he's getting a little bit closer to Andre Bergsma in front of him. Let's jump on board. Oh, we're definitely trying to find a little bit of space there. That McLaren lost his braking point, I think. He's going to have to cover himself off here. Not really a lunging place. Takes the careful line here. And you can see this battle is not going to help their lap times, because in our mirror, Catalan continues to get closer. But the McLaren in front of Bergsma looked like he was a little bit offline there on the braking, probably just missed the braking point or the turn in. Didn't quite make the apex, and he gave Williams a really good sniffing chance of getting in there. Of course, you know, half invited means fully invited, as long as you don't make contact. Looking good. Yeah, again, missing the apex, maybe just taking a little bit too much pace into the corners as he tries to gap us in the driving on board with Williams here. It looks to me like he's maybe a little bit unshaken here. Let's jump onto the tail of that McLaren and look back, see if we can get a back shot on the Bentley behind. Lovely to see the flames licking out the back, and look at that, Catalan really hit them both hard under the brakes there as we make that final turn. Great racing all around the track, nice and safe, nobody throwing anyone off, which is always good to see. Car has very different performance characteristics, and that's one of the things that I think is really great about this particular sim. And there's this balance that's in place, the balance of performance. Or was that a back marker? It could have been, well, it was blue flagged anyway, so certainly not on these guys' laps. They looked like he was compromised. One of the drivers behind either had a massive lag spike there. No, it was a lag spike drifted back onto the curb. Oh, it does frustrate. It's really impossible. You see a car go spooning off the side of the track, and you assume it's because they've lost control of the car, and it's actually just they had a bit of a lag. But while we're watching that, what's happened is Bergsma, as we're looking back onto Williams, he's keeping him at bay, but they are compressing behind these three. Let's go camera and look at that from the side. Yep, tight looking race that. You can see these 5 or 6 cars are all most definitely in contention with each other, which is always good to see. You want to make sure that the racing is competitive all of the time, and it's certainly shaping up to be that way. As they make their turn, it looks to me, we're on lap 14, heading out down to the Wallington Straight, if I'm not too confused on where we are. And the next sequence up here is Brooklands. This is left into a right. Actually, let's jump on board, do a quick lap round, and let's find somebody who's really in the thick of it. It's looking pretty close with Lowe. So jumping on board with Lowe here as we go over the start-finish straight, and this is Cops, a very, very fast right-hander. It looks blistering on the television when you watch the Formula One cars. They flick the car around there at ultra speed. As we head into the Maggots and Beckett's sequence, this gets tighter and tighter, but still a lot of G-forces if you're actually really racing in the cars here. And then we get the foot down through Chapel, the final of those sequences, down the Hanger Straight. Hanger Straight, very big, very wide, plenty of opportunities to put the frighteners on the driver in front, and we brake as late as we dare into Stowe, which is a slightly tightening corner, seems to go on a bit, drifts away from you on the left-hand side. Got to be careful not to hit the throttle too hard as we're running down Vale into the Vale sequence here, which will then lead us into the slow two right-handers. Actually, it's very difficult to get this right-hand apex. You have to make sure you're balancing the throttle, and that's Club. Down the Hamilton Straight, named after you-know-who, which is where the new start-finish sequence is, and then into Abbey, which is very, very fast, and then in Brown Farm, again, flat out, keeping the white knuckle ride around there, and into Village, which is a tightening and tightening right-hander. It's not really a complete U-turn, but it's very, very tight. That's the loop on the left there. Again, pick your acceleration point, because you're going to be down on the accelerator for some time. Don't lift as you go through Aintree, and then you're onto the Wellington Straight, a shorter straight than Hanger Straight, but not by much. And then we head down hard into Brooklands, which is very, very deceptive. You can take it wide, you can take it narrow, but you've got to make sure that you make this corner Luffield, which is more than 180 degrees right-hander and feels like it goes on forever and ever and ever through Woodcut, and then you're back into the start-finish straight again. So that's a lap that typically takes around 2 minutes. And then if you're one of the fast guys at the front, or gals, it's 1 minute and 58 right now, because our fastest lap for today is so far 158.491. And who guessed? That'd be Solheim, who's currently leading us off at the front here. Let's take a look at Solheim. Front of the track, getting that BMW really nicely balanced. He's on lap 16, it's taking us through to the 17th lap now. He's ahead of Jake Moore, speed, Elgard in third, and Crawford Brown in fourth there. We've got Rambach in fifth, Carolia in sixth, Bergsma in seventh, and Williams in eighth. We've got Catalan in ninth, and in 10th this day goes Samora. Let's just have a look at Williams to see how that battle is still going. Look at this, it's pretty relentless at this phase. You've got Williams right behind Bergsma and keeping off Catalan, who is still in this race, with Zamora in the Audi, keeping these four tightly together. We'll track this for a little bit further. I'll just have a little look back on the track, see how we're getting. Oh, we have a slider. I missed it. That was contact, I think. We have a slider. And he was Williams was very keen to get on the throttle there. And he may have actually gave the driver a little tag as he came through. I think this is a back marker, pulling aside here, getting out of the way of a two-way, and that's kind of compromised the McLaren of Lowe, who's determined to stick it up the inside here as we go down and into Brooklands and then into Luffield. And that's nice. He's made that move stick, so Williams will be furious with himself. Obviously had some incident. I had my eyes not quite on the screen at the time when he went round the loop there. I think that's where he lost it. Could have been round and into Aintree. But yet certainly got caught and tagged somebody as he went through, and I'm pretty sure he'll be extremely hot in the face right now as he tries to recover it. And you can see behind the Catalan, position number 12, Catalan, really putting the pressure there on the Bentley of Badowski. This four is still fighting very hard here, and Lowe has managed to break away and take us off in this group of four. And at the back of that group of four, it is Morgan, I think. Is that Morgan? No, that's the back marker. I apologise. Morgan is 5 seconds back up the road. So we'll track this for a little bit longer because it looks like this action is not yet finished. Let's jump on board in that Bentley, shall we? And see what it's like. Get my head right here. That's Badowski. Let's jump in. Now looking through the times here, 16 laps in, we are 35 minutes into this race, 5 hours on top of that to go. Gaps are starting to spread out, you can see on the left-hand side there. Williams still very much in the fight there with Lowe. Dropped a couple of places, I think, with that mistake, but you know, that's soon to be forgotten with such a long race ahead. You've just not got to get hung out about what happened before. But this looks like this race is going to continue here. We're still on board here, just checking out which one was the reverse camera, because I could sense that was going to happen. Catalan is absolutely hungry to get past here. Let's take a little look at what it looks like driving Catalan for a moment as he chases down the Bentley. Start finish straight and into the super fast cops. Got to get your right wheels there, just on the apex, but the Ferrari very stiff. He took too much inside curb, got himself in an absolute wiggle there. He'll be furious, not just because of that, but because I caught it on the stream as well. I was just about to say, you take this corner on the right hand side, get a little bit of your tyres into the green turfy section, or fake turf tarmac concrete bit, but not too much, can't be too greedy, and I think that Ferrari just buck flipped him out because it just took a little too much curb there. And that's cost him a couple of places. He was all over the back of Badowski, and now he's in a different fight. He's in a bit of a battle here with Morris, who is in front of him, but who we've seen before. But he's now got Pereira, Terekhov, and Dorr chasing down as well. So again, an issue. You know, you have that, you spin off, you recover it. But if you've made 5 or 6 seconds gap on somebody back further down the field, as long as you've not damaged your car, which I wouldn't have thought you would have done with that little spin, is in the end, that 5 or 6 seconds, I mean, yeah, it could cost you the race, but the chances are you'll still make great track position if you can keep consistently driving fast around the circuit. He's absolutely going for it here. You can see he really wants to recover. He throws it up the inside, and respectfully, Morris is going to put his car up the inside as we turn left through the loop and into Aintree, which is exactly the technique you'd expect. But neither of them are currently giving way, and it looks to me like the Ferrari there has made it through. Nice move there from Catalan. He was clearly looking quicker, and I think he probably knew that. I think Morris probably thought not really the right moment to fight. Actually just outbroke himself there, which has maybe given the open door for Morris to fight back, but now closes it on Luffield. Interesting, when you come up to another car, when you're in an endurance race, if you're clearly faster than them, you're going to push for track position, you're going to push to move ahead of them. But there are some times where you just don't choose to take the battle on. Maybe the driver ahead is maybe the driver behind is quicker. You know they're quicker. They've been catching you half second a lap. And you think to yourself, well, you know, with 5 hours to go, what chance do I have of holding this person off for another 150 laps? Probably zero. So, you know, you have to be selective with when you get aggressive on the defense and when you get aggressive on the attack. Pick your battles, make sure you're in the right place at the right time, I guess, for most of these things. Battle's still raging here as Morris now finds himself under a different type of pressure. This is the pressure of the Bentley, thinking there's enough room up the inside, but Morris gives him just an inch too little space, which is perfect. He balanced that really well there. Morris just kept him really on the inside there, and I think he's going to still make this move stick while we're looking at Terekhov in the back there looking interested as well. So Morris has had to cede another place in that lap, but you can see Catalan has driven away from this little pack here. Another battle going on just behind, the 3 cars behind. But Morris now really needs to hold this together. He's got a Pereira who's taken over the lead in front of him, incorrectly marked on our scoreboards at the minute, I believe, because that's a Ferrari right behind him. That's the Ferrari of Terekhov. And if we look at the back of that Ferrari, we'll see how close it is as the Jag starts to get closer to that group as well. So it's Morris, we're on board with Morris, looking out the back at Terekhov with Dorr and Kell and Carolia, all in this battle. 40 minutes gone. Each driver has had the sweats by now, probably hydrating as they go along. God, how old am I that I'm talking about hydration? Yeah, take a drink, everyone, take a drink. Let's run back. Let's just do a quick check and see where we are from the front to back. So in first position currently is Valerie Solheim, 3.3 seconds ahead of Jake. Plenty of racing left. 2 more drivers in each of those cars left. They may have different performance levels. Jake is in second place, speed. Running quite comfortably there ahead of Elgard in third. We've got Crawford Brown here in fourth. Let's switch camera, get a better look at these beautiful liveries. And then we have Yannick Rambach here, who's in fifth, driving that fantastic looking AMG. Diego Zamora is in sixth. And we have Andre Bergsma in seventh. Wu Kit Low is in eighth. And Harry Williams is in ninth, with Marco Badowski in 10th. That's your top 10 drivers. They're all going quite considerably slower than they were 20 minutes ago, as the tyres probably shave off a little bit. We've got Callum Morgan in 11th, and Albert Arona in the Porsche. Bad camera, isn't it? There's the Porsche, sorry. Behind Voodoo, currently running in 13th position there in a Lexus, covering himself off from Max Haynes, who's in that Beamer. That's 14th position, and now in 15th is Diego Catalan. We had some exciting racing with Diego earlier, and in 16th is Dino Pereira in that big old green Bentley. Behind him in 17th position is Terekov, running in the Ferrari. Now checking who was, that must be a back marker that's between them. Yes, it is. We have Josh Moore in 18th, looking comfortable, and Dorr behind him in the Jag, with Rob Franken in the in 19th. No, Rob Franken is not in the server. Okay, maybe there's a glitch there because I don't have Rob Franken. He's marked on my director here as in 19th, but he's not. James Kell then in 20th position. He is tracking down Scott Free, who is in 21st position, running well. Justin Saint Laurent is in front in 22nd. Sorry, it's behind in 22nd, with Matt Tarbuck in 23rd behind the pair of them. Demiano De Gennaro, what a beautiful name, is in 24th, and Dan Theobald, go on Dan, is in 25th. Ahead of Lee Duckworth in 26th, with Jesper Roland in 26th. No, not Jesper Roland in 26th, another potential non-server there. RWB Audi is in 27th. I'm not reading off the left-hand side here. I'm on the stream. I'm reading through the director notes I've got here. And then I've got Joshua Vanstone here in 28th, with Usama Karolia in 29th. Pedro Pereira in the blue Arctic camo attack, nice livery there, is in 30th, with Nick Badgen in 31st. Aidan Coleman is in 32nd, and Simone Guido is in 33rd. Gianni Lenz, Long, need him to tell me how to pronounce his name properly, is in 34th, with Joel van der Valk in the Gulf-coloured Lexus in 35th. Josh Schneider, 36. Little battle going on there as he keeps away RWB Robert. Let me just check I've got that right. Yeah, the lime green of that Lamborghini is RWB Robert. Then we've got Simon Indel, who is in 38th position and still racing. So that's 38 cars, which means we have 38 times 3. Somebody else do the maths for me, please. That's 23, 24, 114 drivers. Somebody will tell me. And that is your front to back. Let's take a look and see where the racing is occurring elsewhere. Let's take a look at Diego Zamora, and I'll track the timings. So James is here in 20th position. James Kell running in the Lexus. Looks like he's having a bit of a ding-dong. Ooh, that's close as we go down Hanger Straight. This is Morris. You remember Morris having some situations earlier, and that was a little bit of a friendly tap there as they went in. Not much space given to Kell as he made his move up at the bottom of the straight there. So defending, and he's missed his braking point, gone too deep. He'll take the right-hand side and give space. Doesn't need to. He's kept his foot nicely in there, well balanced, but he'll compromise on that apex now. And you'd think that he might be under threat as we go fast into Abbey and Farm, but there's nothing you can do. You can't pass here. You've just got to watch your space and hope you can launch it up the inside for Village. But I think he's dropped Morris in that case, and we're okay looking in the rear view mirror there. So Kell made a move while I jumped on board. Good work. Let's take a little look elsewhere. Looks to me like Tarbuck might be in an interesting battle as well. Going back to 23rd position to check with Matt Tarbuck here. Yeah, most of the timings I'm seeing here are pretty much in the red. Nobody's picked up the pace with one exception, which is Callum Morgan Callum is on a fast lap at the minute, 0.2 seconds faster than his previous best, actually, as it stands. His previous best was 1:59.880. Last lap was a 2-minute. So he's on a pacey situation here, as is Terekov in 17th position. So this mid-group here seems to have picked up the pace a little bit, dropped a little time on the exit out of, never get my corner names correct, out of Chapel, and he's dropped now, he's breaking even. But yeah, in general, I think most drivers are finding their actual race pace rather than the fresh tyre pace that they had previously, and going very well. Let's go back and check through further on the field. You can see most of the gapping here is around the point something of a second, but if we look at number 8, which is low again, they look like they're in a little bit of a cluster. Looking at Bergsma low, and I believe that's not, yeah, there's Williams. No changes at the front, I don't think. Solheim from Moore from Elgard, 1, 2, 3, with Crawford Brown, Rambach, Zamora, Bergsma, low here, Williams and Badowski making your top 10. So pretty much not much shifting in that top 10. They're pretty much gapping, or at least keeping in eyeball sight of each other. A mix of cars, mix of manufacturers, actually a really great mix of manufacturers. So all of the Bok fiends should forget about it. It's a BMW from a Lamborghini, Ferrari, Lexus, Mercedes, Audi, and McLaren. So if you don't think the game has good balance of performance and that handicapping has worked and the team have done a great job of doing the ballast working out, there's your evidence. Terekov still looking like he's going a little bit quicker than his previous laps here. Let's jump back to position 17 and check Terekov out. He's maybe he's in a little clean air now, but yeah, definitely picking up his own pace here. Maybe he's just getting a little bit obsessed about getting onto the back of Pereira in front of him in that Bentley, but he's gone quicker than he's gone previously. His fastest lap was a 2 minutes 0.4 seconds, and he's already up on that. So yeah, it's amazing what happens. You get to see somebody in front of you, you start to drive slightly differently, slightly more aggressively than you have done previously when you've been setting your own trial times. It's almost like they draw you in. If you're really, really hungry to pass somebody, it seems like you're driving in a different way. You're more focused on the car in front, and sometimes you follow the other driver's maneuvers. That's a very typical thing to do. The car in front goes too wide, you go too wide because you're simply tracking so hard on their rear quarter. But yeah, it looks like he was making some good pace there. If we jump on the back of Dino Pereira just to see just how close that can be. Bentley's got great straight line speed, but the Ferrari is, given how big this Bentley is, literally the Ferrari is underneath him. And when you make this, he's showing his front in order to give the message, but just giving the message. Takes a quite different line there into Brooklands and then Luffield, but it's one of those things, you trade different lines through Brooklands and Luffield. There's a lot of different choices you can make, and there is probably a fastest line there, but there's actually quite a lot of lines that make so little difference to each other because it's a very fast left-hander into a very slow right-hander, and you can throw a lot of speed into the first corner and lose it in the second, or you can compromise your speed in the first and pick it up in the second. It's just one of those sequences. Let's take a little look further up the field at Williams in 9th position, who looks like this little group is continuing to entertain each other. Again, what do you think? You're 51 minutes, 52 minutes into your first session. Tiring work, racing fast and sim racing, and you're thinking, okay, I'm going to hand over the car in the next 2 or 3 laps. don't want to get them in front of these guys and go for the undercut. You're probably on TeamSpeak or Skype or some other channel, chatting with your teammates right now, trying to work out whether you want to go early or late. You can see that entrant on the left-hand side there. I think it could be a back marker, just checking through. That could have been Rambach, actually. That actually could have been Rambach who'd gone off, and you can see him in our rearview mirror. Maybe that he lost a little bit of time there. Just watched the scoreboard to see whether that was him. It was definitely a Mercedes. It was the Mercedes that had the amazing livery with the bird of prey on the side. But I'm not sure whether that was Rambach's car. And of course, it takes a little time for the system to update. The lag time here, I can't see Rambach changing his position on my scoreboard either. But yeah, so somebody re-entered from the side there, and we're looking at Williams currently in 9th place. Yep. What do? Do you go early? Do you go late into your pit window? Do you fancy a double stint? You have to create a strategy at the start of a 6-hour race. You create it with your other teammates, and then that strategy gets thrown out the window as soon as you get into the race. Chances are you can stick to it if you've got a pretty good idea of what you're planning to do already. See, there's a lot of what looks to me like lagging going on there. And in fact, if you look on the score there, Noah's lagging pretty badly, and that's shimmering his car around. It's extremely off-putting when you're the driver in front, trying to pick your line. You know, sometimes it can elastic band. It's not so much elastic banding here, it's just the car is displacing laterally on the corner. You have to be extremely careful that you don't get suddenly sideswiped through no fault of the driver in front, just because it's got a really bad connection on the server at this moment. No, obviously server connections, they do tend to change throughout the session, but that is solid red and has been at least a lap there. Very difficult to race with that going on. No, it wasn't Yannick Rambach. Major apologies to Yannick and his team. How could I ever have doubted him? Currently running in 4th position, unless he's got a team livery elsewhere on the circuit. Let's see if we can get that rooftop on the camera. I can't quite get high enough. Nice work with the flags on the roof there. Yep, Rambach running in 4th place in the Mercedes. Looking chill, yeah? Looking relaxed. No one around, no one in front, no one behind. It's just on his own. Still thinking strategy. Still getting told what to be done in his ear from his teammates, or maybe neither of them are actually online and leaving him to it. But yeah, looking good in 4th position. There is the Mercedes of Yannick Rambach.
Someone else looking and sounding good as you, Beanster. How are you doing?
Oh, bless you. That's very sweet of you. Not so much the looking good, but yeah, sounding so cool. Yeah, all good. Race is pretty exciting, as you know. Very difficult to keep up with the pace of the incidents at the start of the race. Everyone's clanging doors, and it was getting a bit hairy at one or two moments. I probably missed a lot on the stream, but actually, yeah, very good. And we're settled into that 1st hour sequence now. Nice gaps on the screen. What have you made of it so far?
Well, it's been fantastic for the team I'm with today. We're in P21 currently. So it was actually so chilled at the front. I looked back and there was so many, I wouldn't say incidents, it just seemed like there was kind of a mess all over the place at times.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's always the case no matter what it is. It's always a mess at the start of a race.
Yeah, it's quite brutal when you're 3 and 4 wide. The track actually allows that. It's very wide surfaced, and you can actually go door to door with 3, even 4 in some places on the circuit. But where did you qualify? You're in P21 right now. Crawford's on board.
Yeah, so we qualified P9, managed to get into P4, and then our guy just did a very quick pit stop. So it's always good to see. But
yeah. So you've made your first pit changeover, hence the being in 20th. So okay. Any insight on the strategy then? Why did you make a quick pit?
He's our main guy, Crawford. He's kind of been a strategist on this, and he kept complaining about the tyres dropped off after about 55 minutes in that car. So it's going to be 6 stops for us rather than what I'm sure everyone else will be doing, 5 stops.
Wait, so he's going to double stint, or has he just made a kind of tactical stop?
He's double stinting. Okay. He's a bit, yeah. He's not raced for a while.
On the fly strategy, or did you plan this?
We planned this, so
Okay.
planned it like 10 minutes before the race started. But yeah, we've got
planning. Yeah,
we
all
call
out
it
the
planning.
back of Saint Laurent right now. Going to put it up the inside by the look of it. Quite comfortable, I think. He's obviously a higher pace driver, and you've selected the Lexus, which of course is a fabulous choice. We're in the Lexus as well, but we're not in the heady heights of Posi 20. We are currently, I'm driving with, we're not so far behind you. We are 22nd.
Oh, nice.
But that's our first driver. He is not pitted yet, so we're in 22nd legitimately. That's where we are. But yeah, it's good racing so far. When are you on then? Or don't you know?
I'm supposed to be doing the night stuff, so I'm right towards the end. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. But of course, it's always kind of the sitting and waiting that gets me. You have no control over what's going on.
No.
You're seeing your driver make moves that you wouldn't.
Yep.
Well, you would do, but you wouldn't tell anyone else to do. So it's kind of it's a bit hair-raising at times.
Have you driven with this team before? You know these guys, or is this a bundled together team?
I drive with these guys all the time, unfortunately.
Okay.
So I know what they're all like, which is it's good. But we're running two cars. We've got the 141 Lexus and the 33 Lexus. So.
And where is the 33 Lexus?
Apparently, P17 they had a bit of a kerfuffle at the start of a race. So.
Oh yes, that's
unfortunately, they dropped down a bit. Yeah.
They're looking. Yeah, like I followed James earlier in the race. He made some good moves. I didn't see him have any incidents at the start, but I know there was an incident in the Maggots Beckett sequence, and I think my team were a little bit caught out on that. But yeah, so you're running 17th and 19th as a group here. What's the camaraderie like between the lot? Are you expecting to beat the other team, or is that not an issue?
Well, they've got James, and James has brought one of his pals, who they race Mazda MX-5s together. So both of them are exceptionally quick. They've got Ian as well, he can be quick if he gets his finger out.
So just to be clear, that's real racing in MX-5s. Are they MX-5 Cup or are they
MX-5 Cups? Or I'm pretty sure, and of course James is doing the British GT as well. Yeah. So it doesn't. Yeah, it's always good fun whenever we're beating him because we're like, hey, get up here. We're fast on a real racing driver. You have
to. For anyone else who hasn't, who's listening in or streaming, who doesn't know, James Kell is actually one of the real GT drivers in the UK, in the British circuit. So he's used to handling. Is it GT4s, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
He's used to handling the real machinery in real racing situations. And I always think to myself, when you're sim racers like us, it's much more at stake for him jumping into sim racing because it is a completely different environment. It's not real racing. You don't have all the same messages from the car that you get when you're in a real car, and it's very difficult when you've got sim racers. I put buddies in inverted commas around you who have basically got one thing on their mind, and that's to beat you.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure James will probably be kicking himself that Crawford's doing a bit better than he is right now, but I mean that's the way sim racing is. With real racing as well. Sometimes there's stuff that's just completely out of control for you, so you just have to roll with the punches.
Do you fancy Silverstone? Is it one of your favourites?
Oh, I can't stand Silverstone. It's one of those tracks. I know it's one of those ones which people rate so highly, but I can't stand it.
Why is that?
Give me Kyalami any day.
What's its problem? I must admit I'm the same as you. It's not for me. It's not my cup of tea. But why?
For me, it's just there's no elevation change. It's a very wide track. It's brilliant in the LMP cars. In the R Factor 2 race that RWB held, 2 months ago, I think. It was brilliant for that fast-paced stuff. The Formula 1, it's brilliant as well. But in GT cars, I just love a bit of elevation change, like Spa, Kyalami, Laguna.
It's impressive stuff, really. It's I have the same problem with it. There's no elevation. I can't find the character for the track, but it's so fast, and maybe that's the whole thing. You get in a fast car like an LMP or a Formula 1 car, and it's completely different. It's just a fantastic experience, because these corners, particularly this one here, we're seeing Maggots and Beckett's, is just blistering. I've driven this circuit in real life in a Caterham. A Caterham you can't do the track justice in a Caterham. It gets to 120 miles an hour and it's flat out battering against the wind, and you seem like you're on the rev limiter for the entirety of Hanger and Wellington Straight, and it's just that, the lap takes too long. But when you're in a fast car like a GT3, it must be really exhilarating.
Yeah, 100%. It's absolutely mental. I'll admit, I've only driven around the track at the runoff area at Cops. For a little bit, but that was kind of a university thing. But it was still, there's so much history and heritage behind it. It's just, when you go there and you walk on the track, for me, I got a fizz all over my skin, and you just get chills everywhere because it's such a magical circuit, and so much history's been made here.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's great when you get to these places that you've seen on the telly all your life, and you start to kind of drink it in, and there's something very special as well, isn't there, about the paddock area and a kind of buzz of racing with all these professional driving cars, and it's just, I must admit, I really love going to it. Lockdown's been a real pain for that. You want to get to as much racing as you can. I managed to watch one of the British GT races from the tail end of last season when we were just getting out of lockdown in the UK at Snetterton, and that was just great to hear these cars going past you. The games never do it justice. The cars sound brutal when they come past.
Yeah, just standing next to the pit wall and you can feel the air being pushed along. It just slaps you in the face.
Yeah,
and then feeling the rumble. Even track days, you get some cars turning up in their massive V8s or high revving, high pitch V12s, and you can feel it in your chest. You just feel this rumble, and it's absolutely magical.
Yeah, must admit, big motor racing fan, as I'm sure pretty much everyone who jumps into sim racing is. Well, we've just passed the first hour. We've seen a few pit changes going over. I can see Williams is in the pit, Voodoo's in the pit, and Terekhov is in the pit. So I can see we're starting to see some replacements at the front. Valerie, Solheim, Jake. There you go, as I speak. Valerie has just gone into the pit. So our race leader drops into the pits and allows Jake and Elgard to pass through. By the look of it, no, Elgard is making this opportunity as well, so no undercutting. And now Speed is at the front, and he's got to get a good couple of laps in here if he can, but it doesn't look great because he's got traffic in front of him. His opportunity to gap in front there has been really compromised. You've already done yours, so you're clean air. What's the next strategy for you guys?
For us, it's just keep going for the next 52 minutes, and then put in Jack, our other drivers. So I've got a long wait. I'm currently waiting on pizza as well, so that's my kind of treat for sitting down and waiting.
I must admit, that was the first thing that's on my mind right now. Is I'm going to quit from the comms box. I don't know whether you're going to stay a little longer or you want to jump back into your team bus as well, but I'm going to quit out soon.
Yeah, I'll stick around and see if I can round up some more people to join.
All right, so I'm going to put it on autopilot. So we're going to switch to auto camera, which means that you won't have such nice control of the cameras as we go forwards. And I'll see you guys later. I hope you have a fantastic race, and you don't beat us. But...
Cheers on you.
Right, cheers, bye.
Yeah. So, 4 hours 54 minutes left on the clock. I'm Josh of Team Wolfpack. Of course, you may recognize me. Some of you RWB aficionados, fans and whatnot. You may recognize me from doing the Super Saturday series with James Kell. So the two of us are kind of on the same team, but not in the same car. So let's see how that goes. But we're seeing Jake Moore, P1 guy, racing in the Racing Sentinels team, in fact Lamborghini. Absolutely rapid thing around here, but he's going to have to be careful because Valerie Solheim, he qualified pole and he did something ridiculous, like 140 laps around the tracks. It's absolutely mental how quick and how many laps he did. But fantastic stuff to see them up at the front, and really close battles. Even an hour, over an hour in, we've got car number 93 and car number 64. They're in P18 and P90 with D Smith and H Gomez at the wheel. They're probably going at it. You can see on the timing screen now. We're seeing Zamora in number 77 Audi. He's just pitted as well. But yeah, you can see all the cars rushing past as we're stuck on board with Jake Moore, auto director, kind of living up to what it does best, which is not focusing on what we want to see. But we've also got Pereira and for number 99 Bentley. He's battling Inchtemma. Sorry, I'm absolutely butchering names, but for number 627 Ferrari. But yeah, here we go. Following Hugo Gomez and the number 93 BMW as he chases down D. Smith and the number 64 Lexus. Pretty quick car to BMW around here, but you know, I'm in the number 141 Lexus, so I kind of have to root for that Lexus in front of him from a constructor's point of view. But you can see we've got James Kell behind him as well, along with the Ferrari of looks like Pinpoint, I suspect, but we'll let you know later on when I figure it out. But yeah, sorry, that's the Ferrari of Munster and the 488 Ferrari. But yeah, Hugo Gomez still pushing at it, going for it, and yeah, let's see how this battle goes on later on. But we're currently now looking at Toropainen in the number 17 Lexus as well. He's catching up to well, he's trying to catch up to Hoogeveen in that McLaren as well, but he's under pressure from De Caro and the number 27 Ferrari, currently 0.6 seconds, sorry, off the back of him. Well, I need to get my head on straight for all this. I'm usually a pint in by now, but yeah, you can see the Lexus going very sideways, and unfortunately that's Toropainen getting a little bit sideways and unfortunately spinning it, but needs to be careful with all the cars going around him when he rejoins. Very unfortunate, but now back onto Pinpoint in the 409 Ferrari. I think he might be an RWB member. I'm not too sure, but yeah, you can see the 409 Ferrari up ahead. He's trying to catch up to De Caro as well, but you're seeing these two cars ahead of him absolutely battling it out. They are back markers from what I can see from my own timing, but no, they're P2. That's P2 and Christopher Taverin in P3. Those guys are the currently P2, P3. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see how they do, but they've got an absolute massive lead to P4 man of Crawford Brown in the 141 Lexus. We've got G Moore in the number 75 Mercedes in P5, Alex Rogers in the number 13 McLaren in P6. So yeah, still plenty of time, plenty of stuff going on, but yeah, I'll see if there's anyone I can drag on in a bit, so you're not just stuck listening to me. But we've also got Lentini in the number 12 Porsche in P8, Jonan in the number 92 Bentley in P9, and Usama Karolia in the Simsoc McLaren, which is number 7, for those of you who are following car numbers. But yeah, looking back at Hugo Gomez, he's currently got, I believe that's James Kell behind him. So yeah, it's a tough one for Gomez. He's going to have to do something, because I'm not too sure, but yeah, he's gonna have to go for it and push a little bit harder, because he's got John Munro in the car behind him, he's quite quick, if I do say so myself. But yeah, this should be an interesting battle, and we'll see how it gets on. But yeah, it looks like the majority of cars have pitted at this stage. Some have done driver swaps. Some drivers are doing double stints out in the sun. But yeah, that sun is dropping, and the track temp has dropped as well with 17 degrees. But it still looks like it's going to be clear skies for the next 30 minutes. So even though I think a lot of teams were expecting rain, we're not expecting rain anytime soon in the race. We're seeing a Ferrari off the track there. Not too sure who that is. That might be Varga, but yeah, unfortunately, it looks like it's got a hefty amount of damage on the front end. Yeah, that looks like Varga in the 508 Ferrari. Very unfortunate, but we're currently watching Inchtemma in the 627 Ferrari going round as well. He's trying to catch up to Pereira in that number 99 Bentley. But yeah, looking forward. The McLarens, they've been showing exceptionally good pace. I believe they've currently got 45 kilos of ballast to try and balance them out with the other cars, because they're typically able to do low 157s, 58s quite easily. But yeah, looking now at Nigel in from number 92 Bentley, he's trying to chase down Gafford in that 999 McLaren. Very, very tricky, especially as we're seeing a little bit of hyping, but nothing to be concerned about for Nijonen as he tries to go around. But we're seeing Gomez has been passed by John Munro and is now under attack from. It looks like he's under attack from D. Smith as well, who dropped back slightly as well. He's dropped 2 places. The number 64 Lexus. Looking at the back of Nate Newcomer's number 56 BMW. He seems to absolutely love the BM. I think a lot of people in RWB get surprised when he's not in the BMW, but yeah, fantastic stuff. He's currently got 2 seconds to catch up to the only Jaguar in the field for number 404, driven by Dakuza at the moment. But yeah, back on board with P2 man Christopher Tavarin. He's still got a fair way to go to try and catch up to P1 man. But we'll see how it goes. He's currently 7 seconds off, but yeah, Solheim, absolutely rapid. He's been in it since the start, I believe, so it looks like he's doing a double stint, and we'll see how it goes later on. But yeah, Etier is also catching up to Tavarian, so he doesn't have to look in his mirrors just yet, but he does have to, put the laps in, try and catch up to Solheim, see if he can close that gap, because even though this may seem like it's kind of driver on driver, it is teams, and every driver is different pace, so we don't know if Tavarian is the fast driver or if Solheim's the slow driver in the team, but yeah, so far it's looking comfortable for Solheim, who just has to keep it clean when he's passing back markers. So yeah, it's not going too badly. It's not going too badly. I'm going to try and drop my my partner in crime, James Keller, a message, see if I can whap him on in here. But yeah, we'll see. That's me trying to convince James to get on here, because I think the last time we commentated an endurance race was back in Paul Ricard ages ago. In fact, speaking of, yesterday was our 6-month commentary anniversary with IWV. So can I get a what? But yeah, absolutely brilliant stuff so far, and the fact that we're still commentating is, I think it's a good sign. But yeah, if you're watching, if you're racing, if you're a guest, be sure to hit the subscribe button. I'm just going to do a little bit of pugging, just to try and keep you guys entertained. Also, so I'm not saying the same thing over and over again as usual. But yeah, if you're out there, hello. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for watching. I know some of you are the are other drivers in the teams who don't want to just watch the same POV for ages, but yeah, hello, say hi in chat, and let me know your predictions. If you're do you have any teams that you're supporting? Are there any cars that you want to see up the front? Do you think Solheim can keep off Tavarian? Do you think the number 36 BMW can keep it ahead of the number 100 Ferrari? Pop in your predictions. Let's see what you can do. But yeah, currently watching the back of Pereira in the number 99 Bentley, being hounded down by the number 77 Audi. That Audi is, I believe, a back marker as far as I can see, so he doesn't have to give way, but for self-preservation sometimes you just need to back on board with the number 33 Wolfpack car of John Munro. He's got Varga right behind. He's got Inch-Demmer behind him after just passing him now. Unfortunately, I don't have the controls, so Auto Director doing what it can. But Gavin Moore in number 75 Merc going through cops, being careful not to run too wide, because that's when you pick up the track penalties. And it's 3 penalties, and then you're goosed with a drive-through. So yeah, lots of things to keep in mind for the drivers. They'll of course have their teammates probably telling them to be careful, conserve fuel, conserve tyres, push now, don't push, let cars behind pass, and all that. It's a bit tactical. It's a bit like playing Age of Empires for anyone who's played that, where you need more wood. But yeah, it's going well so far, and we'll see how everything goes on. Look at the 508. The 508 Ferrari of Varga. It's going well so far for those guys in the Soul Race team. P17, very good. They're catching up to Gomez as well, and for number 93 BMW. But yeah, he's been caught up by Smith as well, and for number 64 Lexus. That thing's they all look so planted going through cops there, which is it seems to be a bit rare, you know, seeing cars planted. But yeah, no one here seems to be too uncertain, especially that Jaguar behind them, number 404, kind of famous, I think, for its top speed. So if you can get it tamed for the corners, I'm sure it'll be absolutely fantastic around here at Silverstone, where it's all about that straight line speed most of the time and the high speed corners. Looking at Cleveland now, he's being approached by what looks like a front runner. Sorry, no, that's him past a back marker. So thing with all these back markers and all that is you can use the traffic to your advantage. So you don't have to traffic don't have to let you by instantly. They have to do it in a safe place, because you don't want to just pull off the racing line. That's just when you fuck yourself a little bit. But yeah, it's going well so far, and hello to everyone. Just to get your predictions, we've got Red Sky saying, I'm betting my money on Racing Sim Tools Esport number 88 Lambo. Definitely a safe bet. Seeing that Ferrari pulled just in front of Gomez, fantastic stuff to get by in between that traffic. Very close there. Charger saying it's probably a good bet. But yeah, I agree with Red Sky, that 404 Jag. Pulling its weight, to be honest. It's doing very well for a Jag. I don't think anyone was expecting it to do this well. So fair play to those guys, the Kuza and Co. and number 404 Jag. We've also got CJ Hussein saying the number 409 Ferrari of Pinpoint, currently driving it right now. So those guys, yeah, I guess I have to say go on to RWB. Not meant to show bias, I think, but yeah, it's fantastic stuff so far, and we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I don't know how that Jag is doing so well. Those guys must have it absolutely dialed in. But yeah, as what's his name, Beanstar, as Beanstar was saying earlier, there were lots of incidents towards the start of the race. Unfortunately, we're seeing the number 3 Lamborghini, who was involved at the very start. So unfortunate there. We did also see some cars with the stop-go. We saw the car 488, number 202, number 35, number 816, and number 531. They had a 30-second stop-go at the start. So that's why we're seeing all these cars currently drop back a little bit. But yeah, Charger's eating prawns. So I don't know if that's what most drivers eat for a race. Just munching on some prawns. But yeah, if you are a driver out there and you're watching, definitely feel free to pop into the commentators chat, say hi, because I'm definitely not getting lonely. Okay, maybe I am a little bit, but it's all good. Currently watching D. Smith with the Jag, as we said earlier, the number 404 hounding the back of him. We'll see how Daniel Smith goes. That's the Racing Sim Tools Hiveline, Racing Sim Tools car as well. So yeah, good to see Red Sky drinking beer. Wish he had snacks though, so we'll see how, maybe the snack god will drop you some snacks. But yeah, Charger wishing he had beer. I'm surprised you guys don't have beer, especially you, Charger. I thought you'd have all the beer in the world. But yeah, I'm currently watching my teammate just absolutely claw through the pack right now to try and stay ahead of back markers to try and catch up to P3. So you can see him now, see Brown. Yeah, he's doing all right. If I think some people in RWB might know Crawford, and would wish they were in the car to punt him off right now, because half the time I want to punt him off the track, because he's a bit of a weapon at times. But yeah, he's doing well as he. But yeah, you can see him passing another car. Jeez, your auto director's good. It's learning, man. It's learning. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. I'm just putting another feeler out there for people to drop in. But yeah, it's all going well. It's all going very well. We've lots of custom liveries as well. Not sure if everyone kind of follows, but no. Nico Perez asking if there are any Hondas on track. From what I can see, there aren't, unfortunately. I thought there'd be more VTEC, or at least one, but no. There's no Hondas. There's a couple of Audis, I think. Nope, there's only one Audi, 1 and 2 Mercs. So yeah, very underrepresented. The Honda, the Audi, and the Mercedes. Lots of Lexus, lots of Bentleys, lots of Ferraris, a couple BMWs here and there dropped in and about, which, you know, I don't think a lot of people were expecting, especially with the BMW currently in P1 with Valerie Solheim at the wheel, because I think a lot of people would have chosen the BMW if it meant that they could do anything. But we're currently watching Pereira in for number 99, Bentley coming under attack from John Munro in for number 33. Lexus, he's got the inside from the next corner, but luckily Pereira tucks right in front of him in that lime green Bentley. But yeah, as I was saying, the custom liveries on this, really good job. You know, I'm not just saying that because I did a custom livery for the 33 and 141 Lexus cars. But yeah, absolutely brilliant stuff to see people actually putting in some effort. You know, getting a bit creative. Because I'm not sure about you, but I was hopeless at art school. I did well, I say art school and arts lessons in high school and primary school. All I could do was finger paint, and even then, I just ended up drawing dicks on A4 paper. So that was kind of my contribution to the world of arts and leisure and culture and all that. So, but yeah, can you draw? But yeah, it's Nico Perez stating no Honda, only one Audi. There can only be one conclusion. Then we do need more teams in the races. And I fully agree. More cars. I mean, it's unfortunate when something does happen, and I know it is a big commitment to ask people to do 6 hours, let alone 8, 10, 12. But it is great fun. You can split up with your buddies. You end up sitting down, drinking half the time. But yeah, it's good. It's good to see this amount of people though actually in Vex. We've got 36 cars. I believe. 37 cars, which means there's 111 drivers, or there should be 111 drivers on racing. So that's a huge number to get people together, and it's kind of amazing to see RWB manage to pull in that number of people to commit 6 hours to go racing. But it must be fun, otherwise people wouldn't do it. Because you're currently seeing this train at the moment of Ingenitima. I'm just going to say number 627 Ferrari, Varga in the 508 Ferrari, Daniel Smith, who we're following currently in the Lexus, and we've got D'Couza in the Jag, newcomer behind in the BMW, and yeah, it's a big train right now, especially an hour and a half in. We're coming up to the 1 hour 25 minute mark, with 4.5 hours left on the clock. So absolutely fantastic so far. It will be getting dark in a bit, but for now, we've got this lovely winter sun just kind of setting over it. Track temps are currently 17-17, as they were earlier when being to the left. And yeah, not a sight of rain in the sky at the moment, and not even a cloud even. So it's always good for those guys. I think some teams may have been hoping for rain after what we saw in the practice session, where in the practice there was a lot of rain. But yeah, fantastic stuff from those guys who actually went out and did some practice in the rain. But unlucky guys, there's nothing quite happening for you guys there. Just going to quickly check the stints as well. Let's see what the practice server was running. So for the practice server, for the solo guys, Valerie Solheim was leading with a 1:56.9. That was his absolute best time in the McLaren. Absolute blistering pace, to be honest. So it kind of makes sense that he was up at the front. But I'm pretty sure Valerie's in a BMW, so I'm not quite sure what he was doing, trying out of a McLaren. Maybe he may have been doing some bot testing. Maybe he was just trying out to see strengths, weaknesses. But we had Ignacy Bucek as well, 1:57.3 in the BMW. So Solheim was the only guy to set a sub 57 time, but I mean, he did it in a different car, so I don't know if it counts. But yeah, let me know if you think it counts, because I don't think so. But yeah, currently reading, going back to read the chat, limit the selection to a few constructors only. I'm still on board for a classics only, so you can only have the Jag, old Bentley, old Porsche, and what was the other one? The old Macca. You can only have those cars. You can only have the old classics. But yeah, I'm pretty sure RWB ran a couple of those races as well, and it looked actually great fun. I was gutted I was moving at the time, so I couldn't get on board and try it. But yeah, seeing more Jags or Riots, yeah, I'm not too on board for that unless it's Monza. But yeah, also there's been an explanation yet why. Has there been an explanation yet why all the cars are in the AM class? Yeah, so unlike Silverstone 12 Hours, which was held 3 months ago, I believe, everyone's just been lumped in together. So yeah, there's no differences in AM, Pro-Am, anything like that. Everyone's just, yeah, as Red Sky says, they're all there to just race, which is, there's nothing wrong with that. And to be honest, I think what you end up doing anyway is, with the Pro-Am and Pro stuff, it's very hard to justify in trying to class who is where. What do you use? Do you use people's race results? Or what happens if you have new people, you don't have any race results to put them in? If you do it based on qualifying, you have people who sandbag, unfortunately. So it's just, yeah, why not just lump everyone in together? And yeah, we'll see how it goes. But yeah, seeing Cod saying Damien's organised a Chimera Cup for next Tuesday around Laguna. Jeez, that's going to be Grunt Central back there. But yeah, it's currently focusing on GT3s, and geez Louise, look at that train. No one can seem to be getting past Njima in that 627 Ferrari. Being shown this a lot, but the auto director focuses on where the action is, and this indeed is a train and a half and plenty of action. So we'll see how it goes with all this, but yeah, currently being told by James he's too busy to join us, so I think everyone should go on Twitter and yell at James and tell him to stop being a nonce. So yeah, his handle is at JamesCal Racing, and just put in nonce and he'll get the message. But yeah, we'll see if anyone else can join. I'll see. I'll work on it. But yeah. Oh, I can smell pizza off in the distance. But yeah, it looks like Njima is currently right on the back of Varga, but we've got Dan Smith as well going on the outside into the entrance here, and we'll see if he can keep it. Yeah, it looks like he's got it for Maggots and Beckett's. Fantastic work there. He really set up the move perfectly, and that'll have him on the back of Varga now onto the Hanger straight. So we'll see how this goes between those, but we can already see Smith pulling to the outside, stating his intentions very clear. He wants the outside line for this corner here. So I'm just getting a track map so I don't embarrass myself more as I go around Stowe. But yeah, we've currently got them going now into Vale, into Club as well. So still following Njima, but you can see the Lexus has got the inside. Smith just squeezing and getting the move done. So he managed to get the move done on Varga in about half a lap compared to Njima, who's been sat behind him for a long time. But you can also see newcomer behind the 404 Jaguar of Dakuza. He's currently wanting a piece of the pie as well, so he's going to be trying really hard to push forward and get the move done. Looking at Lentini right now in the Porsche, he's kind of in the no man's land right now. He's got a 3-second gap to Rogers and a 6-second gap to the car behind of the 999 McLaren. But now we're looking at Valery Solheim, who has to pass all these cars as they are back markers to him. So you see Nate Newcomer getting well out of the way, very respectable, very gentlemanlike. So that'll be Valery going through. And to be honest, for Nate, he might be able to use Valery as kind of a wedge for him to let them through. So we'll see how that goes a bit later on when Auto Director decides to switch back. But we're seeing Aaron Cleaver in the Pit Stop UK Lexus, number 47, having a go at Carolia in the Simsoc McLaren. These two going side by side as they come up now to Stowe, with Cleaver on the outside. Brakes very late, but it looks like he's going to try and get the switch back as they head on to Club. But we'll find out what happens later from the timing screens. What also Director keeping us on our toes. Looking at G Moore as well, that looks like he's just past the back marker. So yeah, getting a fantastic view of that rear wing. I think that says rack service, pack service, jack service. But yeah, G Moore in the number 75 Mercedes. But yeah, Phil Varley points out very correctly first and second fighting through traffic right now, and it's always kind of a gamble for them. So we'll see how it goes, but hopefully the auto director will swap us back over so you can see what's going on with Solheim if he's managed to make it through cleanly. But yeah, it'll also be interesting to see if Nate Newcomer's made any ground, but it doesn't look like he has. But it looks like Njema has suffered something as he's dropped back behind Newcomer now. So that's him lost about 2-3 places, unfortunately. So we'll see how it goes for those guys, but yeah, widespread. We've now got back markers being passed left, right, and centre by the front pack. But if you look at that gap, we've got P1, P2 split by 4 seconds, so that's pretty phenomenal. But we've also got P3 and P4 and P5 split by about 12 seconds between them all. So that's an impressive gap for the guys in P1, P2. So we'll see how it goes for those guys. But yeah, it looks like they haven't been disrupted too much. We've still got Solheim behind the 404 Jag. It looks like Solheim is getting really impatient and wants to get past. Fair enough, he's been behind this lap traffic for over a lap, which is definitely giving P2 man time to catch up as well. So it's not ideal for him, but we'll see how it goes. How it goes for Solheim. But it looks like he's managing to eventually get past. So yeah, here's to it. Here we go. But yeah, Severin's now catched up to be about 3 seconds behind, so you can see him now. In fact, Severin will be able to see Solheim up ahead. In fact, number 36 BMW, you've got the Ferrari of Varga letting him past Solheim past. That's kind of unleashing the bottle cork slightly, but it'll be interesting to see if Severin's made up even more time from this, because there'll be some dirty air for Solheim from that BMW, that Lexus ahead of him. So it'll be interesting to see if Smith's created any toe, or if he's giving a toe, if he's giving him dirty air in the corners where he wants. But yeah, it looks like hopefully Dan Smith will kind of move out of the way for Solheim to go on through. But we also want a battle, which is why we're seeing Severian catch up now as Solheim goes into the 90-degree left and right at club. And yeah, hopefully see some battling from Severian. But yeah, Severian slowly reeling him in, but we're seeing a slight punt onto the back of Dinnersley from I'm going to have to zoom in here with my binoculars, but yeah, that was a slight punt from Snyder, onto Snyder, sorry. But yeah, looking at Solheim again, up at P1, getting past Smith, it's not looking easy for him to do it, as these guys, they are battling for position, not just Solheim and Severian. But we're also seeing the P16 man as well, trying to fight as well. So Dan Smith, very good, letting Solheim through. But yeah, back looking at P18 of the Kuza. We'll see how that goes, and yeah, we'll see how it goes. But yeah, hopefully we'll get Robert de Vriesen soon, so he can give us some chat about what's going on. But yeah. Well, not quite sure what's happening, but yeah, we'll see how it goes, and yeah, hopefully everything's Gucci. But currently looking at Dakuza again, currently Severian is right up his chuff. He's going to be wanting to go past, but I'm not quite too sure what the 404 Jag is. He's not making it easy for Severian to get past, and of course he'll be losing time from all this kind of fighting to Solheim. He's managed to get the gap to 3.2 seconds, but yeah, I imagine Severian is starting to lean on his flash button in a second, so that the 404 Jag knows to let him pass. But yeah, he's going to have the outside line, and there we go. That's the Jag of Dakuza letting Severian through. So hopefully it all goes well for those guys. But yeah, hopefully we get Robert de Vriesen in a bit to give us a little chat about what's going on for him. Well, and speaking of the devil, he's shall appear. Hello, de Vries, how you doing?
Find my push to talk button. We're doing actually pretty well, but we went off with a bit of a bad start. But we're trying to get our way back up front.
Yeah, which car are you? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm in the. I'll read the Lambo number 3, the green lime one. Daniel Barnett is behind the wheel. He started off as at P11. but all was a bit too anxious and a little tabbing and love rubs, which caused us to spin out, and we fell back. And when he was quicker and Daniel was behind some slower drivers, then they made some misjudgments, and Daniel made a misassumption on how they would be driving. So, and then there was another collision, and we had some damage. So we thought, well, let's do the driver swap then. So, well, the pity of P11.
Yeah. But I'm seeing you right now. Your car, Daniel Barnett, is currently hunting down Castriello in the 816 Lambo as well. But yeah, how are you feeling for the rest of the race? Have you got your strategy set up, or how are you feeling for it?
We're gonna do the stints as we can. Our third driver isn't home yet, so we're exchanging, how do you call it, each other. So that's not a worry. He will be in before Daniel ends his stint. We got the pressures dialed in for the pit stop strategies. Daniel is a bloody fast driver, so I'm confident that he will be gaining positions, and I think we'll be slowly moving back upwards up the ranks. But we didn't have the ambition of getting a podium, but our main goal is to finish and have some fun. So.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like you've managed to get P34. Now that's just been updated to P34, as Barnett's just managed to make the pass at Luffield. So fantastic stuff from him to still go. And yeah, I guess there's no point in quitting because you've already committed all that time for practice and setting aside 6 hours. So it's brilliant to still see you guys continue on rather than just give up and kind of sip out a beer.
I would do that. Daniel put in so much effort for the qualification. So, when he was doing well, I asked if he could be driver one, so that it's also fair enough that he could start the race. So that it's not, he's the quickest of our bunch of drivers. So it didn't seem more than fair that he could, set the race off. So.
Definitely.
In this case, it went all bad, but it's all due. Well, Daniel, things went the other way around as we might have hoped so, but in the end, so if we end up somewhere between 20 or 30, then it's fine with me. If we have some nice clean racing, so that will be nice.
Yeah, it looks like you guys are catching up to Rodriguez ahead, so there's still plenty of time for you to still make up those places and hopefully get into the P20, P30.
Yeah, it's still a long 4-hour drive ahead. So and we also have Xander has to put in some laps. So I think it will just be fun. And we're in a separate TeamSpeak channel, having a chat with each other. So it's all fun, good and nice. So well, if you're more or less dead last, then things can only get better. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's looking good for you guys, though, because you're not too bad actually. You're still catching up to cars ahead, and it looks like he's going to be unlapping himself as well at this rate. So that's still fantastic pace from Daniel to still be pushing this much.
Yeah, I think he got over the disappointment, and instead of race switch, then we decided to switch. I was in some clear track, and now he had the chance to get over it and get on to it again. So hopefully everything goes well in this stint, and no silly mistakes. But it's still racing, and after all, it's a game. An expensive one. But.
Yeah. Do you have any pre-race rituals you do? Do you do anything before a race to get yourself ready?
For myself, to speak of, I don't try to put in too much racing time on race days like this prior to the race, because all my energy and attention and focus is gone when I have to do some racing. So I'm just trying to do the regular stuff which has to be done. So dinner, wife, kids, they all need attention. And then, well, now it's daddy time.
Yeah.
But during the week, it's just getting in some laps every day, few laps, and to see if we can improve on tire pressures for different temperatures, so we can have more strategies dialed in. So we also have an Excel sheet where we can choose which suits the better for us. So we'll see how it ends up now.
Definitely. But it's still looking good for you guys, and it's not the end of the world. Are there any other teams out there that you're currently supporting, currently wishing would win? Of course, you want to beat your friends, but like, are there any other teams out there that you're kind of rooting for as well?
Yeah, it would be nice if we can beat Audi and Charger and a lot, but well, we'll have to see how we'll be doing that. And I know that from another Discord community, from DC Sim Racing, that's a Dutch one. These guys are also contending. I think it's Bentley that they were driving in, but Carlo and Jos Schneider were driving. I don't know the third driver, but well, it will be my pleasure to finish ahead of them, but otherwise I'll be the taunt of them.
Yeah, so that's the 107 Bentley for everyone watching. But yeah, they're currently in P32, so you guys are still catching, gaining. So here's hoping that you can pass them.
Yeah, I was looking at the timing, and when I was in the pit, I was already 10 seconds behind them. So I'm quite confident that we have a good chance of at least getting them. But every car in front of us is a bonus, so we'll go for every car, and in the end, just crossing the finish, that would be nice.
Definitely. Unfortunately, I'm being called away quickly for a race emergency, but I'll be back in just 5 minutes, I promise. But yeah, thanks for joining me, Robert, and I wish you luck with the rest of it.
Our contenders are 5 seconds in front of us, so that must be distant that we'll be catching them. But thanks, and well, if you want to chat anymore, just give me a shout.
Certainly will. Thank you very much. So yeah, sorry for that slight race emergency, but yeah, I'm due to get some dinner, but I'll definitely be back on later. I'll see if I can find a replacement for me. But yeah, I'll wish you guys all the luck, and thanks for tuning in. So hopefully you're not too bored without me commentating for a while. But yeah, enjoy the stream.
Jules. How's it going?
Yeah, good man. Good race so far.
Yeah, I've missed a bit. I had to nip out, but I was watching it earlier. It's certainly been exciting, hasn't it? What did I miss in the last half an hour?
Much. We're getting feedback on the live stream, I think.
What, from the race?
Oh, it's because I'm listening to the fucking race on YouTube.
You plonker. An FX called me the melon.
Yeah, I haven't seen. There was a few incidents at the start of the race, but it's inevitable with that side of the grid. But it's been pretty clean so far, past the hour.
What's the state of play then? Where we? Oh, we've got a couple of penalties there. What have they got slapped for?
Someone got a penalty for flashing.
Really?
Yeah. Red Sky pointed it out. I didn't see it, but Red Sky pointed it out. There was the auto director was on the front of the grid there. I noticed Zach was third, so he's doing really well.
Yeah, they're in the Jag as well, aren't they?
Are they? Fuck's sake!
I'm sure they're in the Jag. Yeah. Just goes to show it's not that bad in the hands of someone that can wring its neck.
And tune it.
Oh, Gabsy, yeah, you missed me, have you? All right, Gabsy. Where you been hiding? Any of you guys are welcome to jump in the comments box. Come on, Gabsy. Come and get your sexy Welsh voice in here.
Free sheep.
Free sheep. I'm watching both streams here. I'm getting confused as to right. Okay, who are we out there? It's quite spread out, isn't it?
Hard to tell with the auto director.
Yeah, it's a bit difficult. Oh, Knight's in the car now. They'll be coming in for the second stints now, won't they? The third stint. I heard Josh's dulcet tones in there earlier. Are you watching the stream on Discord?
No, I'm watching it on YouTube. I got the sound off because I was getting the feedback.
You're better off watching it on Discord. It's live. So, Valerie's in front. What's the gap? Oh, half seconds P2. That's pretty good. That's tight for endurance, isn't it?
So is that Zach in the Jag, is it?
Yeah. Is it a Jag?
I don't know. I thought it was the Lambo. Looks like a Lambo symbol. Can't tell because the screen's so small.
Anyone confirm that Zach's in the Jag? I thought he was in the Jag. Yeah,
Like
it's a bit small. I can't. Yeah, it just looks like a Lambo. Doesn't it?
Let me stick it on my other monitor.
I need new eyes. Look how close first and second are.
Yeah, it looks like a Lambo symbol.
Have they double stinted those two? Yeah, haven't they? So I'm sure I saw them in the first stint. Someone's in a Jag. Sure they are.
Yeah, there is one Jag out there. There's Takuza.
Brave man. Oh,
21st.
Pinpoint's just picked up a 15-second penalty. What's that for? Breaking his shifter. Dacuz. I knew someone was in the Jag. Cheers. Yeah, there's an echo. Get all the answers now. Oh, why the auto director switch then? Looked like Tavera was making a move on Barry there. Oh, that's a bit of a wide line.
Right, is there any way to get the chat up, the YouTube chat up in the Discord chat? Discord.
I just have the both of them running and mute the YouTube one.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, I'm gutted I missed this one. Just couldn't get a team together in time. Nice delivery of that Ferrari of De Varian's.
Sorry, cuz I was just sorting something out there. Yeah, it's quite a nice liver, isn't it?
Yeah. That's a relief for Solheim anyway.
Yeah, he was dogging him a bit there, wasn't it? I'm assuming they're doing a driver swap there.
I don't know, it was very quick.
That's 30 seconds, isn't it? Change tyres, do a driver swap.
Yeah, I noticed a lot of that. Getting, the driver behind, dogging the driver in front. I mean, the pressure just must be immense out there when you've got someone breathing down your neck, trying, left and right, trying to get by.
Nico Brez just said, "I hear Ross Braun's commentator." I think he's referring to you there, cuz.
Yeah.
So I put Zach in second then. He must be double stinting. Because he did the first stint as well, didn't he?
No,
Oh no, so he did the first stint, that's right, yeah. He must be due for coming in for his pit stop then.
but he might be doing 2 stints, because I know.
No, I think you can get about an hour and... Well, you've got 67 minutes, haven't you? So he's probably going to come in the next I would say in the next lap or so.
Who's the other guy in their team?
Flack.
Right.
Flack's in with them, yeah.
Cool.
So it might be Flack's driving next. That'll be interesting. Not saying Flack's slow, but he's probably the weaker driver. So we'll see how the field pans out when Flack's in there. See if he can hold position for when they do the driver swap. Flack's very consistent.
Strong team.
Especially when you've got Zach doing setups. A bit of a
Exactly. Well, you've got Zach and Speed working on the setups.
Well, Zach does the setups, Speed does the driving, and says need to set it up better. You know, so yeah, they've got a bit of a dynamic thing going on there. Apparently, the setups are very good. This commentary. Sorry, mate. We're not commentators. We're just having a chat. Hey, you come in here. You know, if you want to, you've got insomnia, drop in. Everyone's welcome to drop in and have a chat. Let's have a party. Let's crack a bit. Well, I've just cracked a beer. So, yeah, the dynamic duo. That's us. Any drivers out there want to come in and join the party, feel free. We're not really technical on the racing, we're just observing.
Yeah, we just talk shit.
Well, you do.
Fat Man and Dobbin. Trying to get to it. Sorry?
I was just reading now, it's a terrible twosome. What'd you say, Cos?
I was going to say, you get to appreciate what a great job Beanster and Chief do when they're commentating.
I don't know how they do it, to be perfectly honest. I mean,
I know, right? It's go on for hours. It's like, how the fuck can you string all that conversation together? Well, having a passion for racing helps.
Maybe they actually concentrated on the racing instead of just chatting shit.
Yeah, I think that's it. Having a passion and being able to concentrate on what's happening in front of you.
Yeah. Looks like Johansson's catching Weaver. I didn't realise Tom was driving, actually. I haven't seen him for a few days.
He's not been on all week.
Yeah, Jack Camalato there. I wonder if he's going to get any penalties tonight. Naughty boy.
We're doing our best for.
Yeah, the guy. Well, I mean, the guy that Josh that was on earlier, the chief. He normally does it with James Kell. Now they should know what they're talking about because James Kell is a GT4 British racing driver. So yeah, they know the shit. Hello, Red Skull.
Good evening.
How's it going?
Hey, Red.
Very well. How about you guys?
Yeah, not too bad. You're going to inject some. We're putting people to sleep, so we need to inject some liveliness in there.
Well, I'll definitely try.
Yeah, you can commentate on the race, and we'll just talk shit behind you.
Let me first get the screen a little bit bigger.
You're not racing tonight, eh?
No, I'm not. I definitely don't have the pace for Silverstone, nor is it my type of track.
So some of the I don't know how these guys. I mean, are putting in 150.67s. I could just about break a 2 if on a good day. I mean, I don't know what the lap times are looking like. I must get Pit Wall up actually.
The quicker guys are currently doing a 157 to a 159. And if you go further down the pack, I think the slowest I've seen so far was a 2.5. Can I pop this out? Yes, I can.
Yeah, I've just seen. Who's in first? Is Zach in first now?
Yeah, he is. However, I haven't seen whether or not he is pitted yet.
He would have. Oh no, he's not in first. Buchet's in first. No, the timings are a bit messed up on the pit wall. Well, they haven't caught up, one or the other. Showing Buchek in second. Hello, Racer.
Oh, hello there, fair gentlemen.
Good
Hey,
evening.
Racer.
Quite interesting race, ain't it?
Yes, very.
Yeah, there's a bit of controversy at the start, but
What do you mean? What kind of?
well, we had to do 3 restarts because drivers going in, jumping in, and
Oh yeah, because it's like a kindergarten where people can't follow basic instructions.
you know, it happens. It's critical though, because the problem is if the first driver doesn't join, if you cock it up once, then that's cocked it up for the whole team because it has to have
Yeah, I
several
know.
stuff. So you know, I don't think people realise that. You know, if you get the sequence wrong, you got to restart the server for everyone. So you know, it's critical that you go in correctly.
Look like a Lambo going sideways there.
Oh, who are you watching? Phil Varley getting a bit fast. The leaders have checked out. Like, are you sure they have not run the 2019 fast Silverstone?
Hey, Nate.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, Zach's pitted. Flack's now in the car, so let's see how he does. Be interesting because first and second are putting in 159s. Flack's actually still in third, judging by this.
Yeah.
Was that the
Quite
gap?
good, isn't it?
The gap was indeed somewhere between 28 to 34 seconds last I checked.
Wow.
Oof.
I don't exactly know how it happened because for the longest time they were a very knit pack of 3 that were driving very closely behind each other, but then somewhere, I think about 30 minutes ago, somehow there was a gap of about 30 seconds that formed. Sadly enough, Auto Director didn't show us how that happens.
But freshly from the stint, quite a workout.
He's stolen my livery.
Oh,
That looks like my. Is that Lexus? That looks
Which
like
one?
the Dixonhurst, is it? It's got a golf livery on it. I think that's
which
fine.
number?
Oh. No, he's gone off there. I think he's further back. He's not actually on.
There's quite few Lexi on the grid.
Give me my livery back.
I'm glad you called him Lexi. I've always called him Lexi.
I
Sure.
started with Lexi.
Plural. No, I started years ago.
I started it half a year ago.
Lexuses. It doesn't sound right, does it?
No, Lexi. It's always been
Oh.
Lexi for me.
It's like plural of the furnace, it's Furnai.
Whoa, one of the Ferraris just went off by the looks of it.
Oh, don't tell me it's the 508. Thank God.
I didn't see it, however, it had a green livery.
Okay, so it's not the actual one I care about.
You racing in this racer?
Of course I am.
Oh yes, of course you are. I did see you.
Well, I didn't tell nobody. I was just thinking if someone is gonna figure it out.
Have you done your stint then? Have you done your one
Yeah,
of your stints?
yeah. Just now, jumped out of the car, did all the strategy while out on the circuit, and here I am.
How is it out there?
Oh, and he just panicked. Okay. Let's square tires once more.
Who's your teammates, Nate?
What?
Scott Free and Medster.
Oh, not bad.
Yeah, Medster's in the car right now.
Are you on auto right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Flax just put in a 206. You're getting the tyres up.
So, guys, how are your races going? Where are you currently?
We are P22 at the moment. Just had a slight incident on the second lap, I think, of Medster's stint.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I looped it around twice. We made contact with a Ferrari, I forget what number it was, and then I spun coming through Maggots and Beckett's. I got a little too aggressive.
Do we know what happened to the 763 at the start?
I do not know.
763, is that the HS?
Yeah, the HSP Greta GP Hub.
Sun's
Kinda.
going down.
Oh yeah, it was starting to get annoying into the chicane with the sun. I was trying to spot the braking point and I was looking for the curb, but the curb never arrived, so I started braking early. Just so I did not miss the curb.
I actually quite like Silverstone now. I used to hate it.
To be fair, in GT3 it's fun, in F1 car it's not as fun.
I love it in any car. Used to race the shit out of it in Grid Autosport.
Oh, there goes Audi.
And I was racing the Quattros with, I was driving the Volvo Estate and I was getting the best time around here in the Volvo Estate, beating the Quattros and that. Great fun.
Okay, Flax put now in a 202, so he's about 4 seconds off the leader. He's 3 seconds off second place. Fourth place he's putting in a 2. So that's going to close the gap between 3 and 4.
Well, little bit of touch. Come on, Billy, get in. Atta boy.
Oh, he's picked up a 15-second penalty.
How are you looking on with the strategy game and so on? Wait, this Aston Martin I like. Also a question, why is everyone marked as AM in this race?
Why is everyone what, sorry?
Why is everyone AM category? Like,
I don't know.
Beanster explained this earlier on in the stream. It's because everybody's racing everybody and there's only one class, so it's just all amateur.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, we would do, normally when we do splits, we'd do the Pro-Am, that sort of thing, but everyone's in together, so there's going to be a wide, a wide
Ooh,
skill.
there's a spin for... Oh, that's
Almost
before.
done.
A car without any traction control or ABS.
Oh, he just spun on the back of my car.
Oh no, it hasn't it? It's the Maserati that has no traction control or ABS.
No, he was just behind my car. He spun it, so now I'm wondering what did they do wrong. Please no penalty.
I've never driven the Maserati.
I drove it once, very nice sounding car. Nice to drive, you just got no traction or...
From what I heard, I heard from Will Schaefer, who's driving in the Constructors' Championship, like it's not a bad car, actually. You have to be a bit more careful with how to drive it, but overall it's not that bad.
Yeah, you have to be careful. I mean, I'm getting used to driving without traction control and ABS, and I drove the GTO the other night in Race Room without any aids. And you just have to be really gentle with your right foot, pick your moments to floor it.
Yeah, but then it gets a bit rewarding.
Well, that's the thing. I noticed in the GTOs anyway, it was very debilitating because the traction control was kicking in when you didn't need it, and it created massive amounts of understeer through corners that you could have had the tail out a bit, you know, with the throttle. And once I took it off, I was a lot quicker.
It's quite interesting actually. P2 and 3 are matching pace now, but they're slower than P4, 5, and 6, and 7, and 8, and 9.
Maybe the traffic was part of it.
No, they're pulling 201s. Flax pulled up his fastest time now.
Yeah, I was surprised with my pace that I wasn't as bad as I expected. Although in the practice I managed like 2:0.8, and when I started the stint it was like 2.1.5, which I was surprised. Where did the pace go all of a sudden?
It's one of those tracks, if you get in the zone with the corners, you can gain loads of time and consistency.
Yeah, but I think that goes out of the window when you almost die twice in the same corner.
It's going to change now with the temperature drop from the sun going down.
But also, I heard many people were complaining about the pressures because when we were practicing before the restarts, they were high, so it changed. And also for the first stint, they were high, or not low.
Yeah,
So
that's the problem with restarts. They go in and set the tyres in the practice session, and when you do a restart, everything can change. So it just cocks everything up for people.
Yeah, so, and when I went into the car, we changed the pressures, and then they just went to 28 and something.
I noticed Vanquish was asking, is the dirt on the rear spoiler real time? It is actually, yeah, it picks up dirt as you go along. I mean, the cars get filthy. Absolutely filthy. Oh, is that for position? It is.
Yeah, that's my car up in front.
What, Mole? Oh, the one in front.
Canton.
Yeah.
Canton.
And now they're back. Thanks, Otto. 5 minutes of fame.
Yeah, the auto director's sometimes good, but it's sometimes a pain.
If I wasn't driving, I maybe could have done it for the 6 hours, but yeah. It gets hard when you have to manage also the car and everything. Also looks like it wasn't a hectic race for the steward for now.
It's been very quiet actually. There's been very few incidents, yeah.
Oh, there goes Audi again.
Is he off?
Yeah, exploring in Beckett.
He's going to be kicking himself out. He's usually pretty good around Silverstone. That Bentley just looks like a brick, doesn't it?
Oh, it does. Funnily enough, it's one of the lightest cars, from what I know.
Very fast too on the straights.
Yeah, look at the McLaren and look at the Bentley. The Bentley looks almost like twice the size.
Yeah, when you look at those two cars there, it looks like they're in a different class, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know just wondering which one is like the smallest of them.
I think the Porsche out of the GT3 class.
Yeah, I would be thinking maybe the Porsche and the Ferrari, maybe, although the Ferrari has quite a long front end. Loads of them do. But like it's really short back.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna put my money on the Porsche because the Ferrari is indeed a very, very long car. Not as long as a McLaren, however.
Yeah, the McLaren, it is long, but it even looks long when you look at it. Like some cars you look at, they seem small compact, but they are not. But when you look at the McLaren, the profile it just looks like it's going forever.
Mm-hmm.
We are currently looking at one.
There's Jack Camaletto for Paradigm Shift.
Feels Vardy's doing well.
Check out his stream as well, guys. He's got a stream going on. Point of view. Good guy.
Didn't he quite lose sometime? I think he was quite closer to Buchek.
In fact, I'm gonna link RSTs and Jacks.
But we had a few retirements, I see.
Yeah, I think at the start when a few people got some stop and go penalties for the joining the server before they were told to, because we had to try and get the streaming connected first. They got some penalties and they weren't very happy about them. But you got 40 odd cars on there. You've got to play by the rules because you got 130 people on there.
Yeah.
You're just holding people up. It's a 6-hour race. It's going to end late enough. So it's not. I mean, we have got a lot of new people in here. They're learning.
Yeah, they have to.
And if you give them a kick in the bollocks, they learn a bit quicker, don't they?
Yeah. Just a slap across the face. Here you go. Next. But as we slowly drive into the sunset. Photographer happy hour right now.
So far, the temperatures are quite stable as well. I wonder what's going to happen when they actually start changing a little bit more, see who actually has a proper strategy set up to actually deal with that.
Well, they were at 20 degrees when we started, and now it's down to 15.
It's been at 15, I believe, for like the last 45 to 50 minutes, so...
I think now it was 16 when I ended.
Hey, Kevin.
But still, it's all to play for at the top.
Yeah, everything can happen for those top 7 still.
Top 7, maybe even to top 10.
Yeah, it's Donaldson, car 141. I'm sure he's nicked my livery. That's the one there.
Oh, what? What was that? What was they trying to do there? Right. I'll come back, guys, to sort out something in my car.
That sunset must really start bothering some people right about now.
Just thinking the same myself.
Yeah, you
that
feel like,
corner.
You feel like you need to put sunglasses on, don't you? Oh,
Absolutely.
that is terrible.
I really wouldn't want to be on somebody's bumper with that sunlight in my eyes. I don't
No.
think you can make out whether or not somebody in front of you is braking at that point. Looks like the Bentley picked up a bit of damage there, the number 1 and the 7th.
Good to see Mester and Scott Free on there, actually. He does a lot of that BMW. He drives, he races a BMW in real life, Scott Free.
I was hearing about that earlier. Apparently, it's considered an anomaly if he doesn't drive one at RWB.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's true. He always drives a BMW.
It's like Banksy not driving a Nissan. Very rare.
On the VAR, still looking for an opening on that Merc. Oh, they're running wide.
That's an ugly car, the Mercedes.
Nice to drive.
I'm not a fan. No, I'm not a fan. I've driven it. Not a fan of it.
I've driven in both GT3s and GT4s. They're a bit understeery if you're not sure of them, but they're fun to drive. But I've switched to McLaren now for the next set of weeks. Or the GT4 McLaren anyway.
If in place for that Jag, it's really climbing up on the ladder. It was in 26th earlier, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, he's doing well.
He's doing very well in the Jag. I mean, the one thing with driving the Jag, and there's one Jag, you could pretty much say you came first in the Jag. There's no other Jags. It's a Jag.
Very strong car at on the straights, though. Not on the initial acceleration, but after you give it a little second, it really starts catching up to other cars.
Quite a nice looking car as well, isn't it?
Yes, very much so. But very difficult to tune, in my opinion.
Not one that I've actually tried as again.
Seems to turn in well.
Oh, it does absolutely fantastic once you get the hang of tuning it. But when you drive that standard setup or even the aggressive setup in the Assetto Corsa Competizione, it just doesn't like anything. It's hard to explain. It doesn't want to turn well. It slips whenever you accelerate with it. It needs so much work every single time that I drive it. It's just, you're busy a few hours at least to just try and get the baseline of that setup, and then still to get it perfect that you actually can put down a decent time with it, in my opinion, it takes a while. And I think that's also one of the reasons why you see it so little in Assetto. So I'm very happy to see somebody actually doing decent times with it and putting good laps down and actually getting a result with the car so far.
So, what's the state of play now? Black's dropped down 3 seconds. I'm quite interested in this third, fourth battle here because
What's happened there?
he's now only 7 seconds behind, in front of fourth.
I'm trying to see who that was.
Hope it wasn't Audi again.
That was Andre Moll, number 67 by the looks of it.
Did he fall or was he pushed though?
Night sign an old Jag endurance race. But it'd be interesting.
That sounds lovely.
I don't know if you get enough people in the Jag though, because no one, mind you, it should have its day. So I suppose if you force everyone in the Jag, so whether you get people wanting to drive it.
Yeah, I'd have a lash at it. I'm sure people would have a go.
Yeah, I'd have it. Well, I don't know about endurance.
Yeah, I don't know about endurance, but
Yeah.
do an hour race.
Oh, look at that sun shining through there. It's going to get dark pretty quick. It's a nice Castrol livery on that one. Jack's doing well up to 5th. Who's in 6th? I think Phil Varley's running his double-decker car, isn't he?
Okay, so we've been totally rammed off by a car that was lapping us. That was
Oh.
good. Although I managed to mess up the lap in the report sheet. Do I send another one or do I message someone from the admins?
Best thing to do when you do the report sheet is put the timestamp on if you can.
Oh.
If you've got it. It's a lot quicker. You got any damage to the car?
Yeah, it was like 3 seconds of damage, but it was worth it. It was a big time loss.
Yeah, it's not worth pitting for 3 seconds, though, is it?
Nah, we're gonna carry on. Better on the time loss and the tires, it's kind of worse than that.
Not seen any rain on the horizon.
No deck clouds anywhere.
Yeah. Be nice if they got rain during the night, wouldn't it?
Out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Temperature should plummet though. This is going to fuck people's tyre strategy up. We're past the watershed yet. Just about.
Yeah. We can say fucking bugger. It's definitely my livery. Thief. He's adjusted it.
Do you have any proof that it's yours?
Do you have any what, sorry?
Any proof that it's yours?
Well, technically it's not mine because it was made for me, so yeah, it's you know.
There's a big fat bloke on the side. That's Bill's.
Yeah, it's no, I mean, the liveries that are uploaded, anyone could use whichever livery they want. If they want to adjust it and upload it, so that actually looks quite good.
Well, it's Gulf cars. You would have to try really hard to make it look bad.
It's a bit of a Marmite livery for me, the Gulf livery. It's great in the Gulf region, but I'm not really keen on that blue and orange.
It's a classic.
I know it's a classic, that's what I'm saying. It's all right in Bahrain or wherever.
Just because it's classic doesn't mean it's good.
Exactly.
Wash your mouth out. Wash your mouth. You're going to tell me that? You're going to tell me that the Castrol liveries, Marmite, or the Martini liveries, Marmite, they're classics.
Well,
I mean, the Martini livery looks good, but the Castrol one, it's the orange and the blue, like specifically that type of orange and that type of blue. I don't like it either.
That's Gulf, that's not Castrol.
Oh, that one's Golf, but there is a Castrol one in there as well. And I think someone's running a Martini livery in the GT4 league we're going to do. So
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, is that you? Yeah, I like that. Yeah, that takes me back. That
it honestly wasn't my idea, though. It was another driver's idea that currently retired from the GT4 race, which is Nils Eidenmüller. But yeah, it looks good on that Porsche, in my opinion.
Look at the screen, what I'm looking at currently.
There was just a switch at the front, I noticed. The Ferrari overtook the BMW on first and second.
Nah, the BMW still leads. Fuel is like 8 seconds behind.
Oh, then Pitwall is
yeah,
Pitwall was making a mistake again.
Pitwall is doing Pitwall things. Don't worry about it.
yeah, Champion checks back in first now. .808 is custom designed for the team. Which car's 808?
What?
Which car's 808? I was just looking.
Position 7, the Aston Martin that's currently being driven by Jordan Evans. Let's see if the director blesses us with it.
No, it's the Castrol.
That's quite a nice livery.
Yeah, that's all right.
It's simple enough to not be bad.
Oh, that's all right. But the Golf one's shit.
Jimmy, let him go. Let him go.
Oh.
Let him go, you twat!
Ooh, that was a bit of a squeeze.
Yeah, pushed off track, seems.
See, that's an aborted Golf livery on that Porsche.
Yeah, that's...
I don't like it. That blue just reminds me of, I don't know, Airfix kits when I was a kid, with that kind of duck egg blue. Used to get on the undercarriage.
Okay then. We got pinpointing there. Oh, we did have.
What? We've got someone waiting for the comms, by the way. Shall we drag them in?
Oh yeah, Scrimplay. I forgot about him. Was he?
Yeah, I'll get him sorted. Oi, Scrimpe! Hello!
Hi, Racer.
You should have just come in, Scrimpy, to open the house. Come join the party.
I didn't know that it was open, so I was just in the waiting room.
Scrimpe, what are you doing back there at the bottom?
Yeah, we had an interesting first few stints.
I can imagine.
Like, we started P24, had a pretty decent run. Then we T-boned a spinning Lamborghini.
Oof.
And yeah, so then we had to switch. Then we accidentally switched drivers on our repair pit stop. So one of us had a surprise stint.
Did you put them on set 5?
No, Schaefer's on set 5 right now.
Is it a new set of tires?
Yes, this time it's a new set. Don't worry.
Right.
But yeah.
What
It's
position
been-
are you teaming at the minute, Scrimper?
We're currently in 27th.
Okay, plenty of time. You're
The
halfway
lead
through.
is trying to let a
Yeah.
car.
We're currently just trying to recover anything we can.
Also, I've seen you've been a naughty boy getting yourself a penalty.
Yes, that was a terrible move from me, and after my stint, I immediately apologized to them in the endurance chat.
What did you do?
I got a bit tunnel vision trying to pass a Bentley, and then on the last turn, I may have touched them, causing them to spin into the wall. Which was, yeah, I have nothing to defend myself from that move.
You could blame your wheel stand dropping. I did see that on video. That was quite funny.
Yeah, that happened once.
Charger, do you know that that's the wheel stand from RWB's Spa 12 Hours?
I think he does, because he arranged that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know the wheel stand. I know we got the wheel stand for him. Yeah.
I just didn't tighten the bolts enough for the
Oh,
during
okay.
the first, because of the first feedback, it came back loose and just dropped the whole thing on my knees.
It's funny. It's funny. Mind you, I mean, I've had that happen to me. You know, when I used to have it bolted, a Logitech wheel bolted on the desk, I've gone that hard with it. I've just ripped it off, and I'm trying to drive with it in my hand. You know, it's funny.
Absolute bone on my wheel stand is gone moment.
I've done this. I've done the same when I had my wheel still on my desk because I already had load cell pedals. So every time I braked, I just kept pulling the wheel almost off my desk.
To see that guy who crashed his motion rig, he had the feedback so high and the motion, everything so high. When he crashed his car, the whole rig tipped over.
Yeah, I haven't seen that video, but I'll probably look it up after the race then.
Oh, that doesn't look healthy for Mark in there.
Yeah, like that turn and turn 1 have been a bit sketchy on our car the whole race. I think it's in the spot where the tires are a bit between the long run grip and then the fast grip. So every time it gets loose, it's just it just goes.
Yeah, the tires are sketchy when you get out of the pits as well. The car is just sliding all around.
I think straight out of the pits is pretty good for us. It's like just once they drop off from like the qualifying grip they have, just that period in between is just horrible.
Jag's up to 14th, and 13th has just got a 15-second penalty.
He's going to get that 13th position already as well.
That's what I'm saying. And that's
Ooh, that's
The
Josh,
Jack-
the chief. Naughty boy.
Wait, who's... The chief is currently in the number 141.
Yeah, that's Josh. Yeah, the chief.
Chief, we are in the same team, man. But I'm surprised by the Jaguar.
Yeah, that Jaguar is actually pretty decent.
It's doing really good. And seeing from the 3 drivers of that team so far, I think if I had to pick my driver of the day or team of the day in this case, it'd probably be the Jag, because they've climbed the ranks quite severely.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I've been holding the Jag for my entire stint behind.
I think I can give the prize for one of the best teams also to one of the BMWs that is running under, I think, this one of the same flags as we are, because they went from like P40 up until 11th at some point, I think.
Wait, where are they now?
Yeah, you'll notice them. They have quite an interesting color scheme.
Oh yeah, they are in P17 somehow with Will at the helm.
Yeah, I think Will is definitely holding his own there because both his teammates are very fast drivers.
Hope that wasn't the Jag just got taken out.
I was just wondering who just got taken out there, or did they get taken out? I'm not sure if there's contact there, whether someone just went off.
Yeah, I'm surprised by the benefit just jumping from P40 up there. Like
Yeah,
Max is quite a rapid driver, so
Yeah, Max got it up to P11 at one point from down in P40.
like,
It's
crazy.
especially good because I think they signed up yesterday. To
Yeah, are
finish
we
both.
going to be beaten into team by a car that we signed up yesterday?
Well, arguably they've had better evasion maneuvers when Lambo's went in front of us.
That's not a bad livery, that Lexus, actually. Gold and black.
A bit too much gold, if you ask me.
Nah, you never have too much gold.
If you have the correct gold, like the liquid gold, then okay.
It's like a
Yeah,
euphemism.
I have to be a bit biased towards orange and blue this time.
The GT
Phil Harley's still at second place. He's doing well.
Yeah, Harley's doing great.
Yeah, it's quick, Phil.
I saw him.
Oh, third and fourth now, they're battling. Come on, Auto Director, put it on the battle.
One of the GRG sports cars with flag behind.
So race director not working or something?
It's working as usual by being random.
No, I mean the manual auto director. Or the manual director.
We can do manual auto director, but it's a bit flaky, and for 6 hours you're better off. I mean, Beanster did the first hour or so with manual, but then he switched it to auto. I could go on and take over manual, but it would probably cause problems, and then you might be stuck on one car. So
Yeah, don't worry about it.
yeah.
I've also noticed one thing about the auto director though. When during my stint, I was told that I was trying to unlock myself in a battle, and just as I lost it, the auto director switched from that battle to something else. So I got very lucky on the stream.
Yeah.
I think you can just see my car snapping, and then it just goes to somewhere else.
Don't worry, it's gonna find you somehow eventually.
Hey, Bear. Just saw you in the stream there.
But your car is currently on the stream.
Our car, or
Yeah.
I hope Schaefer doesn't bin it then.
He's trying to unlap himself a lap the Ferrari at this point, who knows?
Yeah, we've noticed that we've been faster than quite a few people, so trying to unlap ourselves has been a very interesting challenge.
But luckily today people have seemed to be cooperating quite well.
Yeah, most of them, if they notice that people are faster, then they do nicely go out of the way and try not to battle too much unless it's for position.
Although I had a sketchy one when someone just decided to brake and go wide at Stowe. Yeah, at Stowe. I was like 2 car lengths behind, not even trying to overtake. Like, what is happening?
Yeah, I've had an interesting one in turn 1 where I think the 331 Lexus almost lost the car, and then I was running a little bit wide as well, so we almost touched there. But yeah, it's been a very good race, and most of the people have been
That
very
is just
clean.
93. Oh, and
Whoa.
there's the-
Yep, that's
Oh dear.
Nice
that
little
might have
crash.
been a small hit there, because that doesn't look like a normal spin.
No, it does not.
What are you doing?
Sadly, my stream hasn't got that either.
I'm just looking at my car doing some things.
I think I have to go back to my car soon-ish.
Are you gonna go in?
Yes, I'm in again next stint, so...
What's your strategy on the swapping, Scrimpy? Are you all doing an hour each, or you double stinting, or?
We were trying to do an hour each, but then we had a very early, unfortunate pit stop there, so we're now doing 1 hour each, and then one of us is doing a very short stint to get us back in the rhythm. So I think we're letting our slowest driver, well, slowest, he's still very decent. we're letting him do a short stint in between, and then we're back up to the pace that everybody else is spitting at.
It's good to have mixed skill teams.
Yeah, I think most of our teams have been like one or two really fast drivers, and then one that is somewhere in between, which does seem to help. So we have, well, it seems to help them as well, like get a bit of skill.
They are gonna help each other.
I'm just trying to say that in a very normal sentence, which isn't very easy in English late at night.
You're doing well.
You'll be fine in English.
Yeah, I think I'm going back to my car for a bit, and I might just come back in after my next stint because I have nothing else to do after that.
Yeah, well, enjoy. Good luck.
Thanks. And,
Good luck.
Have fun with the commentary.
We're just chatting shit.
I was going to say,
I mean,
this commentary.
sometimes that's the best kind of commentary.
I might start singing in a minute.
Oh no.
Can you?
I'm just going to go for a leak anyway. Be back in a minute.
There's Corolla, Simsock.
Fancy sock.
Yeah, pretty good apparently. A few people have bought them.
We're at the halfway mark. Keep pushing.
Let's
we
give
are
it
halfway.
Shout out, they're one of our sponsors as well as Racing Sim Tools. And by the way, as you know, plug, get out there and buy some Racing Sim Tools setups because they're very, very good.
Shameless plug.
Shameless plug.
Just for $9.99, you get not one, not two, not
Oh! Yeah. Yeah. Hold on, let me get my suitcase out.
Horse, this is unbelievable, amazing.
No, they are. The feedback I've seen on the Racing Sim Tools setups is excellent, you know. So.
Also seems like my drivers are preparing for a stop, so I will have to go and make sure they do everything right and I get the information out of them. I'll be back soon.
No problem. I've just seen Menace and Skulls in the stream. Hello, Menace and Skull. How you doing? Haven't seen you for a while. Coming back to Racing Skull. You know you wanna. So you looking forward to the GT4 League then, Sky? You still there?
All right, I'm back.
Ah.
Did I miss something?
No, I was just saying, are you looking forward to the GT4 League?
Oh, absolutely. It's been a blast so far. Lots of close battles on the rear. Because I can definitely not reach the front so far, as I've noticed. I just don't have the pace in the GT4s. They're just... I don't personally feel them very much. I prefer the GT3s, but the racing is nice. It's nice and close. It's definitely intense as hell. Because, I don't know, Charger, are you driving yourself in the GT4s as well?
Yeah.
What car? Because I can't seem to remember you.
Aston. Well, no, I'm talking about the upcoming one. You're talking about the constructors, aren't you?
I'm talking about the constructors. Like
Yeah.
myself, I can't join the the current GT4, the Brits. Like, it's conflicting too much with my schedule right now, which is, of course, sad because I would have loved joining it.
Yeah, the constructors is fun. I mean, I did the first one, but then Damien changed the time, so I couldn't really compete in that one. But yeah, I really enjoyed that. I mean, especially, are you working with a team? So are you working together? Are you talking and?
Currently in the construction championship, because I'm driving for Team Porsche, there hasn't been that much talking yet, but it's starting to like liven up a little bit now.
Yeah. You should get on to we used TeamSpeak when we were in the Lexus. So we did a lot of talking. You know, there was a lot of team orders. Yeah, so you know, allowing people to get past and things like that. You know, where do you want to overtake me? And oh, there's a car just gone off there for no reason.
Yes, and Cleaver has gone on a drive-through.
And the Jag's in 9th.
Really?
I don't know if the Jag pitted already. I don't think it has.
Well, they probably got to 9th by the grace of the fact that other people in front of them have pitted, so they'll probably pit in a minute.
Yeah, they'd have to pit. I mean, 367-minute stint, so 21. They'll have to pit by 2:39, I would think. So they will be pitting soon.
I'm trying to see what that drive-through was issued for. Oh, I think that's just a genuine pitting mistake.
Oh, speeding in the pit lane.
Yeah, that's because there's nothing in the life incident verdict, so.
So one thing with ACC, isn't it? It's very unforgiving on the pit entry and exit. If you fuck it up, that's it. You get a drive through. Gotta be in first gear before you hit that mark.
In the construction championship, we actually had it on Misano that somebody took out the board that said where the pit marker actually started, and I think 4 or 5 people missed the line because of that.
Oh wow, that would be tricky.
That was it happened to me as well. I noticed too late that line was there, just because the board itself was gone, so I didn't see it when I came out of the corner.
Somebody took out the 50k marker at the pit entrance on Kyle Armour the other night, and the conspiracy freak in me would have said it was a deliberate, cynical attack to fuck everyone else's race up.
No, I still believe the same with Misano as well. That has to be somebody that does that with like a vengeance, because I don't know how else you would run that wide to hit the boards.
Yeah, I mean, at Kyle Armour, the 50k marker for the pit entry limit was on the curb, and the guy came into the pits and he deliberately mounted the curb, took the marker out, and then rejoined the track to go into the pits.
It's such an evil move as well, and that
know,
pit marker is gone.
I thought that was really nasty.
I've seen people take the brake markers out, you know, I don't know, they do it on purpose or what. I tend not to use brake markers, I use position on track. You know, I use a marker on the track rather than the brake markers, because you can never guarantee they're going to be there. And Valerie said, aren't you supposed to hit the markers? Well, yeah, no.
Depends on your interpretation of hit the markers.
So it's a knockout? No. Is the poem racing tonight? No, he's stewarding, I think. I'm not sure if he's actually racing. There, you hit everything.
We just got some new verdicts in. Dive bombing apparently as well.
Who's that on?
Between car number 27 and 531. Warning for dive bomb. Place returns.
Well, that's good.
531. Let me see. That is the Aston Martin currently being driven by Daniel Austins in position 21.
Just looking how many people are still in. We've got 36 still in. We lost about 4 people. It's not too bad. Just reading the stream chat here, and I think Taz that beer was on about my arse, not yours.
I like Valerie's comment. If you don't get the pit marker stuck on your car, are you really racing?
It's a bit like, you know, if you haven't got any scrapes on your car, are you really racing? It is getting more cloudy. I'd love to see a bit of rain. We don't get enough rain. I wonder how many people have practiced in the rain.
I mean, the wind is starting to flare up as well, apparently. So who knows? Maybe a cloud moves on over the track and then finally a bit of rain.
I wonder if I could go with the server settings live and just add a thunderstorm.
Oh, that would be fantastic.
Wouldn't it? You know, just flick a switch. Thunderstorm.
Like the one we had in China in Pecos too.
Oh, too high. That was amazing. What a race. I mean, yeah, that race that we had at Suhoi and the lightning, the rain, it was just, it went down in history. People still talk about it now.
Oh, the Jag's back up to 15. He must have pitted because the door is driving it, which is well healthy.
I believe Door started out with the first stint and he had really good pace, so that's probably going to continue.
Well, Duck Boy, whatever his name is, Yakuza, he did really well.
Oh, absolutely.
He was down to 22nd, I think, at one stage, and then up to 9th by the time he pitted. That was incredible.
Oh, God, saying no rain, please. Let's do a rain dance. Hey, come on. Bring the rain. Paul Ricard, yeah. That was ridiculous. Paul Ricard, Jesus.
Nah, nothing tops Zuhai, man. That was
I don't know, that Paul Ricard one was bad. I mean, you could not see a thing. You couldn't even see bright lights. It was that thick. Yeah, it's the only race we've ever red flag, Skull, isn't it? It was probably the right thing to do. I don't know.
Wait, a red flag in a sim race?
Yeah. Imagine that, a red flag in a sim race. ACC put a setting into the server settings which was sim racer conditions, and if you didn't tick it, it could go ballistic, and they pretty much did it, I think, a day before we did an endurance race around Paul Ricard. Is it an endurance race? I can't remember, actually. A 3-hour race or something. No, it was 6 hours, wasn't it? Yeah. And so they put this server setting, and obviously we didn't know about it, so we didn't tick the box. And then we did the race, and it just went off the scale, like proper off the scale. People were calling to stop the race. People were saying, no, don't stop the race, you know. But there was people slamming into people, going up left, right, and centre. It was just getting a shit show. So we red flagged it. I think we had about, I don't know, an hour or something to go. So everyone, I mean, but everyone enjoyed it. It was just crazy.
Just don't mention Barcelona, please.
I'm saying nothing. I need to go for a pee. I'll be back.
What happened in Barcelona? Now I'm curious.
Yeah, you need to tell him what happened in Barcelona. It's a bit like what happens in, Texas, stays in Texas. But...
What happened in Barcelona stays in Barcelona. No, it was torrential rain again. It was one of those torrential rain moments. And it was so bad, people were spinning out. We had a yellow, full course yellow. And, the pit straight, the main straight, whoever was setting the pace at the front decided that we're going to park at the end of the pit straight and slow right down to back everyone up. And I came barreling out the last corner, floored it down the pit straight to find a car park in the middle of the road. Slapped the anchors on. There was like a billiard ball. Took out about 6 other cars. Oh, it was tragic. I got penalty for that as well.
My God.
It was fun though.
I mean, I can only imagine that. Like, I think I've done like 2-3 actual proper rain races now, and the brakes are quite reliable up until that one moment you truly need them, and then you just kind of slide.
Yeah, that's the thing. Well, when you do it, you're kind of getting up to race pace, you're doing 100, 150 miles an hour down a long straight, and halfway down it, there's a load of cars just stopped or travelling at 10 miles an hour. You've got no hope.
Sorry, the idea in my head is just very hilarious to think about.
Oh, there's a replay of it somewhere in Discord.
I could probably find a clip of it, yeah. It was like a freight train.
It was funny. If it wasn't so destructive. Yeah, I got a strike for that as well, didn't I, Bill?
Nothing to do with me, cause well, it was actually, but
No,
yeah,
I
mean, when we watched it, we were like, "Holy fuck!" Who was it? Car went flipped into the air and went flying. Was it Phil?
There was a few, but wasn't that the same race where the unmentionable went flying off out of bounds?
Oh, I can't remember. There's been so there's so many races we've had, so many different events happening. It's just unreal. ACC certainly brings some drama.
The good thing about it is you get high definition drama. The quality of the graphics and the lighting effects and the weather effects are just phenomenal.
I don't think I could find it again, but I know that on Reddit there was somebody that made pictures, and I believe it was Brands Hatch, and tried to recreate them in Assetto Corsa Competizione. And sometimes I legitimately couldn't tell the difference between real life and the game. It was really hard to spot it sometimes.
I know, yeah. And I was watching Level Cap doing his daily gaming previews, and he was on about EA, and there were background video was some baseball or basketball game or something, and I was thinking it was real. The graphics are so good now, it's hard to tell sometimes.
I've been caught out a few times with graphics on games, I'm like, am I watching a real race? I've put it on a 4K TV and people come in and go, "Oh, you're watching racing?" And I'm like, "Yeah, it's one we've done, one of our races." "What do you mean?" It's a game." "Really?" you know, they're shocked how good it looks.
Welcome back, Racer.
Well, down there, 8.
That was a quick stint.
Well, I wasn't driving, I was just making the strategy.
Oh, you the team boss, aren't you?
Yeah. So I'm making all of the calculations and the possibilities, so we've got the fastest driver currently in the car. Let's see where he can drive us up to. And the P23, not so bad. A little bit further than I expected.
Where did you start?
In P13.
Okay, you still got 2 hours 40.
Yeah, still got some time, but we are a little bit inconsistent. Like each of us had at least one spin. Cost us quite some time, and also tire life probably. So it's not optimal, but we are getting better. For once, we are actually making the strategy correct. I remember last outing we had, it was raining, we managed to send out cars on dry tires. Wasn't the funniest outlap.
Starsky and Hutch in the comms. Yeah. How's your shifter, Pinners?
Oh, cheap shot.
Fat-fingered fuck.
Is it
Varen
past
actually-
10 o'clock?
Varen just put down the fastest lap of the race. 158, 110.
Wow. When did he pit?
Honestly, no clue.
I'm going to assume he's either at the end of his stint or he's well into his stint. That must be fairly low fuel. That's quick.
I don't think that's ending stint. I think Christoph was there
Yeah, I think
at
that's
the
his.
start.
I think that's a new stint.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, because I
Yeah.
think I remember him being there at the start together with Flag.
I mean, at this pace, seeing as there's only a 10-second gap between him and Bushek, he's probably going to catch him because Bushek is doing 159s and he's consistently now doing a 158.3.
So, don't know what happened to Flag, because I remember him being like at the top 3 and now he's like a little bit
Yeah,
further down there.
he's getting monster, isn't he, Flair?
Yeah.
That's a good point. What did happen to Flack, seeing as he's now...
7th, or is it?
Oh no,
No,
they just
no,
did it.
Zach's in the car now. He's not.
Yeah.
It's Zach now.
Oh, they must have pitted.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they are fresh out of the pits.
Yeah. That's good.
But
Ninth place coming out fresh on the that would have been the fourth stint, wouldn't it?
yeah, it just started for some, halfway through it for others.
Mm.
But then, as we see the time in dive from Badowski,
It looks like everyone's running. Is everyone running the full 67 as much as possible? Or is
well,
anyone?
we are currently, and our final driver is gonna have a shortest stint of us coming to the end. But I guess that's not the best way, but if you have a good pace in the end, there is nothing holding you up, so you might as well be doing that. Because I know that some cars could, I think the Bentley could do like hour 15 maybe a bit less on hour 10.
We can probably find out if Tavarin is early on his stint. Is that in YouTube chat? Is he not long got in the car there? Put that fastest lap in, or is he at the end of a stint? I know there's a few teammates and Alan's in there.
I mean, I could always jump back like 20 minutes and see if he was already in the car.
Hey, it's pinpoint.
You're all pinners.
There's lots of static.
Yeah, can't hear you, mate.
Did he connect the microphone to electricity and not to the PC?
He's probably got it stuffed up his hole.
That's right.
Yeah, I can hear you now, mate.
Yeah, no, that's a fresh stint. That's a fresh stint because before it was Varley that was driving the Ferrari.
Wow, that's some lap for a fresh stint with fuel. Jesus, if you can put that in, what's he going to do towards the end of the stint?
And he's still driving a 158.2, so he is just
158,
consistently
right.
quick.
Yeah, 158.2.
Yep.
I want what he's having then for the breakfast and lunch.
And just put in a 158.3, so he's done 3 laps within 0.2. That's consistent.
Like, looking at it, he's nailing Sector 2, which is where he's gaining all of that time.
Yeah, he's in the 49s. Sector 2's 49s, everyone else in the 50s, 50 plus.
I mean, if I was Bookcheck right now, I would start worrying.
Yeah, 8-second gap. So would all.
That was 10 seconds, like what, 2 minutes ago?
Yeah.
Well, there is nothing to be worried in. Maybe Puchik has some pace and disposable.
Mike is
Oh,
involved
we got
here.
a Ferrari spinning by.
Oh, he's going to get a lap back here, Madly. Well, we had some bad luck though. We've had blue screen of death. We've had people with us, and we've had other couple of things.
Oh, Ferrari gone off there, was he?
Oh yeah, that was the. What was it?
Getting cloudy as well.
Yeah, Pinpoint. You've been having quite a lot of troubles in the car.
Well,
Bring the rain. Oi.
the
Oh,
What is that?
Oh dear.
more trouble.
Who got
oh no, don't eat it, Madly.
That was a pit maneuver, it looked like.
It's all getting a bit fruity now, isn't it?
I guess Pinpoint is off.
They are having a really bad race.
Yeah. Are they just completely lost here?
Almost every time that team has gotten into view, it had something to do with bad luck or a little bit of contact or having to run too wides. I truly feel for them.
Kudos to them for still going on, to be honest. Like, after so much that has gone on, they are still carrying and pushing. That's commitment.
It really is.
That's what endurance is about. You know, you're going to get your knocks and your scrapes. You're going to have your accidents and stuff, you know, but 6 hours is 6 hours. Losing 30 seconds here, it's not really a major issue, is it? If you can keep gunning it. It's all about the damage as well, I suppose. But
Oh yeah, but to be fair, is this my car going? See ya. Like, the level of pace that has been going on through here is quite high. People have been keeping it on during the entire race.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Right.
I noticed. He was in 23rd. Dan Theobald. I always know that that's Beanster's teammate, and Beanster wanted to get in the top 20. So he said if we get in the top 20, he'd be chuffed.
We're last at the minute.
Really?
Yeah, but we badly got a blue screen of death and we lost some laps and we've had a bit of bad luck, people hitting us and silly things like that. But our goal is to get 35th back, but at least we're going to go for something.
I had a bet on you lot as well because the way you performed on the last Silverstone race. I've lost money, you know. Real money.
I'll reimburse you, Bill.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, we've been unlucky, but we've still got something to fight for.
Well, at least as long as you got that something, then you've got something that's driving you forward.
How many laps down? Oh, 6 laps down. Well, yeah. I mean,
Still 2.5 hours, isn't it?
yeah. I was going to say 34's 5 laps down. I'm not sure where 33, 32 are in that. Well, yeah. I mean, 29. Rick Binnersley, he's 4 laps down. So all you need to do is catch up with Rick, punt him off.
Yeah.
Rick likes getting punted.
Well, when I'm my stints next, so I'm going to be like a pit bull with an hard on, trust me.
It's all about the finish and endurance, isn't it? And if you enjoy it, if you don't enjoy it, don't do it.
Yeah. I hate a race like that, when everything's falling apart all the time. And kudos to you for actually pushing on and keep going, because it's just sometimes so demoralizing when you can't get anything going correctly.
Whoa, which Ferrari was that just ran ultra wide?
The red one. I think it was in 27.
I don't think we've really seen any drive-throughs for track warnings, have we? Have you got any track warning spinners on your team?
No, we had a 15-second, but for what? I don't know.
That probably would have been for speeding, wouldn't it?
Nah, not 15.
No, that's drive-through, isn't it?
That's
Is it
drive-through or stop and go.
Oh my God.
Depends on how much you speed. But I think I saw a drive-through for track limits, maybe 2 of them.
I think on certain tracks, the track limits on ACC are fairly lenient. You've got to be pretty... I mean, we did the 12 hours of Spa, and there wasn't many people that got drive-throughs for the track limits there, you know. So
Yeah, Silverstone is one of the more lenient ones.
If you take like Libya with track limit, as long as you don't accelerate through that corner that you took the track limit, you won't get nothing. You'll just did not like gain any time. But you have to lift off, otherwise you will get the penalty.
ML's just said speeding is 30 seconds stop and go, yeah.
I think 15 seconds if you push someone off or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell you in the stewards panel, you should be able to see that.
What was the penalty for flashing? I want to know.
Warnings. There's been 2 so far. 2 people have been warned for flashing, but no penalties.
Ah, right.
I don't know. How many warnings does it take to get a penalty, though, like overall?
Well, if for like flashing?
No, overall, if you get warning for pushing someone wide, then flashing, then something else.
Usually your first one is a warning, your second one is a penalty. It depends on what it is. I mean, no, you would have to do the same thing. If it was the same thing, then possibly the second one would be a penalty. There's no real hard and fast rule on it. You know, it's a judgment call on the severity as well. So,
yeah.
I stay out of that. The stewards do all that, you know. But we have got a form. There is actually a published form that will tell you the penalties you get. You know, so people should really brush up on that.
I mean, it's in the incident reporting channel, isn't it?
Yeah, it's probably pinned there, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, flashing is flashing. It's just one of those things. Flashing is okay in certain scenarios when you want to get past people, and to make your intention clear. Look, I'm here. I'm going to pass you. So give me some space. You know, don't necessarily move offline or lift in a corner or anything. But normally flashing should be done on a straight where you can take an overpass, an overtake.
Looking at it,
a bit dicey there, isn't it? It's getting a bit tight.
Yeah. Badowski, Morris, and Flag fighting off each other.
You know, like that's a perfect there. You just saw that. That's the perfect way to allow people to pass.
Yeah.
I'm off. Enjoy yourself. I might come on later.
All right, mate.
this is really tight.
Oh, get him, boy. Oh. Alright, there's been some contact. But everybody survived.
Zach really wants to get Foster back up to the position they were at earlier. He's trying to make up the time right now.
He's trying every different way. Oh, why did it go away?
That was an interesting bit of racing, director. Why are we now seeing the rear of a Ferrari?
Like, if someone's scared about AI taking the world over, just show them this auto director. Oh my god, KUNOS.
Meanwhile, Tavaren's still doing those absolutely insane laps.
Well, he's not catching him as fast, although, yeah, he's doing insane laps.
158.3.
Earlier, he started doing 159.2s, and he was still quicker than Buckshaq, but just not quick enough to make that gap smaller at a decent pace. But he's currently picking up the pace once more.
Yeah, he's cut it down to 5.6 gap.
I'm just thinking that it might, but I forget to speak. Tveren might be easy to get to Buchek, but I'm not sure how easy it's going to be to get by the BMW. Because the Beamer is a fast car. We saw someone speeding around. But the Beamer's fast.
The Beamer is absolutely fast, but I believe the Ferrari's a little quicker through the corners.
Might be through the corners, but if you can't get him onto the straights, it's going to be really hard. It will take a lot of like pushing the limit.
If Buckshaq makes an error somewhere in one of the corners, I believe the Ferrari could be able to take it on the outside. But it depends on the corner.
The only corner you can go around the outside might be Stone, or what is it, Cox? The third one, Cox. Yeah. Maybe through there, but other than that, you would have to be really brave to go around the outside and hold the car.
Let me see real quick.
Phil Varley there, crippled potatoes, putting it out there. The liveries from two cars at the front were completely by yours truly. All right. Don't sell yourself.
I mean, looking at it, if Tavares would want to try to do an overtake on Buckshaq, is Sector 2 and Sector 3 are consistently quicker, so yeah, Copes might be a possibility if he's crazy enough to do it.
Robert De Vries there, getting bugged by Gaider.
Fighting over the Lamborghinis and second almost.
He's trying to find that gap.
He's not
gonna try to send it on the inside, and he's by.
But maybe try to send it
No.
back.
Oh!
He sees the move and he gets through the door.
Oh!
He couldn't make it stick.
Some bullying going on out there, isn't there?
You've got to assert the dominance over the Lamborghini, don't you?
I can't drive that Lamborghini at all.
Yeah, I heard it's quite handful together with the Audi.
Avoid all curbs is all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, pretty much the same car, isn't it?
You avoid all curbs unless you are in the Bentley.
Or the
But
Lexus.
Eat the curbs for breakfast.
The Lexus is great over the curbs.
Lexus is quite a powerful car. Like overall, like a really powerful package.
I'd say the Lexus is probably one of the most stable cars, actually.
Like it's a great car when it's raining. From
Just
what I heard.
doesn't excel on any track, really, does it?
Maybe Misano. Alright, I'll have to go and do some politics in my car. We might return at some point.
Oh, I just noticed that we have somebody else in the waiting for comms.
Oh, Callum. Hey, Callum.
Hello.
How's it going?
I'm good. Yourself?
Not too bad. How's the race going?
Bad. Started P21 for us, and we're now 15th. So not too bad.
Who are you driving with?
I'm with Cleaver and Leach in the Lexus.
Any incidents?
We had a spin. We've also been warned for a dive bomb on a lap car, which I don't believe is warranted, but rules are rules. And yeah, just
It's only a warning. I mean, it can be looked at after.
and yeah, just a lot of it's been good, Some questionable points in the field, lap cars and attempted dive bomb back on us, but other than that, it's been a pretty decent race for us.
It's not bad, really, considered you only joined, what, a couple of days ago?
Yeah, a few days ago, yeah.
Mm.
This isn't the car that I drive. I always drive the Aston Martin. So I had to get used to this car within, well, less than a week.
I was just saying the Lexus is pretty stable, though, isn't it? You've got to get it really out of shape to fuck it up.
But the Aston that I drive is even more, is what I'm used to, and it's even more thingy, more stable.
Have you guys noticed what I just noticed? If you currently look at the weather predictor, we're going to have to rain in 30 minutes.
Oh,
Yeah, I've just seen it. My teammates need to get. I'm going to check your teammate now. My teammate chat.
And judging by that icon, that's not going to be light rain.
Nope, 3 bars.
It's going to be pretty moderate, yeah. Well, how many little dashes we got? 4?
3 or 4, yeah.
Yeah.
That is going to completely change the game, I think.
And that might change our stunt plan around then. In fact, it will probably change our stunt plan around.
This is really going to mix it up.
It's going to change the entire grid.
Yeah, I'm wondering how many people have got a decent, because some people in this race are going to have, a dozen or more different strategies. I mean, I wonder how many wet strategies they've got. Or is it going to be, get the wet tyres on, pump them up?
I mean, this was a dream, wasn't it? A night race in the rain.
Told you I did the rain dance. Everyone's going to blame me for this now.
So we should.
According to Beaster earlier, he said that the practice race was rain, apparently.
Yeah, some of the sessions when you went in, some of the sessions when you went in were rain. So it was expected. I just think people, when it starts off dry and you do like 4 hours, they don't really expect it to go to rain. But that's, especially Silverstone, it's in the UK, it rains.
I mean, I wonder how many people on the back currently have a setup that is a little bit more suited for rain, or whether or not they're all driving a dry setup. I'm truly curious about that one.
What do you mean?
Well, you can always tune a car a little bit better for rain if you add a little bit of downforce, put the body a little bit different, and then it just handles way better. But I wonder how many people have a setup that is more accustomed to less downforce, so they have a higher speed. But that's going to, of course, not pay off when there's a lot of rain, because we don't know what the next marker is going to be after the 30 minutes. There's still 2 hours and 14 minutes left. If that rain turns into heavy rain, that's going to be an issue.
Yeah, good point, actually.
Yeah, as long as we don't have a thunderstorm like in Paul Ricard last year, I think we should be safe.
I'm actually going to do like a lightning dance now, thunderstorm dance. Hold on, where's my skirt?
I mean, especially because you guys have said it as well, rain was to be expected because of the practice session. So maybe there's 2 or 3 teams, maybe even 5 or something, that have actually prepared their setup more for rain and hoping to make up the time there.
Oh, that's a different line.
Oh my god, that's actually a very good point, Delgard. Varen has now closed the gap to less than a second.
Wow. He's took out, what, 10 seconds in 10 laps?
Yeah, and I believe the Beamer originally at one point had a 30-second lead at one point. So that gap has just been closed majorly.
I reckon Buchek's ass is puckering there.
Currently, Varen is doing a second quicker than the BMW.
Track temperature's dropped. Well, not by much though.
No scrapping, Kevin, yeah. Yeah, it might get a bit fruity at the front. I can't see Buchek giving that up very easily. Let's just see if the director switches to... I'm tempted to go and do it manually, but...
.4.
There's James Kell. That's the British GT4 driver there. He's doing quite well. Like trying to decide who's your favourite child. You got to throw one of them. You know, you got to throw one of them to the Lions.
I'm actually truly curious whether or not Varen and Buckshek are already going to race it out right now, seeing as they're together still 2 seconds quicker than third position. So if they just stuff it out and drive together, they might actually be able to increase that lead again.
Nah, they're going to battle. I mean, Severan's catching him by, he's on 0.2 now. He's just took 0.28. He's 0.3 away. He's going to go straight for it.
I'm actually a little curious about this. How often do they need to pit? What's the time limit?
67 minutes.
And that's counting from each hour?
Yeah, so the stint timer is 67 minutes and it resets as soon as you cross the entry line. So 1 hour, 7 minutes is the maximum you're allowed.
Oh, Severin and Buchek are in a fight. Oh, here we go.
Oh, Buckshek is feeling that. Varen looking for the opening on the outsides.
Oh, yes.
He braked himself a bit there. I think that was probably evasive manoeuvres there. I think he was catching him so quick that he had to pull over a little bit.
Might be. Oh, the reason why I was asking about the stint times is because that means the rain is going to be in between stints.
Yeah, good point, actually.
Yeah, will be. Right, and going back to my own team chats. Thanks for the chat, guys. I'll see you in a bit.
Yeah, good luck, Alan.
That's all.
So I wonder if there's going to be a few teams that are going to try to tough it out on the dry tires for as long as possible, or if there's some that are going to pit a little bit earlier, try to get the wet tires on, and then try to do an undercut with that.
To be honest, if it goes to that 4-dash rain, you're not going to tough it out on draws. You'll be coming in straight away. If that's what I think the rain will be, it's pretty much wet. I think 2 or 3 bars you could probably tough it out. But I think that's going to be, you're going to see some pit stops happening straight away.
And the second thing that I'm now thinking of as well is there's a lot of rubber on the track right now, and a lot of people are probably relying on that. That's going to throw them off a lot when it gets washed off.
Yeah, that's a good point. Valerie's saying, Solheim's saying that the rain's going to hit about 10 minutes before the end of their stint, so might not be too bad.
Yeah, we'll see. Let's hope for that. That'll be better for the teams, but at the exact same time, I wouldn't mind them being in the middle of the stint because it will just cause more chaos. But I'm a little bit sadistic like that.
Gabsy, what's the possibility? What's the penalty for going over stint time? I think it's 30 seconds added at the end of the race. I think it might be more actually. Or was it a drive-through? Drive-through, there you go. Which is more than 30 seconds. So yeah, don't go over your stint time.
Oh, it's Varen trying again.
Yeah, he's having another go, isn't he?
That's not a very big gap.
No, and it's getting narrower.
The issue he's going to have is to try and get past that Beamer.
I think Buchek's getting held up a bit here, isn't he, with back markers, so it's giving Tavern a perfect opportunity to squeeze him. This could... Don't switch off it, you fucking director.
They're driving within such a small error margin right now. If either one of them makes a mistake, I'll tell you what, I wouldn't want to be Buckcheck right now. I couldn't deal with that pressure.
You know, I know it's for position and it's first and second, but I think sometimes this sort of battling slow. Obviously, they've got back markers in front of them, but I think it slows you down. I'm sort of one of those people that go, you know, I'm not gonna. You're fighting me, and you're slowing me down, so I'm gonna just let you slide on by, and I'm gonna tuck back in and put the pressure on you.
I'm very much the same. But I think the reason why Buckcheck will feel especially pressured in this case is because they've been leading the race for, I think, now 3 hours.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
they're not going to want to give up that progress.
No.
Especially also seeing that it's near the end of their stint. Like, in my opinion, the smarter strategy here indeed would be just let Varn go past and maybe go in for an early pit. But at the exact same time, I understand where they're coming from, that they want to keep on to that first position.
Meanwhile, Jack's up to 13th.
Oh, I'm loving that Jag. However, with the rain coming, the Jag does not like the rain one bit.
Yeah, no one wants to give up first place, do they, really? So that's the mindset. I personally wouldn't, as much as I could, but if it's slowing me down, I mean, they're not catching the back markers here, so they're battling together, and you know, they're dodging and weaving, and
Well, the thing is, the back markers could play into Buckcheck's hands.
Well, if you look at the lap times, they're on 2 minutes now. You know, that's Severin's down near enough 2 seconds.
Yeah, they're still gaining on third position, also gaining on fourth, and the first person that could potentially catch them is in fifth currently, so they can keep battling for quite a while without actually any consequences to it.
That flashing.
I think that's damage.
I think he forced him off onto the grass, so he's just giving him a bollocking.
Fair enough. Valerie's just come up with a good point there. The longer that we can keep P2 behind, the more time they'll gain in the rain, which is
that is actually also true.
Yeah.
That's a very good point.
Yeah, because they're not being pressured by anyone else, really. You know, they've got a good gap, so they could battle.
That gap is so small, though. 0.165. I mean, with that small of a gap, the Varen might as well be a trailer hitched to the back of Buckcheck. Point in case is proven by the director just now.
I'm wondering if Tavares just staying behind him there. No, he's not.
No, he's trying to get
past. He's trying here.
Like, the issue is here is the Ferrari will be able to take him in the corners if he can get close enough on the straights, because that BMW just pulls away from that Ferrari on the straight. If I remember...
Sorry, go on.
If I remember correctly, the BMW actually has a higher top speed than the Ferrari.
Yes, it does. Yeah.
I just thought I saw a raindrop there.
I'm singing in the rain. Told you I'd start singing.
Well, Varley is just letting us know that the Varen is apparently screaming in TeamSpeak.
Jag's up to 10th.
They are really going for it. That's not where I expected them to end up, because I think they qualified for what? I had it here somewhere. Where did they qualify for?
I'm loving it though. They've worked their way up from the bottom of the grid up to the top 10. Oh, he's back down to 10th.
I mean, it just goes to show that the Jag is a really good car if you know what you're doing with it.
You could give Speeder a line robin and he'd be first place around here. It's down to the driving and the setup.
Valerie with the second point from the BMW team for number 36, is it? The longer they can keep the Varen behind, seeing as he's the quickest driver, the better it is for them.
Yeah, I'm afraid that. Gabs, yeah, they fixed the rhinestone stuff, so it's all good. I've just noticed Zach's up to 6th.
Mm-hmm.
That's pulled that back a bit.
I mean, they definitely have the pace to still catch them in the last 2 hours and go back for that first and second battle.
Yeah, one left.
Because I don't think... Has Jack Moore driven his second stint yet?
Possibly not, actually, because he did the first one. He might be doing... I think he normally does the first and last.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. So if Zach can close the gap to like 5th and they can keep it there, then there's possibly still them in the running for it. Oh my god, the weather is not looking good.
Uh-oh.
I'd say a lot of them are going to swap drivers soon, aren't they?
Can somebody tell me what the plus means next to the clouds?
Extra.
Oh boy.
I'm not actually sure, but I'm sure it's plus rain.
I'm gonna look. I'm gonna try to find out what that plus means.
No, I'm not racing, Gabza. You cheeky bastard, cuz I am good enough. I just chose not to race.
Okay, so if I understand it correctly from what I'm reading here, the plus means that there might be more rain than is indicated.
Yeah. Variable rain.
Yep.
See, I told you I'm going to get blind. Valerie's blaming me for rain now. Wasn't me, mate.
I must admit that I'm very impressed with Buckcheck still having to Varen behind them.
I'm actually wondering now if Ducek and Tavarin. I'm wondering if Tavarin's probably thinking, I'm just going to wait for the rain and I'm going to see if he pits and maybe eke another lap out in clean air. You know, see who pits too early or too late, possibly.
You don't want to get caught out on slick, so when it gets wet.
No, but sometimes you can pit too early and you could probably get another lap out without losing too much time. You know.
Oh my God, Varen.
Actually, I don't think he's. I don't think he just wants to get past. Oh, fuck!
Ooh, Tavera made a mistake there.
Jesus, that was a bit fucking rash.
Oh, that's gonna cost him.
Mm.
I think he might have picked up some damage from that.
No, I think he's just lifted so he didn't get a penalty.
Because something that's caught me off guard from time to time is that you can actually break your wheel off in Assetto Corsa.
Very rare.
I've managed to pull it 5 times by now.
I watched the guy.
Go on, guys.
I was going to say, I watched the guy the other day and he hit a curb so hard he punctured both tyres. I'd never seen it in ACC.
Oh, yeah, you can get punctures. You usually get punctures on cold tyres if you hit a sausage too hard because they're not fully inflated. I've had a couple of punctures doing that.
Yeah, it's really funny because the tyre graphic on screen, these miniature tyres, where the tyres are deflated so much.
Valerie's saying that they have to pit earlier than us, so we'll just wait and see. Okay.
Oh, that seemed like a little bit of contact or maybe a bit of lag with the Jag.
I remember a certain person that's probably watching the stream, Martin, that beached me on this. I think it was Martin that beached me on the third or fourth corner coming onto the Wellington.
How could we ever forget?
I
had to ram you off it, didn't I?
I was just stuck there, just rocking backwards and forwards on the sausage. I couldn't go anywhere. I got no, the wheels weren't touching the floor.
Zach's up to 5th. Jag's up to 9th.
I'm actually curious, how good is the Lambo in the rain?
It's shit in the dry, so I'd imagine it's even shitter in the wet, to be honest.
Elcard's saying the rain's getting worse, but I can't see any rain.
Yeah, I can see a bit of rain on the camera there. You can't really see it unless you go in car. I mean, when we did that Barcelona race, you were on about where you put your freight train down the start-finish. It didn't look that heavy on the stream, but when you actually looked at it in car, you could see shit.
Oh yeah, I could hardly see anything, just blur out the mirror, out the windscreen.
Well, some people will probably be very happy because the rain now no longer has a variable for worse. It's just going to stay the same level.
Maybe that plus just meant more rain. It's continuing. Yeah, rain getting worse. Rain isn't getting worse. Variable weather. That's what you get, folks. We can't predict it if weather forecasters get it wrong.
Well, the litmus test is when cars start sliding off.
F indeed for Tver. I completely agree. But he's not out of the battle just yet. Gap is 0.8. That's more than catchable for him. Oh, no, wait. Did the gap update? Plus 11 I see now?
Must be in the pits.
Yeah, that's...
Driver swap, maybe.
No, it's not showing a P. It's a 12-second gap now. What's happened there?
I don't think he's in the pits just yet from the looks of it.
No. Did he go off?
I mean, something happened in Sector 2 because his time spiked to 1 minute and 2 there.
So, yeah.
Oh, Valerie is giving the update. He got tangled with a back marker and hit the wall.
Ouch.
That must hurt.
Much damage? I'm not a fan of night driving.
I can't see the daylight much, but night's
No.
terrible.
Meanwhile, Tavern will definitely regret that. I'm pretty certain that Buckshek is now very happy.
There's no fat person singing yet.
Well, I mean, Buckshek definitely achieved his goal, keeping Tavern behind them, because this is... Oh, look at the rain picking up. This is Tavern, I believe Tavern's last stint, because it's the second time I see him. So... Buckshek managed to keep the quickest driver on that Ferrari team behind him, and that's definitely a good thing for them.
So here comes the rain. I'm going to get a P because I need to watch this. It's going to be great.
Oh, and definitely seeing that in the next 10 minutes, it might still pick up. Track temperature slowly dropping. Track conditions no longer optimum. That rain is really starting to get going now. Holy shit. Yeah, this is going to start. This is going to start giving some headaches to people. Track condition becoming greasy. It's going to become very, very slippery very quickly. And as we could just see from the onboard from Catalan, it is becoming harder and harder to see, especially with the rain now adding on the dark. This is truly going to test the skill level of every driver currently on the track and every single one of them that still has to do their last stint. People are going in the pits. No doubt to put on the wet tires. Definitely going to be the right call. Oh, and a Ferrari just went into wall over there.
How's the rain doing?
Oh, absolutely. It is time to pit, and anybody that is staying out is
Oh, yeah.
definitely gambling. Back in these conditions are now also becoming very greasy. Oh, there we see the Merc going wide, definitely sliding, losing traction very rapidly. Oh no, the Jaguars got to stop and go. They probably missed the pit limiter.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, that's a massive shame.
Yeah, I was rooting for the Jag Big Star.
Make it worse, Emil. It's also very greasy because of the rubber starting to get loose from the track. And not any type of tire can help you against that.
Yeah, it's awful when it's just too dry for wets and too wet for dries. I think we had a Silverstone race. It was pretty much all like that the whole way through.
Well, it's absolutely horrendous to drive. It makes for a really good show.
Yeah, it was the 4-hour silk. That's the one, yeah. Put the wets on, the tyres were overheating.
I'm surprised to see Tavarin still out on the track. I wonder if he already pitted and he's just doing another stint, or...
Probably trying to get a few more seconds off before he pits.
I think they're just trying to push to their stint, aren't they? I don't know. You know, there's a few early pitters there.
That back marker is really close to them, though. Oh, and he went off.
Yeah, his tyres are losing it, aren't they?
This is what you gotta. This is when you gotta say, is it like, do I, come in? You know, they've gone from 206s now to 213s. The Buchek and Tavarin pitted yet?
No, I don't actually believe they have.
Probably feeding out the conditions. I mean, when they pit, they're going to have to make a decision whether to stay on dries or change to wets.
Well, seeing as Valerie, Buchek should now be pitting. And Tavarin immediately followed him.
Jag's cleared its penalty anyway. It's still in, where is it? 17th now.
Buckcheck made a mistake in the pits. He had to reverse apparently.
Oh! Put the cat among the pigeons.
That might give the Ferrari the time it was looking for that it needed to catch again.
Lob a few seconds off anyway.
Oh, Munster there going off the track, losing a little bit of traction. And it's going to be dry again in 30 minutes. This is going to become very exciting.
This is where strategy plays a big role, doesn't it? Stay on dries and risk it for 30 minutes. You don't want to have to change from wets to dries when it dries out.
I mean, if it becomes dry in 30 minutes, that means there's going to be a wet and a dry line on the track, so it's going to make maneuvers a little bit harder, seeing as there's no sun to dry the track completely. Maybe towards the end of the race that there might be a lot more dry sides on the track, but it definitely means that running wide is going to be a little bit risky for a while.
Zach's up to 4th.
Fifth? I don't think he has spit it yet.
Oh, Tom Hax is up to 4th, rather.
Varley now back in the Ferrari.
I was just checking out Jack Cabanato's stream there. He's struggling with his car. It's sliding all over the place.
I can imagine as much. Oh, looks like we now know who the fight is between. Varley given the monumental task of catching up to Verstappen. Flag still having to close a 20-second gap to 4th place. Castagno here is trying his best to keep the gap as big as possible between him and Camoletto. Starting to become very noticeable right about now that everybody is really looking for their new grip line. "15 seconds. That's a big gap to close. Currently 33, if I may believe, at wall.
Just getting some information there. It seems that there's not enough rain. So the pressures are getting high on tyres. It's the same old thing, you know. Too wet for dries, too dry for wets. The other way around.
It is going to start becoming a very tricky end of the rain, of this race, actually, because we still don't know what comes after the 30-minute mark. Again, for all we know, it goes dry and then rain again. And if it keeps with this damp condition, then yeah, this is going to really be an issue for people.
But it's showing a double cloud. I can't actually see. Is that a double rain cloud? Or, no, it's just. I think
That's
it's
just a double cloud.
Yeah, so it's going to go dry. It's just going to get clouded with low temps, I would imagine. So that'll be interesting.
Yeah, and as I was saying earlier, what is actually going to happen to that track most likely is there's going to be a dry line forming because it's nighttime, and everything else is going to be wet.
Jug's back up to 15th.
You're really rooting for the Jag, aren't you?
I am, man. I always root for the underdog.
I'm rooting for it as well, I gotta admit.
And everyone's slated the Jag. You know, right from the start, oh, it's shit, fucking rubbish car. And they just proved everyone wrong, haven't they?
I mean, that car is amazing no matter how you look at it. It's hard to tame, you know? Amoleta looking for the opening on Lecky. Going to try to send it on the inside. It doesn't manage to close the gap just yet.
I'm just catching up on the chat here.
Amoleta really tugging in there. Going to try to take it on the outside, I think. Very close through the corner, and looks like he gets by.
Oh, I just read that FX has been into the server and tweaked the auto cam a bit, so it should hold on.
The rain?
No, the camera.
Oh, okay.
He's about the only member of RWB that hasn't got fat fingers.
What are you trying to say, mate?
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I try not to touch things because I press buttons and then things go sizzle. So, yeah. We have tech people for that.
Serial killers, snap, crackle and pop. The Hacks' consistency has been really good this season.
Yeah, he's up to 4th. I was just looking at his lap time there, 2:08. So he's pretty much not far off Tavern and Phil.
And he's been ending up on the podium, I think, every Saturday League in the past few months, or past month anyway. He's been on or near the podium.
He's mad for it, though, isn't he? You know,
Yeah.
He's gone balls deep into the sim with his rig and everything. He's got triples and things like that. So yeah, you know, he's good. I still won't let him past. Mind you, I don't I'm like you, cause I don't let anyone past. You know.
No, you got to make like a buffalo girl, mate.
Stick to your line, and they'll get past you if they're fast enough. It's not blocking; it's racing.
Yeah, no. I noticed the other night I was doing that the Thursday League, the GTOs, and it was Watkins. No, wasn't Watkins Glen. It was one of the American circuits anyway, and there's a really tight corner, and I stuck it up the inside. Nice and tight, and Mad Al, he did a lovely buffalo girl maneuver around the outside, and in fact a couple of people took me there just because I was holding it so tight. I had to slow down to stay on my line, and they could do the outside sweep a lot better. Bit risky, but they pulled it off.
.34-second gap there.
Yep. Ferrari lost about 18 seconds in the pits. So if Verstappen now holds it together for the rest of the race, it will essentially be a win for number 3016. Like Lloyd Stick Melons.
Yeah, I mean, they'll have him within a half second, first and second, so it's switching around a bit. It's 35 seconds to pull back an hour and a half. It's doable. Well, they've got to stop again, haven't they? The weather's going to change.
Most definitely. There's still a few places where either team could still fuck up to completely change the outcome. Think McLeod. All right, I'll remember that. I mean, you definitely notice that people are struggling a little bit with the varying conditions because the grid has been jumbled a bit.
What are the tyres doing, Kevin? Are they holding heat or too hot, too cold? You on wets or dries? What are you doing?
They predicted that the wets were going to get quite hot, so they're pretty much perfect at the moment.
So I was watching Jax, and they were saying they were overheating. So yeah. I suppose if you've got multi-strategies on the fly, you can possibly judge the round from the off and do the tire pressures.
I mean, they just about perfectly judged it by the sound of it.
I know someone that had 62 setups. I shit you not.
Sounds like the perfect teammates.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. They had a whole spreadsheet and setups of wet, dry, with variable pressures from like point 1, 0.2 per tyre, you know. Yeah, pretty much. And it'd be like set 62, you know, or set 35. It's like, man, it's just unreal. And all you have to do is select it.
I mean, that's more or less the perfect position you want to be in.
I think some of these guys do, though. I would imagine most of them probably got 20 or more setups.
I think it was, let me see, because I gotta remember the name.
They're definitely playing this track game, aren't they? I was just reading that in chat there.
I want to say Robert Vries earlier that was in here. I'm not finding him back on the spotting sheet.
Robert was in the... which car was he in? He was 20 something, wasn't he?
Because he was in here earlier saying that that his team had an entire spreadsheet ready with strategies and pit strategies ready. I could have sworn the Discord name was Robert de Vries. I can't find him back on the sheets.
Yeah, it's Robert de Vries. I know Robert.
Okay, then I remember correctly.
Yeah. I was just thinking back to when I can't remember who did all the setups. So it was, you know, it was like pick number 32, put 0.1 in this and 0.1 in that, drop the fuel by this. It was so, you know, these guys put so much into this stuff.
That's quite a lot of rain there.
There is quite a lot of rain, actually, yeah. It looks like it's got a bit heavier.
Sure, if you put wet tyres on.
I think they're all on wets now.
Last 10 minutes of rain right about now. Going to start decreasing from this point forward if we may trust the radar.
I think that's the one thing that's missing in ACC. You know, on some other sims, it tells you when someone's on wet or dry.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, I suppose in real life you wouldn't know that unless your team were looking at something else another team is doing. They put wets on, you know. They're going for a different strategy. Should we do wets? Should we do dries? You know, it's visual, isn't it? So.
Well, F1, they know everything. They know what underpants they're wearing.
Well, yeah, there is that. I'm thinking more in like a GT3, would they? I don't know.
Well, I suppose they would. If there's watching the pits, they better tell what kind of tyres they're putting on.
Well, they're gonna have spies everywhere, aren't they? Really?
I mean, I kind of miss, especially in the spectating view, that we have very little information about the setups of the cars, for example, or the tires. Like, it would be nice for us to be able to tell right now who's driving what, and have a realistic idea of what their downforce is. It would make it more enjoyable, in my opinion, to watch.
Yeah, but then again, speculating can be quite interesting.
That is true. It's true.
Yeah, Valerie made a good point there. If you're in game, you can switch to someone else's and see what they're doing. But as a commentary, we don't know. So yeah, I mean, you could probably inform us.
Hour and 20 left on what has been a very interesting race so far. Oh!
Seems to
just
settle
managed to hold
down.
on to that.
Yeah, I agree. I also think your teammates should be able to set your pit stop for you.
Agreed.
You know, like I was reading what Valley was saying there. You know, because at the end of the day, it's not you that sets the pit stop in the car when you're in real life. It's your pit crew. So your pit crew is your other drivers as such. So yeah, I hope they introduce that where someone else can, because it's really distracting, isn't it? Bringing that HUD up and trying to set pressures, clip here, clip there on 4 tyres and set fuel. It's just not something a driver should have to do.
Agreed. Absolutely agreed.
Nice little lift there to let him pass. That was good.
Flack seems to be going backwards.
Yeah, he's still in 7th. That's good.
He was 5th a few laps ago.
No, he's done a 2:13 there, and leader's doing 2:07, so maybe he's got a problem with the tyres. Pressure's crucial in this sort of weather.
Yeah, definitely. That's one thing I always stress in this game is the tyre pressures that can be the most crucial aspect of the setup. That's just my personal opinion. I don't know fuck all.
I know nothing.
I mean, it does change quite a lot about how grippy the car is, so you definitely got a point.
Yeah, I mean, I noticed because sometimes I set the tyres really low just to account for the expansion on certain tracks, and if you go too low to go orange, and they're going to wear out really quick, and if you go too high, they do the same. They get hot and they're not going to last. So it's a fine line getting the pressures right.
I've just noticed that Verstappen's 2 seconds down, near enough from Barla. Although
Yeah.
Barla's just fucked something up there. It's going to get dry now.
I don't think Varley is still going to be able to get within reach from Verstappen.
No.
Not unless they screw the pit stop up.
Which they definitely could.
Yeah.
mean, as we know from earlier, the BMW did indeed have to reverse when it entered into the pit straight. It was just lucky enough that the Ferrari also had a very bad pit.
Yeah, with a 30-second stop and go could make all the difference. Hey, Donzo.
Hello, how are you?
How's it
Good,
going?
man, you?
Hi there.
Yeah, no, sorry, I joined randomly just to see how things are going.
Yeah, no, everyone welcome.
Thank you.
Don't say fuck or bugger.
Or wanker.
No, I'll try not to swear.
No, I'm joking. Which team are you in?
I'm not. I've only just joined the league actually, so I'm just randomly looking around.
Oh, cool. Well, you're quite welcome.
Cheers, thanks.
You watching the race?
I'm not. No, I've just joined the league, so the other week. I haven't raced yet, and I've just clicked on a few things. I thought, well, I'm just going to have a look, see what's happening.
So you just happened to end up in the commentators box?
I did. I apologise.
We are actually live streaming, so I mean, if you want to go and watch the stream,
Yeah,
you're
will
watching
do.
the stream. I think you're watching it now. Aren't you?
I'm watching it now. Yes.
Yeah, well, commentate.
I don't think I will now. How's it going anyway?
Yeah, the race is going good. I mean, they're 4 hours 45 minutes into it. Hour and 15 left.
Fantastic.
It's damp and dark.
Very much so. Yeah, I noticed.
They're coming up to a dry spell, so it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see who pits first.
Next half an hour, I'd say, isn't it? 20 minutes, half an hour for the last stint.
I'm very interested also to see what Jack Moore can still salvage for Team 88. Racing Sim Tools.
It's Jake Moore.
Is Jake? Oops. Sorry.
Jake, yeah. Jack is J-A-C-K. And Jake is J-A-K-E. K-E.
I just sworn it was Jack that I read, but okay. It's my bad.
No, it's Jake.
It's not what we call him, but I'm not really going to say that on air, so.
No, can't say it on live stream. He's bloody alien. That's what he is.
Yes,
Yeah.
I've heard a lot about that.
He'll beat you in reverse.
Remember, what's his face is to do that.
Yeah, and the carts actually beat us in reverse, believe it or not.
Who was that? That was Geordie fellow, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's side.
Noob, yeah. That's funny as hell. Getting beaten by someone who's driving in reverse. That's not drying out, is it?
It's still on the rain cycle. It's within the next few minutes. It's going to switch, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Wow, the Jag is absolutely having a lot of speed. It's currently doing a 207.
Up to 12th.
If it keeps driving like this, it's going to end up in the top 10.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, and I just realized Pinpoint got his they got their goal. They wanted to get back towards past 35th, and they're currently 32nd.
Nice one.
That's a good result.
Ah, they managed to recover quite a lot from where they were, seeing as they were lost earlier.
No,
Shows perseverance as well, doesn't it?
6 laps at the time, aren't they? I think they probably are still 6 laps, but are a lot closer to the people that are in front of them.
In 36 or 32nd, that really isn't bad at all.
Considering they had a blue screen of death, yeah, you know, that's endurance as well. You know, I look at those sort of things as mechanical failures. You know, computer failures. They're real life mechanical failures, aren't they? Shit happens.
Oh, absolutely. Like I came across a video a while ago, and it was from an esports race, and the guy literally had a backup rig because his rig failed. He literally rolled it away from the TV and then just rolled a new rig there, jumped in, and immediately started driving again.
That's so real, that is.
Like,
I can imagine.
I tried to look for it again, but it was insane. I think he like lost 5-6 positions doing it as well. Like he did it very rapidly. It was insane.
Well, they do it in MotoGP, don't they? Spare bike, jump on the spare bike.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Hello, Justin. Yeah, it does. It does show how dynamic ACC can be, doesn't it?
It's a really good sim.
Yeah, Justin was just saying that there. It's when we get asked, like, you know, what's the weather? We don't know. You know, you set numbers. We can't say, oh yes, there'll be cloud at 3 o'clock and there'll be rain at 4 o'clock, and we just don't know.
It's as predictable as the weather is.
Yeah.
The first time that ACC really caught me off guard was with the greasy track conditions in a construction championship on Misano, because I wasn't aware that it could happen, and suddenly my braking points completely shifted. But it was just so hot that the track got so greasy, and it was just a 50-minute race of complete slippery. It's like it never went away. It just kept staying slippery.
Yeah, I get those races. I sometimes go into a race and go, I'm quicker than this on this track. Why, you know, and it's just the track conditions, the weather conditions, the ambient and all the rest of it. You've got to take all that into account. I don't think you'll ever probably do the same race in the same conditions twice. You know, it's just completely different every time.
No, agreed. And that's also what makes it so great. You really got to adapt to the race. Yeah, the Kuza, long live the Jag. You guys are doing fantastic.
Top 10 would be priceless.
Oh, is it Andrex in the Jag as well? Okay. Yeah, he's a Scottish guy. Known Andrex for quite a while. He's definitely wiping his arse in that Jag, isn't he? Andrex. Toilet paper.
Yeah. Very droll.
Probably too cerebral before you cast it went straight over your head.
Between my legs.
Oh, I'm Varley desperately trying to close that gap of 37 seconds now.
Don't say come on the Scots, Kevin. We'll have the cranky in here soon.
It's nice to see that it stopped raining, but it's still greasy.
Oh,
Oh, that's going to hurt for Castano.
nice recovery.
I can't actually tell if those were back markers that passed him or if he did indeed lose 3 to 4 positions there. Yeah, no, he lost 1 position there, and I think the other ones were back markers.
Well, it looks like Varley's not gaining on P1.
I mean, that definitely puts the Porsche within hunting range for the Jaguar. A few drive-throughs still being added.
That's going to be track limits, isn't it?
Yep. Few people jumping into the pits already as well. I wonder if that's going to pay off for them if the track is already dry enough.
I'm just looking at the lap times. Third place, putting the quickest. 206, 207s, 212 for fourth, 205 no, fifth. Who's in fifth? They're banging some laps in. Few pitters. This is really going to mix it up.
It really is. I mean, we know from Valerie that that the Beamers are just now waiting to see what Varley is going to do. So essentially, it's the Ferrari that's going to set the strategy for the top. If they pit, the Beamer will pit. Otherwise, it will just stay out. At least that's how I interpret that.
Well, third place is putting the second on first and 2 on pretty much 2 on second. So have they pitted?
So far, I haven't seen them pit yet. I don't think they have.
Speaking of pit stop, I'll be back in a second.
No, I'm actually really impressed with that 999 car.
Yeah, the ping's been... Well, the connection's been crap all night, but they seem to have not caused any incidents. So,
I mean, it's a team consisting of 2 drivers from Malaysia and 1 from Bangladesh. It's really impressive that the connection, while having an insane ping, that they're pushing out a very decent result with that without actually causing any issues. Like, sometimes I notice a little bit of jittering that you can't really tell what the car exactly is doing, but it's quite impressive nonetheless.
I think it's, as Audi said earlier, you know, it's not necessarily ping, it's fluctuation. You know, when you get a ping fluctuation from a, you know, up and down like that, that's what causes lag. A constant high ping in this isn't really a problem. So fair play to them, yeah. You know, I know they were called out pretty early, weren't they?
Yeah, they were.
Yeah. you know, we're global. We've got to accommodate. If it's not a hindrance, it's not a problem. Seem to be pretty respectful as well.
Very much so. That was a nice bossing as a back marker.
That's the way to do it. You know, you lose a second, all right, but that's it.
Well, I think that's the third or fourth offense for flashing today.
Who's got that?
47.
Leech. Kevin, get out the flasher register. Yeah. You get like you know, an order for those sort of things. Sort of a, what they call them, proximity order. You know, you can't go near people because you keep flashing them. I think that's more sort of sexual.
Just saw the jack up to 8th there. Speeds are 9th. I presume the jag hasn't pitted yet.
Not that I can tell.
Well, Andrex is still at the helm, so I presume not.
Yeah, that's true, Valerie. I said that. You are allowed to flash if you're, say, for instance, if you're looking at the cameras there, you know, and you're that close to someone and you blue flagging them. A couple of little flashes to say, I want to come through, or I'm going to pass, I'm going to take you here. That's just indicated to say to the car in front, you know, wake them up a little bit, like that sort of thing there. If you'd have a couple of flashes and pass like that, perfect. Once the mindset settles in with people that know when they see a car flashing them, they're not trying to put them off, but they're getting blue flagged, and all they're saying is, I want to pass you now. That's okay. The no fucking flashing thing is people using it as just being dicks, basically. Trying to put people off. And as I said earlier, I was talking to someone earlier, it's great when you flash someone, put them off and they crash, and then you smash into them, and then you blame them, but actually you flashed them and put them off. So, you know, no fucking flashing. Just a tip, if there's a shaft, you're on the register. We have just started a shit list. Yeah, actually, you're spot on. We've just started a shit list, yeah. The shit list was written today. I'm not going to say it was, but someone pulled out for some shitty reason on the day. You know, we had reserves and stuff with this. People have pulled out for other different reasons. Don't pull out on the day because you got a problem with something that you've had mega time to deal with. You'll go on the shit list. So yeah, shit list number 1. If you want to be on the shit list, do shit like that. Rant over. How we doing? I can see Varley's not really catching on for Streppen.
I don't think it's gonna happen.
It's not, is it?
Unless McLeod Stick Melons make a mistake in the final hour of the race, it's not gonna happen. Something has to go really wrong for that to still happen.
Alan, if you pulled out for other, I know we had other people pull out for other reasons, but this reason was a shit list. He's definitely on the shit list.
Welcome back.
I thought I'd hop in again after my interesting rain stint.
How did it go?
I didn't spin, which was a surprise to me. Managed to gain a few positions as well, so it was pretty good.
Like, we saw that a few cars had a little bit of issues finding traction on the track. How was it? Like, the track itself?
The track itself, I wasn't expecting much from the Lambo, but it was surprisingly good actually in the rain stint. Didn't really have any traction issues either, but I have seen a few cars that did.
I mean, seeing the position currently that Schaefer is driving, you guys gained 4 positions?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know where the last position came from because that wasn't an on-track overtake, I think. But we'll take it.
Do us a favour, Scrimpy. Are you in team chat with mine?
Yeah, we have our own team Discord where we're usually hanging out in during the race.
Yeah, tell Martin, Charger said, go fuck yourself.
Alright, I'll tell him that later.
Early
Any
actually
specific
just...
reason or just random?
Early just brought up a good point. The Jag is currently up in 7th.
Wait, what?
Wow.
But like I said, they need to pit yet.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true.
And Speedmon's in 9th, so he's going to take advantage of that.
Yeah. Schaefer was asking Moore to come back to him, but I don't think that's happening.
Verstappen's in the pit. And number 4. D. Smith and Verstappen in the pits. Good time for the Jag to pit.
This is going to be a...
I think I'll have to go back to my car for a bit. Something just came up.
More than fair. Good luck.
Don't forget to relay the message.
Yeah, I will.
Go fuck yourself.
Just got a little update from Valerie about the McLeod team. They ran out of fuel.
Oh no!
Oh no! Why?
No. I mean, like, ran out of fuel. That's why they went into the pits.
Oh.
That's relief. Happened to me the other night. I thought I put the right amount of fuel in, and about 500 yards from the finish line, I ran out of fuel and ground to a halt. Pinners in the pits. Jag's up to 6th.
You know what I'm actually most impressed about that Jag in an endurance race? It guzzles so much fuel, and it's doing that well. Like, if I remember correctly, like the Jag can do like a lap or 2-3 less than every other car just because of the amount of fuel it eats.
Yeah, sometimes the fuel can be an advantage, especially in the Porsche. Once you get light with fuel in the Porsche, the back end gets really sketchy.
Yeah, it's built in Birmingham. We're tight.
Headbutts everybody out the way as well.
I actually just realized Moore is doing a 206.1 with a full race load. There's a few others there as well. Max Lentini in the Porsche was 6.1.
That's at least half a second quicker than anyone else, isn't it?
It is.
Soaked, mate. My t-shirt soaked. That was the most intense rain session ever.
You did well, man. You fucking did well.
You're supposed to close the sunroof, then you won't get your t-shirt wet.
Oh, that was intense, man.
Where'd you finish up when you pitted?
30. From 36, I got the 30th.
Nice one.
Very nice.
Good job.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, Madley.
So you can tell your boy he's not the only one. Oh, he's gone.
Who's flashing, Elgard? Savali's in first, for Strepan in second. 20-second gap.
That's doable.
Isn't it? It's got to be, I don't know, it's got to be 50 seconds in the pit.
Well, Fiore was flashing.
Why do people not listen to it? I mean, we've even got a fucking video about flashing.
Is he getting...
I'm going to post the fucking video, boys and girls.
There wasn't even a blue flag either there. Or was there?
You know what's actually genuinely amusing currently in this race? There's been a cone on the middle of the track for, I think, the last 2 hours now.
Jag's pitted. Pitting.
Oh, come on, Jack, baby. Do good.
Come on, baby. You can do it.
I like how we're all biased towards the Jag. We just wanted to finish as high as possible.
Because it's the underdog. Everyone loves the underdog.
How much dough you got on the Jag then? Because you must have a little flutter on it. What, did you getting 10?
I haven't. I had no idea the Jag was even in the race until I started commentating.
We should start a little a bookies thing, shouldn't we? That'd be quite fun. You know, virtual money.
But like a fantasy team of RWB.
Yeah.
And that would be quite fun.
Yeah, because some of these guys are regulars, you know, we see them quite well. So you could pretty much, you could bet on them. You know, I'd be a 50-1 outsider, but you never know.
Jag's still in the top 10. Number 9. Number 9. Number 9.
I wonder if he's quick enough to catch Brown.
It looks like Andrex is doing the final stint as well.
Varley is yet to pit still.
Yeah, it's 14 seconds now. That's come down.
Oh, there it goes. Varley's in the pit, I think.
Exciting race anyway, the last half of it.
Absolutely. They're going to scramble to find every single last second in these last 40 minutes. I think Moore is still going to catch a few positions. He's currently driving a 2:04.3, so that makes him currently quicker than 6th, 5th, 4th, and 3rd.
Yes, he's a very good driver speed.
That's insane.
Well, when we first met him, we all accused him of hacking, but we didn't realise he was in TeamSpeak at the time, and we're all chatting away, yeah, fucker's a hacker, bastard. He was sat there listening to us all, wasn't he?
I mean, I don't blame you. That's insane speed.
He's up to 6th.
He's going for it.
Yeah, Jag's still in 9th. Come on, Jag.
Hey, Jet.
Gentlemen.
Hey, Jack.
Good evening.
How's it going, man?
I just realized we're about to have a very exciting battle. Varen is back in the Ferrari trying to grab Verstappen. He wants his revenge.
I can hear you guys now. I'm sorry about that. Hello. How is it going?
Very well. How about you?
Oh, never been better. Thank you for asking.
How was your race, Jack?
Oh, man. It was going really well, you know? It was going very well. I think we started, what, Ended up being P5, I think, because someone never joined. We're having just a dandy first half of the race. The first 3 hours flew by. Each of our team had a pretty good stint, I think. When I pitted after the 3rd hour, I think we were in P5, which is nice. Bergsma took to the car, and when he was driving during the 4th hour, that's when we saw the rain forecast, so we were scrambling to try and figure out a strategy, like how are we going to play this, you know? We thought about extending Andre Bergsma's stint, filling him up with a little bit more fuel, double stinting the tyres, and just extending, because we thought only light rain he might be able to just power through it until the rain gets heavier. And then we saw that the rain was in fact going to get heavier, so we put me back in the car for the 5th hour, and kept the slicks on because it was still dry at the time. About 5 minutes later, it started to rain. Put on some wets. It was okay. Times were okay. I didn't think I was doing particularly fast, around about 2 minutes 10 a lap. It was going okay. And then I don't know if any of you guys have any pets of the home. I have 2 cats, and one of them really likes it when I'm streaming to get involved with the rig. And one of them happened to jump on the keyboard.
No.
Oh, you gotta watch the stream. Jumped on the keyboard went crashing to the ground. My view changed to some trackside camera. My engine stalled, and I don't know what happened, but I managed to switch on Windows Narrator, and Windows Narrator was just narrating every single mouse move and click and button click I was doing, whilst trying to figure out where I am on track, why I can't control the car, which direction I was facing. It was pretty great. It was a pretty exciting time.
Sounds like you had fun.
I mean, it was amazing. I wouldn't have it any other way. I feel so sorry for Andre Bergsma and Alex Rogers, my teammates, for that incident. I mean, you know, we planned fairly well for all sorts of conditions. We set up the car for dry. We took a gamble on, okay, let's just go for a full wet setup and a full dry setup, sorry. And it seemed to be paying off. The wet really messed us up, and my cat Otis messed us up even more.
Oh, you're still in, what, 13th?
13th now. I think we've got a few people ahead of us who will either need to splash and dash to get to the end, hopefully. Maybe that'll give us some more positions, but I believe Rogers now is gaining on Jones, and so we're optimistic of a top 10. That's kind of our goal now, with the remaining 38 minutes on the clock, so we'll see what we can do.
Top 10's a good result, man.
We'll try our hardest, but it's been really, really fun so far, and yeah, it's been wicked. Thanks very much to you guys for organising and hosting the whole thing, the qualifying, the practice servers, yeah, just being hospitable as usual. It's been a pleasure.
Did you expect rain?
I mean, we were aware that it might rain. We were quite happy. We did a bit of practice with our dry setup in the rain. I think the main problem that I don't know if other people will comment on it as well, other teams, but it didn't quite rain enough to justify the wets. Or I mean, I was running 32, 33 psi whilst it was raining with the wets, and it was just a bit much, you know. So yeah, it is what it is. It's fun, but that's racing, man, and like I like it. I like the randomness, you know. Alex Rogers was the opposite. He's like, I like everything to be planned, and I like it to go according to plan and not deviate from the path, and just, you know, I like to know what's going on. I quite like the random nature, especially during endurance events where you really have to like think on your feet and try and compromise with your strategy. So it's all fun, man. It's all fun. I loved it. I absolutely love it. It's a little bit to go, so we'll see.
We were saying this earlier, you know, people ask what the weather's going to be, and to be honest, we can't predict it. You know, like if weather forecasters get it wrong, you know, there's going to be sunny, and then you have, you know, 60 mile an hour gales.
Yeah.
It's like, you didn't see that coming. We don't see it coming, so.
That's it. It's more fun this way. I think it's more unpredictable. And the thing is, it's the same for everyone. You know, I think people are like, oh, but if I don't know the weather, then it's unfair on us. It's unfair. Hey, all the teams, no one knows what the weather's going to be like. So everybody's in the same boat, you know. And whether they compromise on the setup for the car, if they maybe go okay, let's go a little bit conservative with the dry setup and set it up a little bit softer, you know, for in case it does rain. Then, you know, that's going to benefit them when that does happen. And yeah, we chose not to go that route, which, you know, hindsight, it's a beautiful, beautiful thing. So,
How many setups did you have?
just the one. Just the one. So the way that we've approached, because, you know, Bergsma and I and various other people, we joined a lot of, if not all of your endurance events that you hosted last year. And what we found was, especially when you're sharing a car with multiple people, if everybody is like having their say on the setup, oh, let's change this, oh, let's change that, oh, this suits my driving style better, this suits my driving style better, you end up with just a setup that's everywhere. Often what we found is that the better thing to do is to be like, okay, here's a setup. If everyone's okay with it, let's just learn to drive the setup the best we can and get the best from it, and rather than sort of compromise and lean more towards one particular driver's preferences and compromise everybody else's. So
I was thinking more about strategy setups, you know.
oh, right, okay.
Yeah. I know you all, yeah, everyone has to dial in on setup and go, yeah, okay, I can drive that. Yeah, I've been there. And yeah, there can be some arguments on that. I'm like, I can't fucking drive that, you know.
Yeah.
It's too oversteer, it's too understeery.
Exactly.
The back end's go, yeah, I get that. I mean, I was thinking, how many, you know, preset strategies did you have for the race?
Yeah, so we went for the straightforward, like 1 hour stints each, 6 stints, that was it. And just to switch driver every stint. So I quite enjoy starting races, so I was up for starting the race, but I actually had to work today, and I couldn't get back in time. I barely got the stream started in time for the beginning of the race. So Bergsma started the race, and then Alex was like, okay, I can do a stint early, and then he has to attend to the family for a bit and then can come back later. So it was like it kind of set itself up as we planned out. So but yeah, we did plan to do 6 stints, and I don't know if any teams are actually planning to try and do 5. I don't actually know if 5 stints is possible. If the stint limit is 67 minutes, I think it's a little bit too short, is it?
Well, it's 6, 7 is 42, isn't it? So no, I don't think we could.
Yeah,
Well, it's close, but no.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It's like I mean, you could do a splash and dash. That's the only way that you maybe gain time, is that for somebody to do like a drive-through, reset their stint limit, and then just double stint the timer. That would be the fastest way. But for us, like as serious as we're taking this, like we're doing this for fun. So for us to divvy up the 6 stints, or the 6 hours between, like divide it into 6 stints, so we each get 2 hours each, was the most fair and the most fun for all of us, you know, rather than, you know, we throw Alex Rogers in the car because he's the fastest and like, okay, you do most of the stints and Bergsma and I will do a very short stint each and you just dominate, you know. It's not fun for the team. So I think the 3 of us, you know, we want to have fun. That's the most important thing. And hey, if we can finish well, then that's great as well.
Awesome.
Yeah,
that's what it's all about, man.
Yeah, man. Exactly, dude. Exactly. Anyway, I better get back to taking abuse from
team orders.
From team, yeah, that's it. You know it. Thanks for having me in.
Yeah.
Chat, and thanks for hosting once again, man. Looking forward to the next one when you announce it.
Yeah, you're in the league, aren't you?
Yeah. Looking forward to next week starting.
I'll be looking to get past you.
Cool. That's great. I hope everybody looks to get past me, and I look forward to going cleanly side by side through the beautiful British GT tracks. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, I think that's probably going to be difficult with 50 cars on Stetterton. But you know, we'll deal with it.
Yeah, be good.
Don't forget rule number 1: no fucking flashing.
No fucking flashing. I'll tell Alex Rogers. I will remind him. Alright, guys. Thanks very much.
Cheers.
See you later. Okay.
See you later.
Guys. Cheers.
So I just got a bit of breaking news a little while ago. The 36 car that Verstappen is currently driving, they miscalculated the fuel, and it probably explains why they're slower than the Ferrari behind them by about 2 seconds. So I'm thinking they miscalculated by too much, and that the fuel load is too heavy, which is causing the Varen to actually be able to close the gap bit by bit. So this might still be a very close race at the top.
I was just looking at that 159.3 to 201.6.
Oh no, the Jag's dropping.
You're going to lose money, guys.
Losing the house, mate.
You can put the house on. I hope you get the car.
Moore is just chewing through the top then.
Just see Valerie saying keeping cards close to the chest, but there's a reason why they're slow. Interesting.
Hey, that's what I mean. That's where I'm interpreting from the fact that they probably have too much fuel.
As the duck said, maybe fuel saving.
I mean, they got 30 seconds.
Oh, Devon just went
it's a
off.
variant span.
Oh dear. Well, that's going to put the cat amongst the pigeons.
I think that's pretty much the deal. Yep, I think that seals the deal.
Game over now, I'd say. He must have lost 10 seconds there.
Well, that's a nice spin, isn't it? It's very graceful, though.
It was. It's 10 out of 10 for style.
Yeah, definitely get the boards up.
Wonder what caused it though.
I don't know if you clip the curb or something.
Yeah, it looked like it went in too hot and just what tyre hit the grass or something. Yeah, right. Clip the curb.
Slide to make a pass. Good on the back marker there.
Yeah, the gap increased there by 10 seconds. That was a 10-second spin.
Yeah.
It's a shame.
Yeah.
There goes the idea that there was going to be a last 5-minute battle for first.
I would love to see a battle in the last couple of laps there. You never know. Well, let's do the rain dance for the Streppin so he flips the curb.
Well, seeing as it's already been predicted that the
curb dance. Hold on, let me go on the server and see if I can fiddle with it. Furiously typing. Put some code in there.
I must say though, it's very impressive that that they stayed in first for almost the entire race.
Yeah. Well, they've got a team, haven't they? I think first and second, so they're probably. I think they have. Kevin, I think you're team manager. You know, well, I don't think there's any team orders, but I think that they've got something going on.
Yeah, they know what they're doing.
Oh yeah, they know what they're doing. Yeah, I thought as much. MRT. No love lost though. There's definite no team orders there when they were battling.
Oh, absolutely. That looked risky as hell.
Yeah. Yeah, you need to look out for these guys, actually.
Side by sides. Okay, for trying to find the opening there.
I foresee something happening here. Oh, it's close.
Bennett definitely benefits from that.
Oh, told you.
Oh, fucking hell.
Racing so hard.
Yeah, and that Lexus was just lifted up by the off the ground just because of the fact that Gallardo is so steep on the front.
Yeah, oh God, I like the fact there's no orders, you know, it's all teams. Obviously there's orders within teams, but yeah, every man for himself. Get them doors rubbing. I'm just going for a wee boy break.
Well, I wouldn't swear to it. It looks like Tavarian's got his 10 seconds back there.
Looks like there's a fight in YouTube there. Go on, boys. Outside. Take it outside, please. The slagging is real.
Yeah, I like that. Hashtag disgusting moves. Hashtag poor standards.
Dini seems to find himself there in a bit of a backmarker battle. There's our beloved Jag trying to get that 10th spot back.
Yeah, go on, son. You can do it.
Oh, that Aston isn't far ahead.
Taverns back to the 158. Just don't think it's enough with Trafford doing 159s.
I don't think so either.
Yeah.
He's going to have to find at least 3 seconds per lap if he wants to catch that still.
Yeah, best he's going to get is about 15 seconds off, I think.
The gap between 1 and 2 currently is 35 seconds plus minus.
Come on, Andrex. He's gained a couple of seconds there.
It's a pretty respectable position for that Jag, isn't it? 11th.
Stunning, mate. In my book, stunning.
Yeah.
Yeah, but by the looks of it, he's about 3 seconds quicker than the Aston in front of him, so he might regain that position still and get the top 10.
Yeah, track's dried out now. Optimum now.
He's doing a duck. What you mean? Just float along the surface and kicking like fuck underneath.
Hmm.
I don't think anyone can cope with chattering when they're on the track. It's not. We don't do that. So.
I can. I prefer it.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you prefer people talking when you're racing?
Yep. Don't ask me why. I won't be paying attention to it, but I enjoy the background noise. It's probably one of the reasons that I absolutely enjoy Racing Engineer just going absolutely, Crew Chief absolutely going ham on me because it's continuous noise and I love that. But do music or anything and it doesn't work. It needs to be people talking.
Oh yeah, I mean Crew Chief different. I mean that refocuses you. But if you've got people talking and going, "Oh, you bastard, let me pass," I mean that's not really focusing you, is it? It's taking your focus away.
You see what Valerie's saying? They got 2 punctures and they lost 10 seconds.
Oh boy. Are we going to see the epic end battle?
Hmm. Oh, this could be cool.
This is going to be it.
That's going to drop that down to 21 seconds. 21 seconds, go.
Well, if they got punctures, that just could get worse and worse.
20 seconds is not big enough of a gap to go in and change the tires either.
Might need to.
Depends on how big those punctures are, though.
Exactly, yeah.
I don't know if it's I don't know if it's actually punctures. I think it's bead, like rim loss. You know, when you hit a curb, it's not necessarily a puncture as such. It's
I know what you mean.
Breaking the bead. And I think if you push it hard enough, you can build the pressure back up, not to what it was before. But I've found that they do pump back up. Maybe I don't know, tripping.
No, I've noticed that, Bill. If you hit a curb too hard, it says you've got a puncture or losing pressure. Well, it's just because you've banged a lot of pressure out of the tyre.
Yeah, I think it is, especially when you go out on low. You know, you can do it on massive sausages when you're on full pressure, but if you're on low pressure and you hit a sausage, yeah, it's easy to lose pressure. But I don't necessarily think it's puncture. I think it's just air loss. Tyre flex, you know, off the bead. I don't know if it simulates that.
Well,
I've assumed it's that because I've driven a race with a puncture and it's not really hindered it.
Yeah, same here. I just noticed that Tavarian's 19 seconds now behind Verstappen.
And there's a 3-second time difference. This is doable. If the Varon really pushes, he's going to catch that BMW now.
Speed still in 6th.
Yeah, oh God, I think it's a pressure loss. I think it's just a momentary, you know, flex of the tyre that comes off the bead, gives a bit of pressure loss and it reseals. You're not going to get the pressures right back up, but the temperature will build them back up a little bit.
Yeah. Who's Hax's teammates?
Did Edekov just go ultra wide to overtake like 2 cars there?
No, I think he just went off.
Fuck, it's busy. .5 seconds.
18 something now.
Is it?
Yeah.
Second and a half. Shit.
And the jack keeps going up and down between It was 8 a minute ago, now it's 6.
The Jag.
The Jaguar.
Full on yellow mean cons to yes. Yeah, I can imagine. Come on, fuck me. We're losing time. We'll lose the second, 2 seconds.
Oh. But it seems they can still keep the time pretty decent.
Yeah, just pull back a bit, didn't they?
About 8 of the seconds.
Yeah, 159.9.
Oh boy. Never mind.
Yeah, 158.3. He's back. Shit.
He's back with a vengeance. If Verstappen makes any singular mistake.
Queue of cars behind him waiting to pounce.
I don't know though. What we got? 5, 6 laps. Second lap. Yeah, he's not going to do it. Verstappen has really got to fuck off.
17 seconds now.
No pressure. Yeah, no pressure in the tyres.
I was trying to think of something witty there.
True, there is traffic, yeah.
He's just gained a second and a bit there.
It'd be great to see him go across the line on the wire, wouldn't it? 6 hours.
Verstappen must really be starting to feel the pressure right about now.
I'd say he probably wants to poop.
That instant, you know, like the last 10 minutes.
I think the last 10 minutes is where you can really fuck up because you start pushing a bit harder, thinking they're catching me. I do. I know I do.
I mean, they've been leading for so long, and then now you got 10 minutes knowing that Varun is really trying to catch you. That gap is only 16 seconds roughly. I mean, that must be taking a toll on him right about now.
I mean, it's a decent gap for like 4 laps, but yeah, your arse would still be twitching. I can't make a mistake, and that when you get too focused, maybe you make a mistake.
I mean, just to think about it, he saw that gap earlier as 40 seconds. Now it's 16. That, I mean, it's there. He's there.
Team. He's catching, but I don't think he's got enough.
I don't think either anymore. Seems like the pressure loss wasn't drastic enough to really make a difference there. It did for a few laps and then it was fine again.
Yeah.
Roughly about 3 laps left now, I would say.
Pretty much, yeah. Just wanting to see the gap.
13.8, he found the second.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be enough. At 14 seconds, Verstappen should be able to just move very softly, start moving off of his race pace, and just casually roll it over the finish line in a little bit. Been a phenomenal race so far, though. Oh, plus 15 seconds. Still at this point at the ends. Yeah, for the dangerous driving, dangerous re-entrance, I mean.
Got a third track warning. Ooh. I'll get another one.
Oh god. Maybe there still is a chance for an upset.
You think?
Yeah, Valerie just said that they're struggling to stay on the track at this moment in time. All it takes is a single slide.
Yeah.
That gap is 11 seconds right now. A 10-second slip.
I was going to say it's 2.5 seconds on the lap time as well.
.30th for the Bulldogs. That's a nice result for them after all of that trouble. Oh, he won by racing, Burley, but if Verstappen makes a mistake,
Commentator's curse. Okay, what's going to happen on the last lap? They're going to go into the last chicane before the start finish. Spin, go off, hit the wall, have to collect themselves, lose about 30 seconds, and Tavern's going to take it. How does that work?
No, they're going to spin, crash into each other, take the top 11 out.
And third's going to get it.
And the Jag's going to win.
The Jag's going to win. Jesus, the Jag.
Oh no, the Jag just slid back to 13th.
Yeah, must have a puncture or something. He's losing loads of time.
Yep, here we go. Entering final lap.
Just before we finish, if any of you guys want to drop in comms before we finish, drop in, have a chat. We'll crack a few beers. Everyone's welcome. You can drop straight in. Have a little discussion. Maybe a fight. Cool.
I'll be sad to miss that. After the race, I'm going to be going off. It was fun spending the time in here, though.
Yeah, thanks for that. It's made it a bit more bearable.
Yeah, I don't have to listen to cars.
Well, you know, the more the merrier.
Yeah. You know, 6 hours, it's hard to get commentators for 6 hours. We're just chatting. You know, if it's made it a bit more bearable for the people who are watching, we don't care.
So close, though. 10 seconds they got the gap down to now.
Who is third comms? I don't know. Drop in. Everyone drop in. Let's have a party.
And if he hadn't have spun, it would have been a close finish. Because that 10 seconds...
I really wanted to see him overtake him, and then there would have been proper battle. You know, that would have been epic. But, you know, even so, great race.
Yeah, great race.
Fantastic race. Lots of close racing, lots of overtakes, a lot of plot twists. The top 10 grid continuously changed as well, except for the top 2. I pretty much solidified, I think, like 2 hours into the race.
Didn't the Jag do well?
13th.
Yeah.
Did you do well?
On the first race.
Shut that door.
I'm honestly going to say it. That's the team of the day, in my opinion.
The Jag.
Mm-hmm. From the bottom of the grid all the way to the top.
Fuck, man. Room full of Jeremy Clarksons here.
At least I'd buy a car I can actually fit into.
It's Jag. Good rise, guys. 6 hours, you know. Not to be sniffed at. For all those that finished, well done. For those that pussied out, well,
wankers.
I wasn't going to say that, but there you go.
What a race. I think I'll join the next one.
You should. The endurance. The endurance is awesome.
Well, at least I'll join the next one on ACC.
Yeah.
Alright, well, Thanks for the time. Thanks for the
Yeah,
commentating.
thank you.
Yeah, cheers,
It was
Red.
fun. Good
See
evening.
you, buddy.
See you later. That was a good race, cuz.
Yeah, it was awesome. Very exciting towards the end there. The last couple of 3 hours was quite intense, actually, when the weather changed, and yeah, it's good.
Well, guys, you know, what can we say? 6 hours. Enjoyed that. If you want some more, check out the website. You must buy the RSC setups. It will help. Buy some sim socks. That'll help. Hello, Nate.
Hey,
Hey, Nate.
How'd you get on?
made 2 positions in 6 hours.
2 positions in 6 hours.
Yeah,
Where
Oh.
did you finish overall?
23.
Not too bad. Mid-pack.
Oh, Jan.
Hello.
Scott Free. The BMW man.
Wait, do I need this one? There we go. That's the right one. Sorry, too many microphones, fellas. How's everyone keeping?
All right, man. You?
Ah, not too bad. We had a fantastic race. We made 2 positions. Woohoo!
You know,
Nate was just saying the same.
yeah. You know, when you do 6 hours and make 2 positions, that's pretty fucking consistent, isn't it?
Well, we were. I
Nope.
kind of made it put us in a sticky situation by getting 3 track limit warnings. So, you know, I had to stop driving that night. Do that like the last 2 hours.
They had to rein it in a bit.
Good to be back though.
Yeah, where you been?
Playing COD.
You want me to disconnect charger?
Sorry?
You want me to disconnect? End it?
No, leave it running.
I built a few PCs for friends and stuck playing Call of Duty, and no one wants to play this anymore with me. After I got my nice rig and everything set up.
That's kind of a lie, isn't it?
Is that a lie?
Kind.
Darius wouldn't play with me anymore.
Alert people.
Nearly 2,000 of us in here.
Okay, that's a good point. People who like me. Wait, no, Darius doesn't like me either. Okay, now I'm in a sticky situation.
Hey, RWB welcomes all, so you know you have plenty of friends to race with.
I ran out of fuel.
Oh no.
You ran out of fuel.
Yeah, on the just like coming to Brooklands, coming onto the straight, it just like poof.
Oh, the last lap.
Yes.
Oh no. After 6 hours.
Will I get counted, please?
Congratulations on the commentary. Yeah, well done.
Royler?
We don't deserve it.
You being sarcastic?
He was talking about your nice new jumper, were you?
Oh, my. Oh, it's so fucking nice.
It looks nice.
Yeah, it is.
I didn't account for extra lap that the leader would do, so he's like, yeah, this should be enough. And just thinking, will the drive-through penalties that happened at the end for the stint time be removed, or will they be applied? Just asking.
What was that, sorry?
If the penalties that were at the end for the drive stint limits, if they're going to be applied or if they're going to be removed.
That's up to the stewards.
Why would the stint time be removed?
Because of the final stints.
Well, if you go over your stint time, you get a penalty.
Just thinking, because it is. I guess those weird with the weather. The weather was fun.
Oh,
No, I mean you won't get penalties removed because of stint times. If you go over your stint time, you fucked it up. So
Yeah, okay.
no, I mean I'm not being funny. You know, it's just the 67 minutes. Everyone knew there was 67 minutes. If you go over that, then you're.
Yeah, I understand. Don't worry, I'm not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand it.
Yeah, you won't get penalties removed for that. Sorry about that.
Well,
You might get, if you have a post-race appeal, you might get a penalty removed for something, but you won't get it removed for that.
But how was it interesting with the rain coming all of a sudden?
It was awesome. I did the rain dance.
That's not rain.
We pitted, and we were like, we put the wets on. It says it's going to rain soon. No. And as soon as I went into the pit and went into the pit box, what happens on the windscreen? Rain. And then we says, no, we'll try and push through it in the slicks, and that was the wrong choice. We had to then pit again for the wets and then pit again for the slicks.
Yeah, pitting for the wet tires was the correct decision, I think.
Yeah, but we did it like halfway through the stint.
But I think some crazy dudes were trying to eke it out on the ice.
That's yeah, it wasn't working out.
Yeah, we speculated it was going to be a 50-50 whether you tried to push through on the dries because there wasn't supposed to be a lot of rain, or switch to wets and then maybe have to pit again when it dried out.
I wanted to, but it was a handful with 10 seconds a lap slow.
It worked out perfectly for us. We were about to pit for the wets, and 20 seconds before we entered the pit, it started to rain. We had everything set up for the wet.
We were 20 seconds ahead of you.
Man, Nate, I couldn't hold you off. Final
Was
lap.
that you at the end?
Yeah.
Oh, is that you?
I couldn't
What
hold
happened?
you.
Did you spin?
No, well, no. I had a bit of a brake check from some guy. He was obviously upset about some previous incident, and so he just started to brake check me a bit. And I lost a lot of time in that last 2 laps.
Yeah, because I checked, and when he pitted, I was like, right, Nate, you need to do like 2 minutes flat to catch them at the end. And then we were just chatting away, and suddenly Nate's like, wait, this is for position.
Yeah, exactly. I got forced back into you. I was not. You were catching me, but I was going to keep the position. So.
You were, yeah.
That was a great race. Really knackering. Really knackering.
Yeah, it was good fun.
Very clean, and actually very apart from maybe one person we had an issue with, everyone moved out of the way sensibly. No, no one blocking, or no one like, oh, you're here, I'm just gonna drive into the wall.
Oh man,
very disciplined. Yeah.
Some people, we were like lap down, and our driver was really faster. But some people, even though they were the lap ahead, would not just keep fighting you for no reason, losing each other time.
We had that issue.
Like, yeah, I am lapped, but he's faster. Why don't you just let him go and continue on with your fight?
Yeah, we had the same thing. We had somebody who was lap up on us, but really, really holding 3 or 4 of us back, and we were in a battle for position. And think if it was me, I'd think, get this lot out of my face and let them all through.
Yeah, same.
I got stuck between 2 people fighting, way like they were up the front, and I got past one, but I couldn't pass the other, and then I just felt bad because then I was holding the other guy behind who was fighting him, but when they're fighting, they're too slow. You're kind of stuck in that position where, what do? You can't get both of them quick enough to justify it.
I think I want to pass out now.
Someone want to do more races? To be fair, at this point, I feel like we could do more.
Hey, the next.
That's age.
I'd say 12 hours in the Jag at Spa.
I second that.
Psychopath.
In the wet, just for the
Yeah, why not?
Reverse course.
Hey, that could be fun.
You need to do it in grid.
Stormy conditions.
Yeah.
You really think people are going to sign up for 12 hours of fucking Spa in the wet in the Jag?
No, probably not.
Catch yourselves on.
3 races.
Hey,
I
you
don't
might
know.
be a chance to get a podium, mate.
Stick a 10 quid first prize in. Everyone will be there.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, I suppose we
Fine.
could put a prize in, yeah. 50
Find them off
quid
with a
for the
stick.
winner.
Hmm.
Every man for himself.
What, 12-hour solo?
I
Yeah,
would
we
like
don't-
to do. I would like to do a long solo race. I suppose the issue there is we can max 50 cars ideally.
Well, you can do a solo race, but you're still limited by tank. So you'd still probably max out at about an hour and a half anyway per stint.
Oh yeah, no, that's what I mean. Like even this race, I would have happily done it solo.
What's the max stint you would do then? You'd do 6 hours on your jack.
Yeah.
Fuck that shit.
I mean, I've basically been sitting here for 6 hours, bar 20 minutes when I went because the missus came home. But other than that, I was sitting here the whole time. What
Yeah,
difference is
but
driving, not driving? For
we
me,
can't do that because
that's what I'm saying. We're limited by the amount of people we can get in the server.
well, also ethically as well, because any esports you have to have a break every so many hours.
Oh, good God.
So if we're streaming and it's going to be
Well,
sketchy.
if that was the case, you'd have to have a break every 2 hours for like 15 minutes.
That's just what I say when we used to do the 50 minutes.
And race drivers don't go for that ethical shit, Get
There's
in
low
there.
rating and ACC streams where well-known YouTubers have done 12 hours,
Yeah.
4 hours solo. So someone would have jumped on that by now if it was an issue.
Yeah, we haven't got a taco.
I'd say
No.
as long as they're not getting paid for it, it's probably okay, isn't it?
Yeah, it's personal choice, isn't it? You probably shouldn't force them to be solo. You should allow teams 1 to 4. And then if someone chooses to go solo, it's their choice.
I personally don't think I can do 6 hours without pissing myself, though. So.
No, same here. That's what I think we need, an over 50s or some kind of seniors category or something like that. If that's all right with you, college kids.
I need to stop every 15 minutes then.
Wait, isn't that the silver category?
Yeah, thanks. That is, you're right.
To be fair, it could be done.
You just make it open so you could have a teammate if you wanted.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting, but
We did do them at the very start when we were doing race room. We did do 3 hours, remember?
You just need to pick up a bit of tactical damage so you got a 45-second pit stop and then absolutely book it.
Book it, yeah. Clear the L bladder and then get back in time, yeah.
yeah, we did one in race room, didn't we? Where we had a 15-minute break. Yeah.
Oh, love it. The pensioners
Yeah.
race, yeah, like
That was grand.
It was just so you could do a single, and just have a 15-minute break. So you just sat in the pits.
You just sat there 50 minutes, yeah.
Yeah. That would work, actually. Thinking about it, yeah, could do that.
Now, obviously, the biggest issue I'd say is just how many people will want to do it. Will you get too many?
How many people would adhere to the rule as well? You're always going to get someone that's going to go, fuck this, 14 minutes, I've had enough. 15 minutes is quite a long time when you're in a car on your own.
Yeah. No, I agree. And like that, it was managed. We managed it ourselves. We basically just sat before a pit box for 15 minutes.
Yeah, the thing with race room is we could tell if you sat there long enough.
Mm-hmm.
You can't really tell on the IC,
Yeah, we got really caught out by our pit strategy. I had to pit with 2 laps to go as well. It's just like every single thing just quite wrong with our strategy. And we're firing our head of strategy, Dan.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I had to pit I had about 1 lap of fuel left, and I thought, I could probably eke this lap out, but it's safer to come in just as the rain was coming. So we were just on the edge of, shall we hold out until it rains? Don't know when it's going to rain. I go in, Timo takes over. On his outlap, it starts raining, so he's got to come straight back in and switch to wets. So we were just one lap off on pit strategy.
It was a nightmare.
You think that's bad? We were about 20 seconds off.
Ha!
Not even. Literally, I said to the guys, we're going down the pit. Yeah, our pit was the very last box, like the second last box. Yeah, so we had loads of time. And I says, I've time to go to wets if you want to do it. We said, no. We agreed that we're going to go dries. And I said, fair enough. Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
And then as soon as we stopped, wipers turn on.
Oh, no.
And I'm sitting there, I'm like, I can't change it. It's already, there's nothing I can do.
Yeah.
Someone stick your head out and give the guy a kick. Say, hey, put the wets on.
Nightmare.
I love that variability, though. You never know.
Oh, I think it makes it awesome. And, the track then drying out over a period of laps. And, I could see size lap time getting faster and faster. I think it's excellent.
Yeah, it's good fun.
Normally, before I did any of these races, I would have had about 20 hours in, like stupid amount of training. We got about 2 in Thursday night.
Well, you beat us, you bastards.
That was just fluke.
Where'd you end up, Beanstar?
Oh, what did we get? 24th?
24th, yeah.
Was it 24th or 25th?
No, 25th. Sorry, we got 23rd because the guys in front of us had a 15-second penalty.
Yeah. Yeah, do you know what? They were 15.01 seconds ahead of us.
Yeah,
like
and it was that
something.
was getting rear-ended and then brake checked lost us that place as well because you were 8 seconds behind him and we knew he had a 15-second penalty.
And guess who finished in front of us? Schaefer.
Yeah.
Why? Why? Every single race or series I do, he's in front of me.
It's a match made in heaven.
Ah. Or am I just too stubborn picking that stupid BMW?
Don't know.
Wait. Oh, he did. Oh, yeah, I'm just looking at it right now.
Right, I think we'll kill it then. If you want to take it out, Beanstar.
Yeah,
you entered it.
I will log in and kill it.
Are we still live?
We've been streaming for a little bit.
Beanstar's the man. He has control.
I'm just looking. Did the top 2 lap everyone?
The top 2 lapped everyone, yeah. And in the end, there was 10 seconds in it, and Verstappen spun after Maggots and Beckett's.
Yeah.
3 or 4 laps to go.
I tell you what, if you watch the stream back, we were like, fucking, this is going to the wire. Because they were battling for so many laps.
Mm-hmm.
And neither were giving. Now, bearing in mind they're both MRT. They're both in the team, but there was no fucking team orders.